Book 2, Chapter 10 of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Squaw's Mixture. Like the vast majority of those persons who are favoured by nature with what is commonly termed a high flow of animal spirits, Zack was liable, at certain times and seasons, to fall from the heights of exhilaration to the depths of despair, without stopping for a moment, by the way, at any intermediate stages of moderate cheerfulness, pensive depression, or tearful gloom. After he had parted from his mother, he presented himself again at Mr. Blythe's house in such a prostrate condition of mind, and talked of his delinquencies and their effect on his father's spirit, with such vehement bitterness of self-reproach, as quite amazed Valentine, and even alarmed him a little on the lad's account. The good-natured painter was no friend to contrite desperation of any kind, and no believer in repentance which could not look hopefully forward to the future, as well as sorrowfully back at the past. So he laid down his brush just as he was about to begin varnishing the golden age, and set himself to console Zack by reminding him of all the credit and honour he might yet win if he was regular in attending to his new studies, if he never flinched from work at the British Museum and the private drawing school to which he was immediately to be introduced, and if he ended, as he well might end, in excusing to his father his determination to be an artist by showing Mr. Thorpe a prize medal won by the industry of his son's hand in the schools of the Royal Academy. A necessary characteristic of people whose spirits are always running into extremes is that they are generally able to pass from one change of mood to another with unusual facility. By the time Zack had exhausted Mr. Blythe's copious stores of consolation, had partaken of an excellent and plentiful hot lunch, and had passed an hour upstairs with the ladies, he predicted his own reformation just as confidently as he had predicted his own ruin about 2 hours before, and went away to Kirk Street to see that his friend Matt was at home to receive Valentine that evening, stepping along as nimbly and swinging his stick as cheerfully as if he had already vindicated himself to his father by winning every prize medal that the Royal Academy could bestow. 7 o'clock had been fixed as the hour at which Mr. Blythe was to present himself at the lodgings in Kirk Street. He arrived punctual to the appointed time, dressed jauntily for the occasion in a short blue frock-coat, famous among all his acquaintances for its smartness of cut and its fabulous old age. From what Zack had told him of Matt's lighter peculiarities of character, he anticipated a somewhat uncivilized reception from the elder of his two hosts, and when he got to Kirk Street, he certainly found that his expectations were, upon the whole, handsomely realized. On mounting the dark and narrow wooden staircase of the tobacconist's shop, his nose was greeted by a composite smell of fried liver and bacon, brandy and water, and cigar smoke, pouring hospitably down to meet him through the crevices of the drawing-room door. When he got into the room, the first object that struck his eyes at one end of it was Zack, with his hat on, vigorously engaged in freshening up the dusty carpet with a damp mop, and Matt at the other, presiding over the frying-pan, with its coat off, his shirt-sleeves rolled up to his shoulders, a glass of steaming hot grog on the chimney-piece above him, and a long pewter toasting-fork in his hand. "Here's the honoured guest of the evening arrived before I've swapped down the decks," cried Zack, jogging his friend in the ribs with the long handle of the mop. "How are you to-night?" said Matt, with familiar ease, not moving from the frying-pan, but getting his right hand free to offer to Mr. Blythe by taking the pewter toasting-fork between his teeth. "Sit down anywhere you like, and just holler through the crack in the floor under the bearskins there, if you want anything out of the Bocker shop below." "He means tobacco when he says Bocker," interposed Zack parenthetically. "Can you set your teeth in a baked tater or two?" continued Matt, tapping a small Dutch oven before the fire with his toasting-fork. "We've got you a lot of fizzin' hot liver and bacon to ease down the taters with what you call a relish. Nice and streaky, ain't it?" Here the host of the evening stuck his fork into a slice of bacon and politely passed it over his shoulder for Mr. Blythe to inspect as he stood bewildered in the middle of the room. "Oh, delicious, delicious!" cried Valentine, smelling as daintily at the outstretched bacon as if it had been a nosegay. "Really, my dear sir—" He said no more, for at that moment he tripped himself up upon one of some 10 or a dozen bottle corks which lay about on the carpet where he was standing. There is very little doubt, if Zack had not been by to catch him, that Mr. Blythe would just then have concluded his polite remarks on the bacon by measuring his full length on the floor. "Why don't you put him into a chair?" growled Matt, looking round reproachfully from the frying pan as Valentine recovered his erect position again with young Thorpe's assistance. "I was just going to swap up that part of the carpet when you came in," said Zack apologetically as he led Mr. Blythe to a chair. "Oh, don't mention it," answered Valentine, laughing. "It was all my awkwardness." He stopped abruptly again. Zack had placed him with his back to the fire, against a table covered with a large and dirty cloth which flowed to the floor, and under which, while he was speaking, he had been gently endeavouring to insinuate his legs. Amazement bereft him of the power of speech when, on succeeding in this effort, he found that his feet came in contact with a perfect hillock of empty bottles, oyster shells, and broken crockery, heaped under the table. "Good gracious me! I hope I'm doing no mischief," exclaimed Valentine, as a miniature avalanche of oyster shells clattered down on his intruding foot, and a plump bottle with a broken neck rolled lazily out from under the tablecloth and courted observation on the open floor. "Kick about, dear old fellow, kick about as much as you please," cried Zack, seating himself opposite Mr. Blythe, and bringing down a second avalanche of oyster shells to encourage him. "The fact is, we're rather put to it for space here, so we keep the cloth always laid for dinner, and make a temporary lumber room of the place under the table. Rather a new idea that, I think. Not tidy, perhaps, but original and ingenious, which is much better." "Amazingly ingenious," said Valentine, who was now beginning to be amused as well as surprised by his reception in Kirk Street. "Rather untidy, perhaps, as you say, Zack, but new and not disagreeable, I suppose, when you're used to it. What I like about all this," continued Mr. Blythe, rubbing his hands cheerfully, and kicking into view another empty bottle as he settled himself in his chair, "what I like about this is that it's so thoroughly without ceremony. Do you know, I really feel at home already, though I never was here before in my life? Curious, Zack, isn't it?" "Look out for the taters!" roared Matt suddenly from the fireplace. Valentine started, first at the unexpected shout just behind him, next at the sight of a big, truculently knobbed potato which came flying over his head and was dexterously caught and instantly deposited on the dirty tablecloth by Zack. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, continued Matt, keeping the frying pan going with one hand and tossing the baked potatoes with the other over Mr. Blythe's head in quick succession for young Thorpe to catch. "What do you think of our way of dishing up potatoes in Kirk Street?" asked Zack in great triumph. "It's a little sudden when you're not used to it," stammered Valentine, ducking his head as each edible missile flew over him. "But it's free and easy. It's delightfully free and easy." "Ready there with your plates? The liver's a-coming," cried Matt in a voice of martial command, suddenly showing his great red-hot, perspiring face at the table as he wheeled round from the fire with the hissing frying pan in one hand and the long toasting fork in the other. "My dear sir, I'm shocked to see you taking all this trouble," exclaimed Mr. Blythe. "Do pray let me help you." "No, I'm damned if I do," returned Matt with the most polite suavity and the most perfect good humour. "Let him have all the trouble, Blythe," said Zack. "Let him help you, and don't pity him. He'll make up for his hard work, I can tell you, when he sets in seriously to his liver and bacon. Watch him when he begins. He bolts his dinner like the lion in the Zoological Gardens." Matt appeared to receive this speech of Zack's as a well-merited compliment, for he chuckled at young Thorpe and winked grimly at Valentine as he sat down bare-armed to his own mess of liver and bacon. It was certainly a rare and even a startling sight to see this singular man eat. Lump by lump, without one intervening morsel of bread, he tossed the meat into his mouth rather than put it there, turned it apparently once round between his teeth, and then voraciously and instantly swallowed it whole. By the time a quarter of Mr. Blythe's plateful of liver and bacon, and half of Zack's had disappeared, Matt had finished his frugal meal, had wiped his mouth on the back of his hand, and the back of his hand on the leg of his trousers, had mixed 2 glasses of strong hot rum and water for himself and Zack, and had set to work on the composition of a 3rd tumbler, into which sugar, brandy, lemon juice, rum and hot water all seemed to drop together in such incessant and confusing little driblets that it was impossible to tell which ingredient was uppermost in the whole mixture. When the tumbler was full, he set it down on the table with an indicative bang, close to Valentine's plate. "Just try a toothful of that to begin with," said Matt. "If you like it, say yes. If you don't, say no, and I'll make it better next time." "You are very kind indeed," answered Mr. Blythe, eyeing the tumbler by his side with some little confusion and hesitation. "But really, though I should be shocked to appear ungrateful, I'm afraid I must own, Zack, you ought to have told your friend—" "So I did," said Zack, sipping his rum and water with infinite relish. "The fact is, my dear sir," continued Valentine, "I have the most wretched head in the world for strong liquor of any kind." "Don't call it strong liquor," interposed Matt, emphatically tapping the rim of his guest's tumbler with his forefinger. "Perhaps," pursued Mr. Blythe with a polite smile, "I ought to have said grog." "Don't call it grog," retorted Matt, with 2 disputatious taps on the rim of the glass. "Dear me," asked Valentine, amazedly. "What is it then?" "It's SQUAW'S mixture," answered Matt, with 3 distinct taps of asseveration. Mr. Blythe and Zack laughed, under the impression that their queer companion was joking with them. Matt looked steadily and sternly from one to the other, then repeated with the gruffest gravity: "I tell you, it's SQUAW'S mixture." "What a very curious name. How is it made?" asked Valentine. "Enough brandy to spile the water, enough rum to spile the brandy and water, enough lemon to spile the rum and brandy and water, enough sugar to spile everything. That's SQUAW'S mixture," replied Matt, with perfect calmness and deliberation. Zack began to laugh uproariously. Matt became more inflexibly grave than ever. Mr. Blythe felt that he was growing interested on the subject of the SQUAW'S mixture. He stirred it diffidently with his spoon, and asked with great curiosity how his host first learned to make it. "When I was out, over there, in the nor'west," began Matt, nodding towards the particular point of the compass that he mentioned. "When he says nor'west, and wags his addled old head like that at the chimney pots over the way, he means North America," Zack explained. "When I was out nor'west," repeated Matt, heedless of the interruption, "working along with the exploring gang, our stock of liquor fell short, and we had to make the best of it in the cold with a spurt of spirits and a pinch of sugar, drowned in more hot water than had ever got down the throat of e'er man of the lot of us before. We christened the brew SQUAW'S mixture, because it was such weak stuff that even a woman couldn't have got drunk on it if she tried. Squaw means woman in those parts, you know, and mixture means what you've got afore you now. I knowed you couldn't stand regular grog, and that's why I cooked it up for you. Don't keep on stirring of it with a spoon like that, or you'll stir it away altogether. Try it." "Let me try it. Let's see how weak it is," cried Zack, reaching over to Valentine. "Don't you go a shoving of your oar into another man's rollocks," said Matt, dexterously knocking Zack's spoon out of his hand just as it touched Mr. Blythe's tumbler. "You stick to your grog, I'll stick to my grog, and he'll stick to SQUAW'S mixture." With those words, Matt leant his bare elbows on the table and watched Valentine's first experimental sip with great curiosity. The result was not successful. When Mr. Blythe put down the tumbler, all the watery part of the SQUAW'S mixture seemed to have got up into his eyes, and all the spirituous part to have stopped short at his lungs. He shook his head, coughed, and faintly exclaimed, "Too strong!" "Too hot, you mean?" said Matt. "No, indeed," pleaded poor Mr. Blythe. "I really meant too strong." "Try again," suggested Zack, who was far advanced towards the bottom of his own tumbler already. "Try again. Your liquor all went the wrong way last time." "More sugar," said Matt, neatly tossing 2 lumps into the glass from where he sat. "More lemon," squeezing 1 or 2 drops of juice and 3 or 4 pips into the mixture. "More water," pouring in about a teaspoonful with a clumsy flourish of the kettle. "Try again." Thank you 1,000 times. Really, do you know, it tastes much nicer now," said Mr. Blythe, beginning cautiously with a spoonful of the squaw's mixture at a time. Matt's spirits seemed to rise immensely at this announcement. He lit his pipe and took up his glass of grog, nodded to Valentine and young Thorpe just as he had nodded to the northwest point of the compass a minute or 2 before, muttered gruffly, "Here's all our good healths," and finished half his liquor at a draught. "All our good healths," repeated Mr. Blythe, gallantly attacking the squaw's mixture this time without any intermediate assistance from the spoon. "All our good healths," chimed in Zack, draining his glass to the bottom. "Really, Matt, it's quite bewildering to see how your dormant social qualities are waking up now you're plunged into the vortex of society. What do you say to giving a ball here next? You're just the man to get on with the ladies, if you could only be prevailed on to wear your coat, and give up airing your tawny old arms in public." "Don't, my dear sir, I particularly beg you won't," cried Valentine, as Matt, apparently awakened to a sense of polite propriety by Zack's last hint, began to unroll one of his tightly tucked up shirt sleeves. "Pray consult your own comfort and keep your sleeves as they were. Pray do. As an artist, I've been admiring your arms from the professional point of view ever since we first sat down to table. I never remember in all my long experience of the living model having met with such a splendid muscular development as yours." Saying those words, Mr. Blythe waved his hand several times before his host's arms, regarding them with his eyes partially closed and his head very much on one side, just as he was accustomed to look at his pictures. Matt stared, smoked vehemently, folded the objects of Valentine's admiration over his breast, and, modestly scratching his elbows, looked at young Thorpe with an expression of utter bewilderment. "Yes, decidedly the most magnificent muscular development I ever remember studying," reiterated Mr. Blythe, drumming with his fingers on the table, and concentrating the whole of his critical acumen in one eye by totally closing the other. "Hang it, Blythe," remonstrated Zack, "don't keep on looking at his arms as if they were a couple of bits of prize beef. You may talk about his muscular development as much as you please, but you can't have the smallest notion of what it's really equal to till you try it. I say, old rough and tough, jump up and show him how strong you are. Just lift him on your toe like you did me." Here Zack pulled Matt unceremoniously out of his chair. "Come along, Blythe, get opposite to him. Give him hold of your hand. Stand on the toe part of his right foot. Don't wriggle about. Stiffen your hand and aim, and there, what do you say to his muscular development now?" concluded Zack, with an air of supreme triumph, as Matt slowly lifted from the ground the foot on which Mr. Blythe was standing, and, steadying himself on his left leg, raised the astonished painter with his right nearly 2 feet high in the air. Any spectator observing the performance of this feat of strength, and looking only at Matt, might well have thought it impossible that any human being could present a more comical aspect than he now exhibited, with his black skull-cap pushed a little on one side, and showing an inch or so of his bald head, with his grimly grinning face empurpled by the violent physical exertion of the moment, and with his thick, heavy figure ridiculously perched on one leg. Mr. Blythe, however, was beyond all comparison the more laughable object of the two, as he soared nervously into the air on Matt's foot, tottering infirmly in the strong grasp that supported him, till he seemed to be trembling all over, from the tips of his crisp black hair to the flying tails of his frock-coat. As for the expression of his round, rosy face, with the bright eyes fixed in a startled stare, and the plump cheeks crumpled up by an uneasy smile, it was so exquisitely absurd, as young Thorpe saw it over his fellow lodger's black skull-cap, that he roared again with laughter. "Oh, look up at him!" cried Zack, falling back in his chair. "Look at his face, for heaven's sake, before you put him down." But Matt was not to be moved by this appeal. All the attention his eyes could spare during those few moments was devoted, not to Mr. Blythe's face, but to Mr. Blythe's watch-chain. There hung the bright little key of the painter's bureau, dangling jauntily to and fro over his waistcoat pocket. As the right foot of the Samson of Kirk Street hoisted him up slowly, the key swung temptingly backwards and forwards between them. "Come take me, come take me," it seemed to say, as Matt's eyes fixed greedily on it every time it dangled towards him. "Wonderful, wonderful!" cried Mr. Blythe, looking excessively relieved when he found himself safely set down on the floor again. "That's nothing to some of the things he can do," said Zack. "Look here, put yourself stomach downwards on the carpet, and if you think the waistband of your trousers will stand it, he'll take you up in his teeth." "Thank you, Zack. I'm perfectly satisfied without risking the waistband of my trousers," rejoined Valentine, returning in a great hurry to the table. "The grog's getting cold," grumbled Matt. "Do you find it slip down easy now?" he continued, handing the SQUAW'S mixture in the friendliest manner to Mr. Blythe. "Astonishingly easy," answered Valentine, drinking this time almost with the boldness of Zack himself. "Now it's cooler, one tastes the sugar. Whenever I've tried to drink regular grog, I've never been able to get people to give it me sweet enough. The delicious part of this is that there's plenty of sugar in it. And besides, it has the merit, which real grog has not, of being harmless. It tastes strong to me, to be sure, but then I'm not used to spirits. After what you say, however, of course it must be harmless. Perfectly harmless, I've no doubt." Here he sipped again, pretty freely this time, by way of convincing himself of the innocent weakness of the SQUAW'S mixture. While Mr. Blythe had been speaking, Matt's hands had been gradually stealing down deeper and deeper into the pockets of his trousers, until his finger and thumb, and a certain plastic substance hidden away in his left-hand pocket, came gently into contact, just as Valentine left off speaking. "Let's have another toast," cried Matt, quite briskly, the instant the last word was out of his guest's mouth. "Come on, one of you, and give us another toast," he reiterated, with a roar of barbarous joviality, taking up his glass in his right hand and keeping his left still in his pocket. "Give you another toast, you noisy old savage," repeated Zack. "I'll give you 5 all at once. Mr. Blythe, Mrs. Blythe, Madonna, Columbus, and the Golden Age, 3 excellent people and 2 glorious pictures. Let's lump them all together in a friendly way and drink long life and success to them in beakers of fragrant grog," shouted the young gentleman, making perilously rapid progress through his second glass as he spoke. "Do you know, I'm afraid I must change to some other place if you have no objection," said Mr. Blythe, after he had duly honoured the composite toast just proposed. "The fire here behind me is getting rather too hot." "Change along with me," said Matt. "I don't mind heat, nor cold neither, for the matter of that." Valentine accepted this offer with great gratitude. "By the by, Zack," he said, placing himself comfortably in his host's chair between the table and the wall, "I was going to ask a favour of our excellent friend here, when you suggested that wonderful and matchless trial of strength which we have just had. You have been of such inestimable assistance to me already, my dear sir," he continued, turning towards Matt, with all his natural cordiality of disposition now fully developed under the fostering influence of the SQUAW'S mixture. "You have laid me under such an inexpressible obligation in saving my picture from destruction." "I wish you could make up your mind to say what you want in plain words," interrupted Matt. "I'm one of your rough-handed, thick-headed sort, I am. I'm not gentleman enough to understand palaver. It don't do me no good. It only worrits me into a perspiration." And Matt, shaking down his shirt-sleeve, drew it several times across his forehead as a proof of the truth of his last assertion. "Quite right, quite right," cried Mr. Blythe, patting him on the shoulder in the most friendly manner imaginable. "In plain words, then, when I mentioned just now how much I admired your arms in an artistic point of view, I was only paving the way for asking you to let me make a drawing of them in black and white for a large picture that I mean to paint later in the year. My classical figure composition, you know, Zack. You've seen the sketch. Hercules bringing to Eurystheus the Eurymanthian boar. A glorious subject. and our friend's arms, and indeed his chest too, if he would kindly consent to sit for it, would make the very studies I most want for Hercules." "What on earth is he driving at?" asked Matt, addressing himself to young Thorpe, after staring at Valentine for a moment or two in a state of speechless amazement. "He wants to draw your arms. Of course you'll be only too happy to let him. You can't understand anything about it now, but you will when you begin to sit. Pass the cigars. Thank Blythe for meaning to make a Hercules of you, and tell him you'll come to the painting room whenever he likes," answered Zack, joining his sentences together in his most off-hand manner, all in a breath. "What painting room? Where is it?" asked Matt, still in a densely stupefied condition. "My painting room," replied Valentine. "Where you saw the pictures and saved Columbus yesterday." Matt considered for a moment, then suddenly brightened up and began to look quite intelligent again. "I'll come," he said, "as soon as you like. The sooner the better," clapping his fist emphatically on the table and drinking to Valentine with his heartiest nod. "That's a worthy, good-natured fellow," cried Mr. Blythe, drinking to Matt in return with grateful enthusiasm. "The sooner the better, as you say. Come to-morrow evening." "All right. To-morrow evening," assented Matt. His left hand, as he spoke, began to work stealthily round and round in his pocket, moulding into all sorts of strange shapes that plastic substance which had lain hidden there ever since his shopping expedition in the morning. "I should have asked you to come in the daytime," continued Valentine, "but as you know, Zack, I have the Golden Age to varnish, and one or two little things to alter in the lower part of Columbus, and then, by the latter end of the week, I must leave home to do those portraits in the country which I told you of, and which are wanted before I thought they would be. You will come with our friend, of course, Zack. I dare say I shall have the order for you to study at the British Museum by to-morrow. As for the private drawing academy, no offence, but I can't stand seeing you stirring up them grounds in the bottom of your glass any longer," Matt broke in here, taking away Mr. Blythe's tumbler as he spoke, throwing the sediments of sugar, the lemon pips and a little liquor left to cover them into the grate behind, and then hospitably devoting himself to the concoction of a second supply of that palatable and innocuous beverage, the SQUAW'S mixture. "Half a glass," cried Mr. Blythe. "Weak, remember my wretched head for drinking, and pray make it weak." As he spoke, the clock of the neighbouring parish church struck. "Only 9!" exclaimed Zack, referring ostentatiously to the watch which he had taken out of pawn the day before. "Pass the rum, Matt, as soon as you're done with it. Put the kettle on to boil. And now, my lads, we'll begin spending the evening in earnest." If any fourth gentleman had been present to assist in "spending the evening," as Zack chose to phrase it, at the small social soirée in Kirk Street, and if that gentleman had deserted the festive board as the clock struck 9, had walked about the streets to enjoy himself in the fresh air, and had then, as the clock struck 10, returned to the society of his convivial companions, he would most assuredly have been taken by surprise on beholding the singular change which the lapse of 1 hour had been sufficient to produce in the manners and conversation of Mr. Valentine Blythe. It might have been that the worthy and simple-hearted gentleman had been unduly stimulated by the reek of hot grog, which in harmonious association with a heavy mist of tobacco smoke now filled the room. Or it might have been that the second brew of the SQUAW'S mixture had exceeded half a glassful in quantity, had not been diluted to the requisite weakness, and had consequently got into his head. But, whatever the exciting cause might be, the alteration that had taken place since 9 o'clock, in his voice, looks, and manners, was remarkable enough to be of the nature of a moral phenomenon. He now talked incessantly about nothing but the fine arts. He differed with both his companions, and loftily insisted on his own superior sagacity whenever either of them ventured to speak a word. He was by turns as noisy as Zack, and as gruff as Matt. His hair was crumpled down over his forehead, his eyes were dimmed, his shirt collar was turned rakishly over his cravat. In short, he was not the genuine Valentine Blythe at all. He was only a tipsy counterfeit of him. As for young Thorpe, any slight steadiness of brain which he might naturally possess, he had long since parted with, as a matter of course, for the rest of the evening. Matt alone remained unchanged. There he sat, reckless of the blazing fire behind him, still with that left hand of his dropping stealthily every now and then into his pocket, smoking, drinking, and staring at his two companions just as gruffly self-possessed as ever. "There's 10," muttered Matt, as the clock struck. "I said we should be getting jolly by 10. So we are." Zack nodded his head solemnly, and stared hard at one of the empty bottles on the floor, which had rolled out from the temporary store-room under the table. "Hold your tongues, both of you," cried Mr. Blythe. "I insist on clearing up that disputed point about whether artists are not just as hardy and strong as other men. I'm an artist myself, and I say they are. I'll agree with you in everything else, for you're the two best fellows in the world. But if you say a word against artists, I'm your enemy for life. You may talk to me by the hour together about admirals, generals, and prime ministers. I mention the glorious names of Michelangelo and Raphael, and down goes your argument directly. When Michelangelo's nose was broken, do you think he minded it? Look in his life, and see if he did. That's all. Ha! My painting room is 40 feet long. Now this is an important proof. While I was painting Columbus and the Golden Age, one was at one end, north, and the other at the other, south. Very good. I walked backwards and forwards between those two pictures incessantly, and never sat down all day long. And this is a fact. And the proof is that I worked on both of them at once. A touch on Columbus, a walk into the middle of the room to look at the effect, turn round, walk up to the Golden Age opposite, a touch on the Golden Age, another walk into the middle of the room to look at the effect, another turn round, and back again to Columbus. 50 miles a day in indoor exercise, according to the calculation of a mathematical friend of mine, and not including the number of times I had to go up and down my portable wooden steps to get at the top parts of Columbus. Isn't a man hardy and strong who can stand that? Ah, just feel my legs, Zack. Are they hard and muscular, or are they not?" Here Mr. Blythe, rapping young Thorpe smartly on the head with his spoon, tried to skip out of his chair as nimbly as usual, but only succeeded in floundering awkwardly into an upright position after he had knocked down his plate with all the greasy remains of the liver and bacon on it. Zack roused himself from muddled meditation with a start, and, under pretence of obeying his friend's injunction, pinched Valentine's leg with such vigorous malice that the painter fairly screamed again under the infliction. All this time Matt sat immovably serene in his place next to the fire. He just kicked Mr. Blythe's broken plate, with the scraps of liver and bacon, and the knife and fork that had fallen with them, into the temporary storeroom under the table, and then pushed towards him another glass of the SQUAW'S mixture, quietly concocted while he had been talking. The effect on Valentine of this hospitable action proved to be singularly soothing and beneficial. He had been getting gradually more and more disputatious for the last 10 minutes, but the moment the steaming glass touched his hand, it seemed to change his mood with the most magical celerity. As he looked down at it, and felt the fragrant rum steaming softly into his nostrils, his face expanded, and while his left hand unsteadily conveyed the tumbler to his lips, his right reached across the table and fraternally extended itself to Matt. "My dear friend," said Mr. Blythe affectionately, "how kind you are! Pray, how do you make the SQUAW'S mixture?" "I say, Matt, leave off smoking and tell us something," interposed Zack. "Bowl away at once with one of your tremendous stories, or Blythe will be bragging again about his rickety old legs. Talk, man. Tell us your famous story of how you lost your scalp." Matt laid down his pipe, and for a moment looked very attentively at Mr. Blythe. Then, with the most uncharacteristic readiness and docility, began his story at once, without requiring another word of persuasion. In general, the very reverse of tedious when he related any experiences of his own, he seemed on this occasion perversely bent on letting his narrative ooze out to the most interminable length. instead of adhering to the abridged account of his terrible adventure which he had given Zack when they first talked together on Blackfriars Bridge, he now dwelt drowsily on the minutest particulars of the murderous chase that had so nearly cost him his life, enumerating them one after the other in the same heavy droning voice which never changed its tone in the slightest degree as he went on. After about 10 minutes' endurance of the narrative infliction which he had himself provoked, young Thorpe was just beginning to feel a sensation of utter oblivion stealing over him, when a sound of lusty snoring close at his back startled him into instant wakefulness. He looked round. There was Mr. Blythe placidly and profoundly asleep, with his mouth wide open and his head resting against the wall. "Stop," whispered Matt, as Zack seized on a half-squeezed lemon and took aim at Valentine's mouth. "Don't wake him yet. What do you say to some oysters?" "Give us a dish and I'll show you," returned young Thorpe. "Sally's in bed by this time. I'll fetch the oysters myself from over the way. But, I say, I must have a friendly shot with something or other at dear old Blythe's gaping mouth." "Try him with an oyster when you come back," said Matt, producing from the cupboard behind him a large yellow pie dish. "Go on, I'll see you downstairs, and leave the candle on the landing and the door on the jar, so as you can get in quietly. Steady, young un, and mind the dish when you cross the road." With these words Matt dismissed Zack from the street door to the oyster shop, and then returned immediately to his guest upstairs. Valentine was still fast asleep and snoring vehemently. Matt's hand descended again into his pocket, reappearing, however, quickly enough on this occasion with a piece of wax which he had purchased that morning. Steadying his arms coolly on the table, he detached the little chain which held the key of Mr. Blythe's bureau from the watch-guard to which it was fastened, took off on his wax a perfect impression of the whole key from the pipe to the handle, attached it again to the sleeper's watch-guard, pared away the rough ends of the piece of wax till it fitted into an old tin tobacco box which he took from the chimney-piece, pocketed this box, and then quietly resumed his original place at the table. "Now," said Matt, looking at the unconscious Mr. Blythe after he had lit his pipe again, "now, painter man, wake up as soon as you like." It was not long before Zack returned. A violent bang of the street door announced his entry into the passage, a confused clattering and stumbling marked his progress upstairs, a shrill crash, a heavy thump and a shout of laughter indicated his arrival on the landing. Matt ran out directly, and found him prostrate on the floor, with a yellow pie dish in halves at the bottom of the stairs, and dozens of oyster shells scattered about him in every direction. "Hurt?" inquired Matt, pulling him up by the collar and dragging him into the room. "Not a bit of it," answered Zack. "I've woke Blythe, though, worse luck, and spoiled our shot with the oyster, haven't I? Oh, Lord, how he stares!" Valentine certainly did stare. He was standing up, leaning against the wall, and looking about him in a woefully dazed condition. Either his nap, or the alarming manner in which he had been awakened from it, had produced a decided change for the worse in him. As he slowly recovered what little sense he had left to make use of, all his talkativeness and cordiality seemed to desert him. He shook his head mournfully, refused to eat or drink anything, declared with sullen solemnity that his digestion was a perfect wreck in consequence of his keeping drunken society, and insisted on going home directly, in spite of everything that Zack could say to him. The landlord, who had been brought from his shop below by the noise, and who thought it very desirable to take the first opportunity that offered of breaking up the party before any more grog was consumed, officiously ran down the stairs and called a cab, the result of this manoeuvre proving in the sequel to be what the tobacconist desired. The moment the sound of wheels was heard at the door, Mr. Blythe clamoured peremptorily for his hat and coat, and, after some little demur, was at last helped into the cab in the most friendly and attentive manner by Matt himself. "Just see the lights out upstairs and the young un in bed, will you?" said Matt to his landlord, as they stood together on the doorstep. "I'm going to blow some of the smoke out of me by taking a turn in the fresh air." He walked away briskly as he said the last words, but when he got to the end of the street, instead of proceeding northwards towards the country, and the cool night breeze that was blowing from it, he perversely turned southwards towards the filthiest little lanes and courts in the whole neighbourhood. Stepping along at a rapid pace, he directed his course towards that particular row of small and vile houses which he had already visited early in the day, and stopped as before at the second-hand iron shop. It was shut up for the night, but a dim light, as of one farthing candle, glimmered through the circular holes in the tops of the shutters, and when Mat knocked at the door with his knuckles, it was opened immediately by the same hump-backed shopman with whom he had conferred in the morning. "Got it?" asked the hunchback in a cracked, querulous voice the moment the door was ajar. "All right," answered Mat in his gruffest bass tones, handing to the little man the tin tobacco-box. "We said tomorrow evening, didn't we?" continued the squalid shopman. "Not later than 6, added Mat. "Not later than 6, repeated the other, shutting the door softly as his customer walked away, northward this time, to seek the fresh air in good earnest. End of chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The garden door. Hit or miss, I'll chance it tonight. Those words were the first that issued from Mat's lips on the morning after Mr. Blythe's visit, as he stood alone amid the festive relics of the past evening in the front room at Kirk Street. Tonight, he repeated to himself, as he pulled off his coat and prepared to make his toilette for the day in a pail of cold water with the assistance of a short bar of wholesome yellow soap. Though it was still early, his mind had been employed for some hours past in considering how the second and only difficulty which now stood between him and the possession of the hair bracelet might best be overcome. Having already procured the first requisite for executing his design, how was he next to profit by what he had gained? Knowing that the false key would be placed in his hands that evening, how was he to open Mr. Blythe's bureau without risking discovery by the owner or by some other person in the house? To this important question he had as yet found no better answer than was involved in the words he had just whispered to himself while preparing for his morning ablutions. As for any definite plan by which to guide himself, he was desperately resigned to trust for the discovery of it to the first lucky chance which might be brought about by the events of the day. "I should like, though, to have one good look by daylight round that place they call the painting-room," thought Mat, plunging his face into 2 handsful of hissing soap-suds. He was still vigorously engaged over the pail of cold water when a loud yawn, which died away gradually into a dreary howl, sounded from the next room, and announced that Zack was awake. In another minute the young gentleman appeared gloomily in his nightgown at the folding doors by which the 2 rooms communicated. His eyes looked red-rimmed and blinking, his cheeks mottled and sodden, his hair tangled and dirty. He had one hand to his forehead, and groaning with the corners of his mouth lamentably drawn down, exhibited a shocking and salutary picture of the consequences of excessive conviviality. "Oh, Lord, Mat," he moaned, "my head's coming in too." "Souse it in a pail of cold water, and walk off what you can't get rid of after that along with me," suggested his friend. Zack wisely took this advice. As they left Kirk Street for their walk, Mat managed that they should shape their course so as to pass Valentine's house on their way to the fields. As he had anticipated, young Thorpe proposed to call in for a minute to see how Mr. Blythe was after the festivities of the past night, and to ascertain if he still remained in the same mind about making the drawing of Mat's arms that evening. "I suspect you didn't brew the SQUAW'S mixture half as weak as you told us you did," said Zack slyly, when they rang at the bell. "It wasn't a bad joke for once in a way. But really, Blythe is such a good, kind-hearted fellow, it seems too bad. In short, don't let's do it next time, that's all." Mat gruffly repudiated the slightest intention of deceiving their guest as to the strength of the liquor he had drunk. They went into the painting-room and found Mr. Blythe there,
pale and penitent, but manfully preparing to varnish the golden age with a very trembling hand and a very headachy contraction of the eyebrows. "Ah, Zack, Zack, I ought to lecture you about last night," said Valentine, "but I have no right to say a word, for I was much the worst of the two. I'm wretchedly ill this morning, which is just what I deserve, and heartily ashamed of myself, which is only what I ought to be. Look at my hand, it's all in a tremble like an old man's. Not a thimbleful of spirits shall ever pass my lips again. I'll stick to lemonade and tea for the rest of my life. No more SQUAW'S mixture for me. Not, my dear sir," continued Valentine, addressing Matt, who had been quietly stealing a glance at the bureau while the painter was speaking to young Thorpe, "not, my dear sir, that I think of blaming you, or doubt for a moment that the drink you kindly mixed for me would have been considered quite weak and harmless by people with stronger heads than mine. It was all my own fault, my own want of proper thoughtfulness and caution. If I misconducted myself last night, as I am afraid I did, pray make allowances." "Nonsense!" cried Zack, seeing that Matt was beginning to fidget away from Valentine instead of returning an answer. "Nonsense! You were glorious company. We were 3 choice spirits, and you were number 1 of the social trio. Away with melancholy! Do you still keep in the same mind about drawing Matt's arms? He'll be delighted to come, and so shall I, and we'll all get virtuously uproarious this time on toast and water and tea." "Of course I keep in the same mind," returned Mr. Blythe. "I had my senses about me, at any rate, when I invited you and your friend here tonight. Not that I shall be able to do much, I am afraid, in the way of drawing, for a letter has come this morning to hurry me into the country. Another portrait job has turned up, and I shall have to start tomorrow. However, I can get in the outline of your friend's arms tonight, and leave the rest to be done when I come back." "Shall I take that sketch down for you, my dear sir, to look at close?" continued Valentine, suddenly raising his voice and addressing himself to Matt. "I venture to think it one of my most contentious studies from actual nature." While Mr. Blythe and Zack had been whispering together, Matt had walked away from them quietly towards one end of the room, and was now standing close to a door, lined inside with sheet iron, having bolts at top and bottom, and leading down a flight of steps from the studio into the back garden. Above this door hung a large chalk sketch of an old 5-barred gate, being the identical study from nature which, as Valentine imagined, was at that moment the special object of interest to Matt. "No, no, don't trouble to get the sketch now," said Zack, once more answering for his friend. "We're going out to get freshened up by a long walk and can't stop. Now then, Matt, what on earth are you staring at? The garden door or the sketch of the 5-barred gate?" "The picture, in course," answered Matt, with unusual quickness and irritability. "It shall be taken down for you to look at close tonight," said Mr. Blythe, delighted by the impression which the 5-barred gate seemed to have produced on the new visitor. On leaving Mr. Blythe's, young Thorpe and his companion turned down a lane partially built over, which led past Valentine's back garden wall. This was their nearest way to the fields and to the high road into the country beyond. Before they had taken 6 steps down the lane, Matt, who had been incomprehensibly stolid and taciturn inside the house, became just as incomprehensibly curious and talkative all on a sudden outside it. In the first place, he insisted on mounting some planks lying under Valentine's wall, to be used for the new houses that were being built in the lane, and peeping over to see what sort of garden the painter had. Zack summarily pulled him down from his elevation by the coat-tails, but not before his quick eye had travelled over the garden, had ascended the steps leading from it to the studio, and had risen above them as high as the brass handle of the door by which they were approached from the painting room. In the second place, when he had been prevailed on to start fairly for the walk, Matt began to ask questions with the same pertinacious inquisitiveness which he had already displayed on the day of the picture show. He set out with wanting to know whether there were to be any strange visitors at Mr. Blythe's that evening, and then, on being reminded that Valentine had expressly said at parting, "Nobody but ourselves," asked if they were likely to see the painter's wife downstairs. After the inquiry had of necessity been answered in the negative, he went on to a third question, and desired to know whether the young woman, as he persisted in calling Madonna, might be expected to stay upstairs with Mrs. Blythe, or to show herself occasionally in the painting room. Zack answered this inquiry also in the negative, with a running accompaniment of bad jokes as usual. Madonna, except under extraordinary circumstances, never came down into the studio in the evening when Mr. Blythe had company there. Satisfied on these points, Matt now wanted to know at what time Mr. Blythe and his family were accustomed to go to bed, and explained, when Zack expressed astonishment at the inquiry, that he had only asked this question in order to find out the hour at which it would be proper to take leave of their host at night. On hearing this, young Thorpe answered as readily and carelessly as usual that the painter's family were early people, who went to bed before 11 o'clock, adding that it was, of course, particularly necessary to leave the studio in good time on the occasion referred to, because Valentine would most probably start for the country next day by one of the morning trains. Matt's next question was preceded by a silence of a few minutes. Possibly he was thinking in what terms he might best put it. If this were the case, he certainly decided on using the briefest possible form of expression, for when he spoke again he asked in so many words what sort of a woman the painter's wife was. Zack characteristically answered the inquiry by a torrent of his most superlative eulogies on Mrs. Blythe, and then, passing from the lady herself to the chamber that she inhabited, wound up with a magnificent and exaggerated description of the splendour of her room. Matt listened to him attentively, then said he supposed Mrs. Blythe must be fond of curiosities and all sorts of knick-knack things from foreign parts. Young Thorpe not only answered the question in the affirmative, but added, as a private expression of his own opinion, that he believed these said curiosities and knick-knacks had helped in their way to keep her alive by keeping her amused. From this he digressed to a long narrative of poor Mrs. Blythe's first illness, and having exhausted that sad subject at last, ended by calling on his friend to change the conversation to some less mournful topic. But just at this point it seemed that Matt was perversely determined to let himself lapse into another silent fit. He not only made no attempt to change the conversation, but entirely ceased asking questions, and, indeed, hardly uttered another word of any kind, good or bad. Zack, after vainly trying to rally him into talking, lit his cigar in despair, and the two walked on together silently, Matt having his hands in his pockets, keeping his eyes bent on the ground, and altogether burying himself, as it were, from the outer world in the innermost recesses of a deep brown study. As they returned and got near Kirk Street, Matt gradually began to talk again, but only on indifferent subjects, asking no more questions about Mr. Blythe or anyone else. They arrived at their lodgings at 5:30 o'clock. Zack went into the bedroom to wash his hands. While he was thus engaged, Matt opened that leather bag of his which has been already described as lying in the corner with the bearskins, and, taking out the feather fan and the Indian tobacco pouch, wrapped them up separately in paper. Having done this, he called to Zack, and, saying that he was about to step over to the shaving shop to get his face scraped clean before going to Mr. Blythe's, left the house with his 2 packages in his hand. "If the worst comes to the worst, I'll chance it to-night with the garden door," said Matt to himself, as he took the first turning that led towards the second-hand iron shop. "This will do to get rid of the painter man with. And this will send Zack after him," he added, putting first the fan and then the tobacco pouch into separate pockets of his coat. A cunning smile hovered about his lips for a moment as he disposed of his 2 packages in this manner, and it passed away again almost immediately, and was succeeded by a curious contraction and twitching of the upper part of his face. He began muttering once again that name of Mary, which had been often on his lips lately, and quickened his pace mechanically, as it was always his habit to do when anything vexed or disturbed him. When he reached the shop, the hunchback was at the door, with a tin tobacco box in his hand. On this occasion not a single word was exchanged between the two. The squalid shopman, as the customer approached, rattled something significantly inside the box, and then handed it to Matt, and Matt put his finger and thumb into his waistcoat pocket, winked, nodded, and handed some money to the squalid shopman. The brief ceremony of giving and taking thus completed, these 2 originals turned away from each other without a word of farewell, the hunchback returning to the counter, and his customer proceeding to the shaving shop. Matt opened the box for an instant, on his way to the barber's, and, taking out the false key, which, though made of baser metal, was almost as bright as the original, put it carefully into his waistcoat pocket. He then stopped at an oil and candle shop and bought a wax taper and a box of matches. "The garden door's safest. I'll chance it with the garden door," thought Matt, as he sat down in the shaving shop chair and ordered the barber to operate on his chin. Punctually at 7 o'clock, Mr. Blythe's visitors rang at his bell. When they entered the studio, they found Valentine all ready for them, with his drawing board at his side, and his cartoon sketch for the proposed new picture of Hercules bringing to King Eurystheus the Erymanthian boar lying rolled up at feet. He said he had got rid of his headache and felt perfectly well now, but Zack observed that he was not in his good spirits. Matt, on his side, observed nothing but the garden door, towards which he lounged carelessly as soon as the first salutations were over. "This way, my dear sir," said Valentine, walking after him. "I have taken down the drawing you were so good as to admire this morning, as I said I would. Here it is, on this painting stand, if you would like to look at it." Matt, whose first glance at the garden door had assured him that it was bolted and locked for the night, wheeled round immediately, and, to Mr. Blythe's great delight, inspected the sketch of the old 5-barred gate with the most extraordinary and flattering attention. "Wants doing up, don't it?" said Matt, referring to the picturesquely ruinous original of the gate represented. "Yes, indeed," answered Valentine, thinking he spoke of the creased and ragged condition of the paper on which the sketch was made. A morsel of paste and a sheet of fresh paper to stretch it on would make quite another thing of it. Matt stared. "Paste and paper for a 5-barred gate? A nice carpenter you would make," he felt inclined to say. Zack, however, spoke at that moment, so he left the sketch and wisely held his tongue. "Now then, Matt, strip to your chest and put your arms in any position Blythe tells you. Remember, you're going to be drawn as Hercules, and mind you look as if you were bringing the Erymanthian boar to King Eurystheus for the rest of the evening," said young Thorpe, composedly warming himself at the fire. While Matt awkwardly and with many expressions of astonishment at the strange piece of service required from him by his host, divested himself of his upper garments, Valentine unrolled on the floor the paper cartoon of his classical composition, and, having refreshed his memory from it, put his model forthwith into the position of Hercules, with a chair to hold instead of an Erymanthian boar, and Zack to look at as the only available representative of King Eurystheus. This done, Mr. Blythe wasted some little time as usual, before he began to work, in looking for his drawing materials. In the course of his search over the littered studio table, he accidentally laid his hand on 2 envelopes with enclosures, which, after examining the addresses, he gave immediately to young Thorpe. "Here, Zack," he said, "these belong to you. The large envelope contains your permission to draw at the British Museum. The small one has a letter of introduction inside, presenting you, with my best recommendations, to my friend Mr. Strather, a very pleasing artist and the curator of an excellent private drawing academy. You had better call tomorrow before 11. Mr. Strather will go with you to the museum and show you how to begin, and will introduce you to his drawing academy the same evening. Pray, pray, Zack, be steady and careful. Remember all you have promised your mother and me, and show us that you are now really determined to study the art in good earnest." Zack expressed great gratitude for his friend's kindness, and declared, with the utmost fervour of voice and manner, that he would repair all his past faults by unflagging future industry as a student of art. After a little longer delay, Valentine at last collected his drawing materials, and fairly began to work. Matt displaying from the first the most extraordinary and admirable steadiness as a model. But, while the work of the studio thus proceeded with all the smoothness and expedition that could be desired, the incidental conversation by no means kept pace with it. In spite of all that young Thorpe could say or do, the talk lagged more and more, and grew duller and duller. Valentine was evidently out of spirits, and the Hercules of the evening had stolidly abandoned himself to the most inveterate silence. At length Zack gave up all further effort to be sociable, and left the painting room to go upstairs and visit the ladies. Matt looked after him as he quitted the studio, and seemed about to speak. Then, glancing aside at the bureau, checked himself suddenly, and did not utter a word. Mr. Blythe's present depression of spirits was not entirely attributable to a certain ominous reluctance to leave home, which he had been vainly trying to shake off since the morning. He had a secret reason for his uneasiness, which happened to be intimately connected with the model whose Herculean chest and arms he was now busily engaged in drawing. The plain fact was that Mr. Blythe's tender conscience smote him sorely when he remembered the trust Mrs. Thorpe placed in his promised supervision over her son, and when he afterwards reflected that he still knew as little of Zack's strange companion as Zack did himself. His visit to Kirk Street, undertaken for the express purpose of guarding the lad's best interests by definitely ascertaining who Mr. Matthew Marksman really was, had ended in what he was now ashamed to dwell over, or even to call to mind. Dear, dear me, thought Mr. Blythe, while he worked away silently at the outline of his drawing. I ought to find out whether this very friendly, good-natured, and useful man is fit to be trusted with Zack, and now the lad is out of the room, I might very well do it. Might? I will. And, acting immediately on this conscientious resolve, simple-hearted Mr. Blythe actually set himself to ask Matt the important question of who he really was. Matt was candour itself in answering all inquiries that related to his wanderings over the American continent. He confessed with the utmost frankness that he had been sent to sea as a wild boy whom it was impossible to keep steady at home, and he quite readily admitted that he had not introduced himself to Zack under his real name. But at this point his communicativeness stopped. He did not quibble or prevaricate. He just bluntly and simply declared that he would tell nothing more than he had told already. I said to the young un, concluded Matt, when we first come together, I haven't heard the sound of my own name for better than 20 years past, and I don't care if I never hear it again. That's what I said to him. That's what I say to you. I'm a rough un, I know, but I haven't broke out of prison or cheated the gallows. My dear sir, interposed Valentine, eagerly and alarmedly, pray don't imagine any such offensive ideas ever entered my head. I might perhaps have thought that family troubles— That's it, Matt broke in quickly. Family troubles. Drop it there and you'll leave it right. Before Mr. Blythe could make any attempt to shift the conversation to some less delicate topic, he was interrupted, to his own great relief, by the return of young Thorpe to the studio. Zack announced the approaching arrival of the supper tray, and warned Hercules to cover up his neck and shoulders immediately, unless he wished to frighten the housemaid out of her wits. At this hint Mr. Blythe laid aside his drawing-board, and Matt put on his flannel waistcoat, not listening the while to one word of the many fervent expressions of gratitude addressed to him by the painter, but appearing to be in a violent hurry to array himself in his coat again. As soon as he had got it on, he put his hand in one of the pockets, and looked hard at Valentine. Just then, however, the servant came in with the tray, upon which he turned round impatiently and walked away once again to the lower end of the room. When the door had closed on the departing housemaid, he returned to Mr. Blythe with the feather fan in his hand, and saying, in his usual downright way, that he had heard from Zack of Mrs. Blythe's invalid condition and of her fondness for curiosities, bluntly asked the painter if he thought his wife would like such a fan as that now produced. I got this plaything for a woman in the old country many a long year ago, said Matt, pressing the fan roughly into Mr. Blythe's hands. When I come back and thought for to give it her, she was dead and gone. There's not another woman in England as cares about me or knows about me. If you're too proud to let your wife have the thing, throw it into the fire. I haven't got nobody to give it to, and I can't keep it by me, and won't keep it by me no longer. In the utterance of these words there was a certain rough pathos and bitter reference to past calamity which touched Valentine in one of his tender places. His generous instincts overcame his prudent doubts in a moment, and moved him, not merely to accept the present, but also to predict warmly that Mrs. Blythe would be delighted with it. Zack, he said, speaking in an undertone to young Thorpe, who had been listening to Matt's last speech and observing his production of the fan in silent curiosity and surprise. Zack, I'll run upstairs with the fan to Lavvy at once, so as not to seem careless about your friend's gift. Mind you do the honours of the supper table with proper hospitality while I am away. Speaking these words, Mr. Blythe bustled out of the room as nimbly as usual. A minute or two after his departure, Mat put his hand into his pocket once more, mysteriously approached young Thorpe, and opened before him the paper containing the Indian tobacco pouch, which was made of scarlet cloth, and was very prettily decorated with coloured beads. "Do you think the young woman would fancy this for a kind of plaything?" he asked. Zack, with a shout of laughter, snatched the pouch out of his hands, and began to rally his friend more unmercifully than ever. For the first time Mat seemed to be irritated by the boisterous merriment of which he was made the object, and cut his tormentor short quite fiercely, with a frown and an oath. "Don't lose your temper, you amorous old savage," cried Zack, with incorrigible levity. "I'll take your pouch upstairs to the beloved object, and, if Blythe will let her have it, I'll bring her down here to thank you for it herself." Saying this, young Thorpe ran laughing out of the room, with the scarlet pouch in his hand. Mat listened intently till the sound of Zack's rapid footsteps died away upstairs, then walked quickly and softly down the studio to the garden door, gently unlocked it, gently drew the bolts back, gently opened it and ascertained that it could also be opened from without merely by turning the handle, then, quietly closing it again, left it, to all appearance, as fast for the night as before, provided no one went near enough or had sufficiently sharp eyes to observe that it was neither bolted nor locked. "Now for the big chest," thought Mat, taking the false key out of his pocket and hastening back to the bureau. "If Zack or the painter man come down before I've time to get at the drawer inside, I've made sure of my second chance with the garden door." He had the key in the lock of the bureau as this thought passed through his mind. He was just about to turn it when the sound of rapidly descending footsteps upon the stairs struck on his quick ear. "Too late," muttered Mat. "I must chance it after all with the garden door." Putting the key into his pocket again as he said this, he walked back to the fireplace. The moment after he got there, Mr. Blythe entered the studio. "I am quite shocked that you should have been so unceremoniously left alone," said Valentine, whose naturally courteous nature prompted him to be just as scrupulously polite in his behaviour to his rough guest as if Mat had been a civilized gentleman of the most refined feeling and the most exalted rank. "I am so sorry you should have been left, through Zack's carelessness, without anybody to ask you to take a little supper," continued Valentine, turning to the table. "Mrs. Blythe, my dear sir, do take a sandwich, desires me to express her best thanks for your very pretty present. That is the brandy in the bottle next to you. She admires the design. Sponge cake? Ah, you don't care about sweets? And thinks the colour of the centre feathers." At this moment the door opened, and Mr. Blythe, abruptly closing his lips, looked towards it with an expression of the blankest astonishment, for he beheld Madonna entering the painting room in company with Zack. Valentine had been persuaded to let the deaf and dumb girl accept the scarlet pouch by his wife, but neither she nor Zack had said a word before him upstairs about taking Madonna into the studio. When the painter was well out of earshot, young Thorpe had confided to Mrs. Blythe the new freak in which he wanted to engage, and, signing unscrupulously to Madonna that she was wanted in the studio, to be presented to the generous man who had given her the tobacco pouch, took her out of the room without stopping to hear to the end the somewhat faint remonstrance by which his proposition was met. To confess the truth, Mrs. Blythe, seeing no great impropriety in the girl's being introduced to the stranger while Valentine was present in the room, and having moreover a very strong curiosity to hear all she could about Zack's odd companion, was secretly anxious to ascertain what impressions Madonna would bring away of Mat's personal appearance and manners. And thus it was that Zack, by seizing his opportunity at the right moment, and exerting a little of that cool assurance in which he was never very deficient, now actually entered the painting room in a glow of mischievous triumph, with Madonna on his arm. Valentine gave him a look as he entered which he found it convenient not to appear to see. The painter felt strongly inclined at that moment to send his adopted child upstairs again directly, but he restrained himself out of a feeling of delicacy towards his guest, for Mat had not only seen Madonna, but had hesitatingly advanced a step or two to meet her, the instant she came into the room. Few social tests for analyzing female human nature can be more safely relied on than that which the moral investigator may easily apply by observing how a woman conducts herself towards a man who shows symptoms of confusion on approaching her for the first time. If she has nothing at all in her, she awkwardly forgets the advantage of her sex and grows more confused than he is. If she has nothing but brains in her, she cruelly abuses the advantage and treats him with quiet contempt. If she has plenty of heart in her, she instinctively turns the advantage to its right use, and forthwith sets him at his ease by the timely charity of a word or the mute encouragement of a look. Now Madonna, perceiving that the stranger showed evident signs on approaching her of what appeared like confusion to her apprehension, quietly drew her arm out of Zack's, and, to his unmeasured astonishment, stepped forward in front of him, looked up brightly into the grim, scarred face of Mat, dropped her usual curtsy, wrote a line hurriedly on her slate, then offered it to him with a smile and a nod, to read if he pleased, and to write on in return. "Who would ever have thought it?" cried Zack, giving vent to his amazement. "She has taken to old Rough and Tough, and made him a prime favourite at first sight." Valentine was standing near, but he did not appear to hear this speech. He was watching the scene before him closely and curiously. Accustomed as he was to the innocent candour with which the deaf and dumb girl always showed her approval or dislike of strangers at a first interview, as also to her apparent perversity in often displaying a decided liking for the very people whose looks and manners had been previously considered certain to displease her, he was now almost as much surprised as Zack when he witnessed her reception of Mat. It was an infallible sign of Madonna's approval if she followed up an introduction by handing her slate of her own accord to a stranger. When she was presented to people whom she disliked, she invariably kept it by her side until it was formally asked for. Eccentric in everything else, Mat was consistently eccentric even in his confusion. Some men who are bashful in a young lady's presence show it by blushing. Mat's colour sank instead of rising. Other men, similarly affected, betray their burdensome modesty by fidgeting incessantly. Mat was as still as a statue. His eyes wandered heavily and vacantly over the girl, beginning with her soft brown hair, then resting for a moment on her face, then descending to the gay pink ribbon on her breast, and to her crisp black silk apron with its smart lace pockets, then dropping at last to her neat little shoes, and to the thin bright line of white stocking that just separated them from the hem of her favourite grey dress. He only looked up again when she touched his hand and put her slate pencil into it. At that signal he raised his eyes once more, read the line she had written to thank him for the scarlet pouch, and tried to write something in return. But his hand shook, and his thoughts seemed to fail him. He gave her back the slate and pencil, looking her full in the eyes as he did so. A curious change came over his face at the same time, a change like that which had altered him so remarkably in the hosier's shop at Dibbledene. Zack might, after all, have made many a worse friend than this man, thought Mr. Blythe, still attentively observing Mat. Vagabonds don't behave in the presence of young girls as he is behaving now. With this idea in his mind, Valentine advanced to help his guest by showing Mat how to communicate with Madonna. The painter was interrupted, however, by young Thorpe, who, the moment he recovered from his first sensations of surprise, began to talk nonsense again at the top of his voice, with the mischievous intention of increasing Mat's embarrassment. While Mr. Blythe was attempting to silence Zack by leading him to the supper table, Madonna was trying her best to reassure the great bulky sunburned man who seemed to be absolutely afraid of her. She moved to a stool which stood near a second table in a corner by the fireplace, and, sitting down, produced a scarlet pouch, intimating by a gesture that Mat was to look at what she was now doing. She then laid the pouch open on her lap, and put into it several little work-box toys, a Tonbridge silk reel, an ivory needle-case, a silver thimble with an enamelled rim, a tiny pair of scissors, and other things of the same kind, which she took first from one pocket of her apron and then from another. While she was engaged in filling the pouch, Zack, standing at the supper table, drummed on the floor with his foot to attract her attention, and interrogatively held up a decanter of wine and a glass. She started as the sound struck on her delicate nerves, and, looking at young Thorpe directly, signed that she did not wish for any wine. The sudden movement of her body thus occasioned shook off her lap a little mother-of-pearl bodkin case, which lay more than half out of one of the pockets of her apron. The bodkin case rolled under the stool, without her seeing it, for she was looking towards the supper-table, without being observed by Matt, for his eyes were following the direction of hers, without being heard by Mr. Blythe, for Zack was, as usual, chattering and making a noise. When she had put two other little toys that remained in her pockets into the pouch, she drew the mouth of it tight, passed the loops of the loose thongs that fastened it over one of her arms, and then, rising to her feet, pointed to it, and looked at Matt with a very significant nod. The action expressed the idea she wished to communicate plainly enough. "See," it seemed to say, "see what a pretty work-bag I can make of your tobacco pouch." But Matt, to all appearance, was not able to find out the meaning of one of her gestures, easy as they were to interpret. His senses seemed to grow more and more perturbed the longer he looked at her. As she curtsied to him again, and moved away in despair, he stepped forward a little, and suddenly and awkwardly held out his hand. "The big man seems to be getting a little less afraid of me," thought Madonna, turning directly, and meeting his clumsy advance towards her with a smile. But the instant he took her hand, her lips closed, and she shivered through her whole body as if dead fingers had touched her. "Oh," she thought now, "how cold his hand is! How cold his hand is!" "If I hadn't felt her warm to touch, I should have been dreaming tonight that I'd seen Mary's ghost." This was the grim fancy which darkly troubled Matt's mind at the very same moment when Madonna was thinking how cold his hand was. He turned away impatiently from some wine offered to him just then by Zack, and, looking vacantly into the fire, drew his coat cuff several times over his eyes and forehead. The chill from the strange man's hand still lingered icily about Madonna's fingers, and made her anxious, though she hardly knew why, to leave the room. She advanced hastily to Valentine and made the sign which indicated Mrs. Blythe by laying her hand on her heart. She then pointed upstairs. Valentine, understanding what she wanted, gave her leave directly to return to his wife's room. Before Zack could make even a gesture to detain her, she had slipped out of the studio, after not having remained in it much longer than 5 minutes. "Zack," whispered Mr. Blythe as the door closed, "I am anything but pleased with you for bringing Madonna downstairs. You have broken through all rule in doing so, and besides that, you have confused your friend by introducing her to him without any warning or preparation." "Oh, that doesn't matter," interrupted young Thorpe. "He's not the sort of man to want warning about anything. I apologize for breaking rules, but as for Matt, why, hang it, Blythe, it's plain enough what has been wrong with him since supper came in. He's fairly knocked up with doing Hercules for you. You've kept the poor old guy for near 2 hours, standing in one position, without a rag on his back, and then you wonder—" "Bless my soul! That never occurred to me. I'm afraid you're right," exclaimed Valentine. "Do let us make him take something hot and comfortable. Dear, dear me, how ought one to mix grog?" Mr. Blythe had been for some little time past trying his best to compound a species of theory and potential SQUAW'S mixture for Matt. He had begun the attempt some minutes before Madonna left the studio, having found it useless to offer any explanations to his inattentive guest of the meaning of the girl's signs and gestures with the slate and tobacco pouch. He had persevered in his hospitable endeavour all through the whispered dialogue which had just passed between Zack and himself, and he had now filled the glass nearly to the brim, when it suddenly occurred to him that he had put sherry in at the top of the tumbler, after having begun with brandy at the bottom. Also that he had altogether forgotten some important ingredient which he was just then perfectly incapable of calling to mind. "Here, Matt," cried Zack, "come and mix yourself something hot. Blythe's been trying to do it for you and can't." Matt, who had been staring more and more vacantly into the fire all this time, turned round again at last towards his friends at the supper-table. He started a little when he saw that Madonna was no longer in the room, then looked aside from the door by which he had departed to the bureau. He had been pretty obstinately determined to get possession of the hair bracelet from the first, but he was doubly and trebly determined now. "It's no use looking about for the young lady," said Zack. "You behaved so clumsily and queerly that you frightened her out of the room." "No, no, nothing of the sort," interposed Valentine good-naturedly. "Pray take something to warm you. I am quite ashamed of my want of consideration in keeping you standing so long, when I ought to have remembered that you were not used to being a painter's model. I hope I have not given you cold." "Given me cold?" repeated Matt amazedly. He seemed about to add a sufficiently indignant assertion of his superiority to any such civilized bodily weakness as a liability to catch cold, but just as the words were on his lips, he looked fixedly at Mr. Blythe and checked himself. "I'm afraid you must be tired with the long sitting you have so kindly given me," added Valentine. "No," answered Matt, after a moment's consideration. "Not tired. Only sleepy. I'd best go home. What's o'clock?" A reference to young Thorpe's watch showed that it was 10 minutes past 10. Matt held out his hand directly to take leave, but Valentine positively refused to let him depart until he had helped himself to something from the supper-table. Hearing this, he poured out a glass of brandy and drank it off, then held out his hand once more and said good night. "Well, I won't press you to stay against your will," said Mr. Blythe rather mournfully. "I will only thank you most heartily for your kindness in sitting to me, and say that I hope to see you again when I return from the country. Good-bye, Zack. I shall start in the morning by an early train. Pray, my dear boy, be steady, and remember your mother and your promises, and call on Mr. Strather in good time tomorrow, and stick to your work, Zack. For all our sakes, stick to your work." As they left the studio, Matt cast one parting glance at the garden door. Would the servant, who had most likely bolted and locked it early in the evening, go near it again before she went to bed? Would Mr. Blythe walk to the bottom of the room to see that the door was safe after he had raked the fire out? Important questions these, which only the events of the night could answer. A little way down Kirk Street, at the end by which Zack and his friend entered it on returning from Mr. Blythe's, stood the local theatre, all ablaze with dazzling gas, and all astir with loitering blackguards. Young Thorpe stopped as he and his companion passed under the portico on the way to their lodgings further up the street. "It's only 10:30 now," he said. "I shall drop in here and see the last scenes of the pantomime. Won't you come too?" "No," said Matt. "I'm too sleepy. I shall go on home." They separated. While Zack entered the theatre, Matt proceeded steadily in the direction of the tobacco shop. As soon, however, as he was well out of the glare of gas from the theatre door, he crossed the street, and, returning quickly by the opposite side of the way, took the road that led him back to Valentine's house. End of chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Hair Bracelet. Mr. Blythe's spirits sank apace as he bolted and locked the front door when his guests had left him. He actually sighed as he now took a turn or two alone up and down the studio. 3 times did he approach close to the garden door as he walked slowly from end to end of the room, but he never once looked up at it. His thoughts were wandering after Zack and Zack's friend, and his attention was keeping them company. Whoever this mysterious Matt may be, mused Valentine, stopping at the 4th turn and walking up to the fireplace, I don't believe there's anything bad about him, and so I shall tell Mrs. Thorpe the next time I see her. He set himself to rake out the fire, leaving only a few red embers and tiny morsels of coal to flame up fitfully from time to time in the bottom of the grate. Having done this, he stood and warmed himself for a little while and tried to whistle a favourite tune. The attempt was a total failure. He broke down at the 3rd bar and ended lamentably in another sigh. "What can be the matter with me? I never felt so miserable about going away from home before." Puzzling himself uselessly with such reflections as these, he went to the supper-table and drank a glass of wine, picked a bit of a sandwich, and unnecessarily spoiled the appearance of 2 sponge cakes by absolutely breaking a small piece off each of them. He was in no better humour for eating or drinking than for whistling, so he wisely determined to light his candle forthwith and go to bed. After extinguishing the lights that had been burning on the supper table, he cast a parting glance all round the room, and was then about to leave it, when the drawing of the old 5-barred gate, which he had taken down for Mat to look at, and had placed on a painting stand at the lower end of the studio, caught his eye. He advanced towards it directly, stopped half-way, hesitated, yawned, shivered a little, thought to himself that it was not worth while to trouble about hanging the drawing up over the garden door that night, and so, yawning again, turned on his heel and left the studio. Mr. Blythe's 2 servants slept upstairs. About 10 minutes after their master had ascended to his bedroom, they left the kitchen for their dormitory on the garret floor. Patty, the housemaid, stopped as she passed the painting room to look in and see that the lights were out and the fire safe for the night. Polly, the cook, went on with the bedroom candle, and, after having ascended the stairs as far as the first landing from the hall, discreetly bethought herself of the garden door, the general care and superintendence of which was properly attached to her department in the household. "I say, did you lock the garden door?" said Polly to Patty through the banisters. "Yes, I did it when I took up master's tea," said Patty to Polly, appearing lazily in the hall, after one sleepy look round the fast darkening studio. "Hadn't you better see to it again, to make sure?" suggested the cautious cook. "Hadn't you? It's your place," retorted the careless housemaid. "Hush!" whispered Valentine, suddenly appearing on the landing above Polly from his bedroom, arrayed in his flannel dressing-gown and nightcap. "Don't talk here, or you'll disturb your mistress. Go up to bed and talk there. Good night." "Good night, sir," answered together the 2 faithful female dependents of the house of Blythe, obeying their master's order with simpering docility, and deferring to a future opportunity all further considerations connected with the garden door. The fire was fading out fast in the studio grate. Now and then, at long intervals, a thin tongue of flame leapt up faintly against the ever-invading gloom, flickered for an instant over the brighter and more prominent objects in the room, then dropped back again into darkness. The profound silence was only interrupted by those weird house noises which live in the death of night and die in the life of day, by that sudden crackling in the wall, by that mysterious creaking in the furniture, by those still small ghostly sounds from inanimate bodies which we have all been startled by over and over again while lingering at our book after the rest of the family are asleep in bed, while waiting up for a friend who is out late, or while watching alone through the dark hours in a sick chamber. Excepting such occasional night noises as these, so familiar yet always so strange, the perfect tranquillity of the studio remained undisturbed for nearly an hour after Mr. Blythe had left it. No neighbours came home in cabs, no bawling drunken men wandered into the remote country fastnesses of the new suburb. The night breeze, blowing in from the fields, was too light to be audible. The watch-dog in the nurseryman's garden hard by was as quiet on this particular night as if he had actually barked himself dumb at last. Outside the house, as well as inside, the drowsy reign of old primeval quiet was undisturbed by the innovating vagaries of the rebel noise. Undisturbed till the clock in the hall pointed to 11:15. Then there came softly and slowly up the iron stairs that led from the back garden to the studio a sound of footsteps. When these ceased, the door at the lower end of the room was opened gently from outside, and a black, bulky figure of Mat appeared on the threshold, lowering out gloomily against the background of starry sky. He stepped into the painting room and closed the door quietly behind him, stood listening anxiously in the darkness for a moment or two, then, pulling from his pocket the wax taper and the matches which he had bought that afternoon, immediately provided himself with a light. While the wick of the taper was burning up, he listened again. Except the sound of his own heavy breathing, all was quiet around him. He advanced at once to the bureau, starting involuntarily as he brushed by Mr. Blythe's lay figure with the Spanish hat and the Roman toga, and cursing it under his breath for standing in his way, as if it had been a living creature. The door leading from the studio into the passage of the house was not quite closed, but he never noticed this as he passed to the bureau, though it stood close to the chink left between the door and the post. He had the false key in his hand, he knew that he should be in possession of the hair bracelet in another moment, and, his impatience for once getting the better of his cunning, he pounced on the bureau, without looking aside first either to the right or the left. He had unlocked it, had pulled open the inner drawer, had taken out the hair bracelet, and was just examining it closely by the light of his taper, after having locked the bureau again, when a faint sound on the staircase of the house caught his ear. At the same instant a thin streak of candlelight flashed on him through the narrow chink between the hardly closed door and the door-post. It increased rapidly in intensity as the sound of softly advancing footsteps now grew more and more distinct from the stone passage leading to the interior of the house. He had the presence of mind to extinguish his taper, to thrust the hair bracelet into his pocket, and to move across softly from the bureau, which stood against the lock-side door-post, to the wall, which was by the hinge-side door-post, so that the door itself might open back upon him, and thus keep him concealed from the view of any person entering the room. He had the presence of mind to take these precautions instantly, but he had not self-control enough to suppress the involuntary exclamation which burst from his lips at the moment when the thin streak of candlelight first flashed into his eyes. A violent spasmodic action contracted the muscles of his throat. He clenched his fist in a fury of suppressed rage against himself as he felt that his own voice had turned traitor and betrayed him. The light came close. The door opened gently till it just touched him as he stood with his back against the wall. For one instant his heart stopped. The next it burst into action again with a heave, and the blood rushed hotly through every vein all over him as his wrought-up nerves of mind and body relaxed together under a sense of ineffable relief. He was saved almost by a miracle from the inevitable consequence of the rash exclamation that had escaped him. It was Madonna who had opened the door. It was the deaf and dumb girl who he now saw walking into the studio. She had been taking her working materials out of the tobacco pouch in her own room before going to bed, and had then missed her mother-of-pearl bodkin case. Suspecting immediately that she must have dropped it in the studio, and fearing that it might be trodden on and crushed if she left it there until the next morning, she had now stolen downstairs by herself to look for it. Her hair, not yet put up for the night, was combed back from her face, and hung lightly down in long silky folds over her shoulders. Her complexion looked more exquisitely clear and pure than ever, set off, as it was, by the white dressing-gown which now clothed her. She had a pretty little red and blue china candlestick, given to her by Mrs. Blythe, in her hand, and, holding the light above her, advanced slowly from the studio doorway, with her eyes bent on the ground, searching anxiously for the missing bodkin case. Matt's resolution was taken the moment he caught sight of her. He never stirred an inch from his place of concealment until she had advanced 3 or 4 paces into the room and had her back turned full upon him. Then, quietly stepping a little forward from the door, but still keeping well behind her, he blew out her candle just as she was raising it over her head and looking down intently on the floor in front of her. He had calculated, rightly enough, on being able to execute this manoeuvre with impunity from discovery, knowing that she was incapable of hearing the sound of his breath when he blew her candle out, and that the darkness would afterwards not only effectually shield him from detection, but also oblige her to leave him alone in the room again, while she went to get another light. He had not calculated, however, on the serious effect which the success of his stratagem would have upon her nerves, for he knew nothing of the horror which the loss of her sense of hearing caused her always to feel when she was left in darkness, and he had not stopped to consider that by depriving her of her light, he was depriving her of that all-important guiding sense of sight, the loss of which she could not supply in the dark as others could by the exercise of the ear. The instant he blew her candle out, she dropped the china candlestick in a paroxysm of terror. It fell and broke, with a deadened sound, on one of the many portfolios lying on the floor about her. He had hardly time to hear this happen before the dumb moaning, the inarticulate cry of fear, which was all that the poor panic-stricken girl could utter, rose low, shuddering, and ceaseless in the darkness, so close at his ear that he fancied he could feel her breath palpitating quick and warm on his cheek. If she should touch him, If she should be sensible of the motion of his foot on the floor, as she had been sensible of the motion of Zack's when young Thorpe offered her the glass of wine at supper time, it was a risk to remain still. It was a risk to move. He stood as helpless even as the helpless creature near him. That low, ceaseless, dumb moaning smote so painfully on his heart, roused up so fearfully the rude superstitious fancies lying in wait within him in connection with the lost and dead Mary Gryce, that the sweat broke out on his face, the coldness of sharp mental suffering seized on his limbs, the fever of unutterable expectation parted up his throat and mouth and lips, and for the first time perhaps in his existence he felt the chillness of mortal dread running through him to his very soul. He, who amid perils of seas and wildernesses and horrors of hunger and thirst had played familiarly with his own life for more than 20 years past, as a child plays familiarly with an old toy. He knew not how long it was before the dumb moaning seemed to grow fainter, to be less fearfully close to him, to change into what sounded at one moment like a shivering of her whole body, at another like a rustling of her garments, at a third like a slow scraping of her hands over the table on the other side of her, and of her feet over the floor. She had summoned courage enough at last to move and to grope her way out. He knew it as he listened. He heard her touch the edge of the half-opened door. He heard the still sound of her first footfall on the stone passage outside, then the noise of her hand drawn along the wall, then the lessening gasps of her affrighted breathing as she gained the stairs. When she was gone, and the change and comfort of silence and solitude stole over him, his power of thinking, his cunning and resolution began to return. Listening yet a little while, and hearing no sound of any disturbance among the sleepers in the house, he ventured to light one of his matches, and, by the brief flicker that it afforded, picked his way noiselessly through the lumber in the studio, and gained the garden door. In a minute he was out again in the open air. In a minute more he had got over the garden wall, and was walking freely along the lonely road of the new suburb with the hair bracelet safe in his pocket. At first he did not attempt to take it out and examine it. He had not felt the slightest scruple beforehand. He did not feel the slightest remorse now in connection with the bracelet and with his manner of obtaining possession of it. Callous, however, as he was in this direction, he was sensitive in another. There was both regret and repentance in him as he thought of the deaf and dumb girl and of the paroxysm of terror he had caused her. How patiently and prettily she had tried to explain to him her gratitude for his gift and the use she meant to put it to, and how cruelly he had made her suffer in return. "I wish I hadn't frightened her so," said Matt to himself, thinking of this in his own rough way as he walked rapidly homewards. "I wish I hadn't frightened her so." But his impatience to examine the bracelet got the better of his repentance, as it had already got the better of every other thought and feeling in him. He stopped under a gas lamp and drew his prize out of his pocket. He could see that it was made of 2 kinds of hair, and that something was engraved on the flat gold of the clasp. But his hand shook, his eyes were dimmer than usual, the light was too high above him, and try as he might, he could make out nothing clearly. He put the bracelet into his pocket again, and, muttering to himself impatiently, made for Kirk Street at his utmost speed. His landlord's wife happened to be in the passage when he opened the door. Without the ceremony of a single preliminary word, he astonished her by taking her candle out of her hand and instantly disappearing upstairs with it. Zack had not come from the theatre. He had lodgings to himself. He could examine the hair bracelet in perfect freedom. His first look was at the clasp. By holding it close to the flame of the candle, he succeeded in reading the letters engraved on it. M.G. in memory of S.G. Mary Gryce, in memory of Susan Gryce. Matt's hand closed fast on the bracelet and dropped heavily on his knee as he uttered those words. The pantomime which Zack had gone to see was so lengthened out by encores of incidental songs and dances that it was not over till close on midnight. When he left the theatre, the physical consequences of breathing a vitiated atmosphere made themselves felt immediately in the regions of his mouth, throat, and stomach. Those ardent aspirations in the direction of shellfish and malt liquor, which it is especially the mission of the English drama to create, overcame him as he issued into the fresh air, and took him to the local oyster shop for refreshment and change of scene. Having the immediate prospect of the private drawing academy vividly and menacingly present before his eyes, Zack thought of the future for once in his life, and astonished the ministering vassals of the oyster shop, with all of whom he was on terms of intimate friendship, by enjoying himself with exemplary moderation at the festive board. When he had done supper and was on his way to bed at the tobacconist's across the road, it is actually not too much to say that he was sober and subdued enough to have borne inspection by the President and Council of the Royal Academy as a model student of the fine arts. It was rather a surprise to him not to hear his friend snoring when he let himself into the passage, but his surprise rose to blank astonishment when he entered the front room and saw the employment on which his fellow lodger was engaged. Mat was sitting by the table with his rifle laid across his knees, and was scouring the barrel bright with a piece of sandpaper. By his side was an unsnuffed candle, an empty bottle, and a tumbler with a little raw brandy left in the bottom of it. His face, when he looked up, showed that he had been drinking hard. There was a stare in his eyes that was at once fierce and vacant, and a hard, fixed, unnatural smile on his lips which Zack did not at all like to see. "Why, Mat, old boy," he said soothingly, "you look a little out of sorts. What's wrong?" Mat scoured away at the barrel of the gun harder than ever, and gave no answer. "What in the name of wonder can you be scouring your rifle for tonight?" continued young Thorpe. "You've never yet touched it since you brought it into the house. What can you possibly want with it now? We don't shoot birds in England with rifle bullets." "A rifle bullet will do for my game if I put it up," said Mat, suddenly and fiercely fixing his eyes on Zack. "What game does he mean?" thought young Thorpe. "He's been drinking himself pretty nearly drunk. Can anything have happened to him since we parted company at the theatre? I should like to find out, but he's such an old savage when the brandy's in his head that I don't half like to question him." Here Zack's reflections were interrupted by the voice of his eccentric friend. "Did you ever meet with a man of the name of CARR?" asked Mat. He looked away from young Thorpe, keeping his eyes steadily on the rifle and rubbing hard the barrel as he put this question. "No," said Zack, "not that I can remember." Mat left off cleaning the gun and began to fumble awkwardly in one of his pockets. After some little time he produced what appeared to Zack to be an inordinately long letter, written in a crammed hand, and superscribed apparently with 2 long lines of inscription instead of an ordinary address. Opening this strange-looking document, Mat guided himself a little way down the lines of the first page with a very unsteady forefinger, stopped, and read somewhat anxiously and with evident difficulty, then put the letter back in his pocket, dropped his eyes once more on the gun in his lap, and said with a strong emphasis on the Christian name: "Arthur CARR?" "No," returned Zack. "I never met with a man of that name. Is he a friend of yours?" Mat went on scouring the rifle barrel. Young Thorpe said nothing more. He had been a little puzzled early in the evening when his friend had exhibited the fan and tobacco pouch, neither of which had been produced before, and had mentioned to Mr. Blythe that they were once intended for a woman who was now dead. Zack had thought this conduct rather odd at the time, but now, when it was followed by these strangely abrupt references to the name of CARR, by this mysterious scouring of the rifle, and desperate brandy drinking in solitude, he began to feel perplexed in the last degree about Mat's behaviour. "Is this about Arthur CARR a secret of the old boy's?" Zack asked himself with a sort of bewildered curiosity. "Is he letting out more than he ought, I wonder, now he is a little in liquor?" While young Thorpe was pondering thus, Mat was still industriously scouring the barrel of his rifle. After the silence in the room had lasted some minutes, he suddenly threw away his morsel of sandpaper and spoke again. "Zack," he said, familiarly smacking the stock of his rifle, "me and you had some talk once about going away to the wild country over the waters together. I'm ready to sail when you are, if—" He had glanced up at young Thorpe with his vacant bloodshot eyes as he spoke the last words, but he checked himself almost at the same moment and looked away again quickly at the gun. "If what?" asked Zack. "If I can lay my hands first on Arthur CARR," answered Mat, with very unusual lowness of tone. Only let me do that, and I shall be game to tramp it at an hour's notice. He may be dead and buried for anything I know." "Then what's the use of looking after him?" interposed Zack. "The use is, I've got it into my head that he's alive, and that I shall find him," returned Matt. "Well?" said young Thorpe eagerly. Matt became silent again. His head drooped slowly forward, and his body followed it till he rested his elbows on the gun. Sitting in this crouched up position, he abstractedly began to amuse himself by snapping the lock of the rifle. Zack, suspecting that the brandy he had swallowed was beginning to stupefy him, determined with characteristic recklessness to rouse him into talking at any hazard. "What the devil is all this mystery about?" he cried boldly. "Ever since you pulled out that feather fan and tobacco pouch at Blythe's—" "Well, what of them?" interrupted Matt, looking up instantly with a fierce, suspicious stare. "Nothing particular," pursued Zack undauntedly, "except that it's odd you had never brought them out before, and odder still that you should tell Blythe and never say a word here to me about getting them for a woman." "What of her?" broke out Matt, rising to his feet with flushed face and threatening eyes, and making the room ring again as he grounded his rifle on the floor. "Nothing but what a friend ought to say," replied Zack, feeling that, in Matt's present condition, he had ventured a little too far. "I'm sorry for your sake that she never lived to have the presents you meant for her. There's no offence, I hope, in saying that much, or in asking, after what you yourself told Blythe, whether her death happened lately or—" "It happened afore ever you was born." He gave this answer, which amazed Zack, in a curiously smothered, abstracted tone, as if he were talking to himself, laying aside the rifle suddenly as he spoke, sitting down by the table again, and resting his head on his hand. Young Thorpe took a chair near him, but wisely refrained from saying anything just at that moment. Silence seemed to favour the change that was taking place for the better in Matt's temper. He looked up after a while, and regarded Zack with a rough wistfulness and anxiety working in his swarthy face. "I like you, Zack," he said, laying one hand on the lad's arm and mechanically stroking down the cloth of his sleeve. "I like you. Don't let us two part company. Let's always pull together as brotherly and pleasant as we can." He paused. His hand tightened round young Thorpe's arm, and the hot, dry, tearless look in his eyes began to soften as he added, "I take it kind in you, Zack, saying you were sorry for her just now. She died afore ever you was born." His hand relaxed its grasp, and when he had repeated those last words he turned a little away and said no more. Astonishment and curiosity impelled young Thorpe to hazard another question. "Was she a sweetheart of yours?" he asked, unconsciously sinking his voice to a whisper. "Or a relation, or—" "Kin to me, said Matt quickly, yet not impatiently, reaching out his hand again to Zack's arm, but without looking up. "Was she your mother?" "No." "Sister?" "Yes." For a minute or two Zack was silent after this answer. As soon as he began to speak again his companion shook his arm, a little impatiently this time, and stopped him. "Drop it," said Matt peremptorily. "Don't let's talk no more. My head—" "Anything wrong with your head?" asked Zack. Matt rose to his feet again. A change began to appear in his face. The flesh that had tinged it from the first deepened palpably and spread up to the very rim of his black skull-cap. A confusion and dimness seemed to be stealing over his eyes, a thickness and heaviness to be impeding his articulation when he spoke again. "I've overdone it with the brandy," he said. "My head's getting hot under the place where they scalped me. Give me hold of my head and show me a light, Zack. I can't stop indoors no longer. Don't talk. Let me out of the house at once." Young Thorpe took up the candle directly, and leading the way downstairs, led him out into the street by the private door, not venturing to irritate him by saying anything, but waiting on the doorstep, and watching him with great curiosity as he started for his walk. He was just getting out of sight when Zack heard him stop, and strike his stick on the pavement. In less than a minute he had turned, and was back again at the door of the tobacconist's shop. "Zack," he whispered, "you ask about among your friends if any of 'em ever knowed a man with that name I told you of." "Do you mean the Arthur Carr you were talking about just now?" inquired young Thorpe. "Yes, Arthur Carr," said Matt very earnestly. Then, turning away before Zack could ask him any more questions, he disappeared rapidly this time in the darkness of the street. Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Search for Arthur Carr. Mr. Blythe was astir betimes on the morning after Matt and young Thorpe had visited him in the studio. Manfully determined not to give way an inch to his own continued reluctance to leave home, he packed up his brushes and colours, and started on his portrait-painting tour by the early train which he had originally settled to travel by. Although he had every chance of spending his time during his absence agreeably as well as profitably, his inexplicable sense of uneasiness at being away from home remained with him even on the railway, defying all the exhilarating influences of rapid motion and change of scene, and oppressing him as inveterately as it had oppressed him the night before. Bad, however, as his spirits now were, they would have been much worse if he had known of two remarkable domestic events which it had been the policy of his household to keep strictly concealed from him on the day of his departure. When Mr. Blythe's cook descended the first thing in the morning to air the studio in the usual way by opening the garden door, she was not a little amazed and alarmed to find that, although it was closed, it was neither bolted nor locked. She communicated this circumstance, reproachfully of course, to the housemaid, who answered, indignantly, as was only natural, by reiterating her assertion of the past night that she had secured the door properly at 6 o'clock in the evening. Polly, appealing to contradictory visible fact, rejoined that the thing was impossible. Patty, holding fast to affirmatory personal knowledge, retorted that the thing had been done. Upon this the two had a violent quarrel, followed by a sulky silence, succeeded by an affectionate reconciliation, terminated by a politic resolution to say nothing more about the matter, and especially to abstain from breathing a word in connection with it to the ruling authorities above stairs. Thus it happened that neither Valentine nor his wife knew anything of the suspicious appearance presented that morning by the garden door. But, though Mrs. Blythe was ignorant on this point, she was well enough informed on another of equal, if not greater, domestic importance. While her husband was downstairs taking his early breakfast, Madonna came into her room, and communicated confidentially all the particulars of the terrible fright that she had suffered while looking for her bodkin case in the studio on the night before. How her candle could possibly have gone out, as it did in an instant, she could not say. She was quite sure that nobody was in the room when she entered it, and quite sure that she felt no draught of wind in any direction. In short, she knew nothing of her own experience but that her candle suddenly went out, that she remained for a little time half dead with fright in the darkness, and that she then managed to grope her way back to her bedroom, in which a night light was always burning. Mrs. Blythe followed the progress of this strange story on Madonna's fingers with great interest to the end, and then, after suggesting that the candle might have gone out through some defect in the make of it, or might really have been extinguished by a puff of air which the girl was too much occupied in looking for her bodkin case to attend to, earnestly charged her not to say a word on the subject of her adventure to Valentine when she went to help him in packing up his painting materials. "He is nervous and uncomfortable enough already, poor fellow, at the idea of leaving home," thought Mrs. Blythe, "and if he heard the story about the candle going out, it would only make him more uneasy still." To explain this consideration to Madonna was to ensure her discretion. She accordingly kept her adventure in the studio so profound a secret from Mr. Blythe that he no more suspected what had happened to her than he suspected what had happened to the hair bracelet, when he hastily assured himself that he was leaving his bureau properly locked by trying the lid of it the last thing before going away. Such were the circumstances under which Valentine left home. He was not, however, the only traveller of the reader's acquaintance whose departure from London took place on the morning after the mysterious extinguishing of Madonna's light in the painting-room. By a whimsical coincidence it so happened that, at the very same hour when Mr. Blythe was journeying in one direction, to paint portraits, Mr. Matthew Marksman, now perhaps also recognisable as Mr. Matthew Gryce, was journeying in another, to pay a second visit to Dibbledene. Not a visit of pleasure by any means, but a visit of business which, in every particular, Matt had especially intended to keep secret from Zack, but some inkling of which he had nevertheless allowed to escape him during his past night's conversation with the lad in Kirk Street. When young Thorpe and he met on the morning after that conversation, he was sufficiently aware of the fact that his overdose of brandy had set him talking in a very unguarded manner, and desired Zack, as bluntly as usual, to repeat to him all that he had let out while the liquor was in his head. After this request had been complied with, he volunteered no additional confidences. He simply said that what had slipped from his tongue was no more than the truth, but that he could add nothing to it, and explain nothing about it, until he had first discovered whether Arthur Carr were alive or dead. On being asked how and when he intended to discover this, he answered that he was going into the country to make the attempt that very morning, and that, if he succeeded, he would, on his return, tell his fellow-lodger unreservedly all that the latter might wish to know. Favoured with this additional promise, Zack was left alone in Kirk Street, to quiet his curiosity as well as he could, with the reflection that he might hear something more about his friend's secrets when Matt returned from his trip to the country. In order to collect a little more information on the subject of these secrets than was at present possessed by Zack, it will be necessary to return for a moment to the lodgings in Kirk Street at that particular period of the night when Mr. Marksman was sitting alone in the front room and was holding the hair bracelet crumpled up tight in one of his hands. His first glance at the letters engraved on the clasp not only showed him to whom the bracelet had once belonged, but set at rest in his mind all further doubt as to the identity of the young woman whose face had so startled and impressed him in Mr. Blythe's studio. He was neither logical enough nor legal enough in his mode of reasoning to see that, although he had found his sister's bracelet in Valentine's bureau, it did not actually follow as a matter of proof, though it might as a matter of suspicion, that he had also found his sister's child in Valentine's house. No such objection as this occurred to him. He was now perfectly satisfied that Madonna was what he had suspected her to be from the first, Mary's child. But to the next questions that he asked himself concerning the girl's unknown father, the answers were not so easy to be found. Who was Arthur Carr? Where was he? Was he still alive? His first hasty suspicion that Valentine might have assumed the name of Arthur Carr, and might therefore be the man himself, was set at rest immediately by another look at the bracelet. He knew that the lightest in colour, of the two kinds of hair of which it was made, was Carr's hair, because it exactly resembled the surplus lock sent back by the jeweller, and enclosed in Jane Holdsworth's letter. He made the comparison, and discovered the resemblance at a glance. The evidence of his own eyesight, which was enough for this, was also enough to satisfy him immediately that Arthur Carr's hair was, in colour, as nearly as possible the exact opposite of Mr. Blythe's hair. Still, though the painter was assuredly not the father, might he not know who the father was or had been? How could he otherwise have got possession of Mary Gryce's bracelet and Mary Gryce's child? These two questions suggested a third in Matt's mind. Should he discover himself at once to Mr. Blythe, and compel him by fair means or foul to solve all doubts and disclose what he knew? No, not at once. That would be playing, at the outset, a desperate and dangerous move in the game which had best be reserved to the last. Besides, it was useless to think of questioning Mr. Blythe just now, except by the uncertain and indiscreet process of following him into the country, for he had settled to take his departure from London early the next morning. But it was now impossible to rest, after what had been already discovered, without beginning, in one direction or another, the attempt to find out Arthur Carr. Matt's purpose of doing this sprang from the strongest of all resolutions, a vindictive resolution. That dangerous part of the man's nature which his life among the savages and his wanderings in the wild places of the earth had been stealthily nurturing for many a long year past was beginning to assert itself, now that he had succeeded in penetrating the mystery of Madonna's parentage by the mother's side. Placed in his position, the tender thought of their sister's child would, at this particular crisis, have been uppermost in many men's hearts. The one deadly thought of the villain who had been Mary's ruin was uppermost in Matt's. He pondered but a little while on the course that he should pursue before the idea of returning to Dibbleden and compelling Joanna Gryce to tell more than she had told at their last interview occurred to him. He disbelieved a passage in her narrative which stated that she had seen and heard nothing of Arthur Carr in all the years that had elapsed since the flight and death of her niece. He had his own conviction, or rather his own presentiment, which he had mentioned to Zack, that the man was still alive somewhere, and he felt confident that he had it in his power, as a last resource, to awe the old woman into confessing everything that she knew. To Dibbleden, therefore, in the first instance, he resolved to go. If he failed there in finding any clue to the object of his inquiry, he determined to repair next to Rubbleford, and to address himself boldly to Mrs. Peckover. He remembered that, when Zack had first mentioned her extraordinary behaviour about the hair-bracelet in Mr. Blythe's hall, he had prefaced his words by saying that she knew apparently as much of Madonna's history as the painter did himself, and that she kept that knowledge just as close and secret. This woman, therefore, doubtless possessed information which she might be either entrapped or forced into communicating. There would be no difficulty about finding out where she lived, for, on the evening when he had mimicked her, young Thorpe had said that she kept a dairy and muffin shop at Rubbleford. To that town, then, he proposed to journey in the event of failing in his purpose at Dibbleden. And if, by any evil chance, he should end in ascertaining no more from Mrs. Peckover than from Joanna Gryce, what course should he take next? There would be nothing to be done then but to return to London, to try the last great hazard, to discover himself to Mr. Blythe, come what might, with a hair-bracelet to vouch for him in his hand. These were his thoughts as he sat alone in the lodging in Kirk Street. At night they had ended in the fatal constellation of the brandy bottle, in the desperate and solitary excess which had so cheated him of his self-control that the lurking taint which his life among the savages had left in his disposition, and the deadly rancour which his recent discovery of his sister's fate had stored up in his heart, escaped from concealment and betrayed themselves in that half-drunken, half-sober occupation of scouring the rifle-barrel, which it had so greatly amazed Zack to witness, and which the lad had so suddenly and strangely suspended by his few chance words of sympathizing reference to Mary's death. But in the morning Matt's head was clear, and his dangerous instincts were held once more under cunning control. In the morning, therefore, he declined explaining himself to young Thorpe, and started quietly for the country by the first train. On being set down at the Dibbleden station, Matt lingered a little and looked about him, just as he had lingered and looked on the occasion of his first visit. He subsequently took the same road to the town which he had then taken, and, on gaining the church, stopped, as he had formerly stopped, at the churchyard gate. This time, however, he seemed to have no intention of passing the entrance, no intention, indeed, of doing anything unless standing vacantly by the gate and mechanically swinging it backwards and forwards with both his hands can be considered in the light of an occupation. As for the churchyard, he hardly looked at it now. There were 2 or 3 people at a little distance walking about among the graves, who it might have been thought would have attracted his attention, but he never took the smallest notice of them. He was evidently meditating about something, for he soon began to talk to himself, being, like most men who have passed much of their time in solitude, unconsciously in the habit of thinking aloud. "I wonder how many years ago it is since she and me used to swing backwards and forwards on this," he said, still pushing the gate slowly to and fro. "The hinges used to creak then. They go smooth enough now. Oiled, I suppose." As he said this, he moved his hands from the bar on which they rested, and turned away to go on to the town, but stopped, and walking back to the gate, looked attentively at its hinges. "Ah," he said, "not oiled. New." "New," he repeated, walking slowly towards the High Street. "New since my time, like everything else here. I wish I'd never come back. I wish to God I'd never come back." On getting into the town, he stopped at the same place where he had halted on his first visit to Dibbleden to look up again, as he had looked then, at the hosier's shop which had once belonged to Joshua Grice. Here those visible and tangible signs and tokens which he required to stimulate his sluggish memory were not very easy to recognize. Though the general form of his father's old house was still preserved, the repainting and renovating of the whole front had somewhat altered it in its individual parts to his eyes. He looked up and down at the gables and all along from window to window, and shook his head discontentedly. "New again here," he said. "I can't make out for certain which winder it was Mary and me broke between us when I come away from school the year afore I went to sea. Whether it was Mary that broke the window and me that took the blame," he continued, slowly pursuing his way, "or whether it was her that took the blame and me that broke the window, I can't rightly call to mind. And no great wonder, neither, if I've forgot such a thing as that, when I can't even fix it for certain yet whether she used to wear her hair bracelet or not while I was at home." Communing with himself in this way, he reached the turning that led to Joanna Gryce's cottage. His thoughts had thus far been straying away idly and uninterruptedly to the past. They were now recalled abruptly to present emergencies by certain unexpected appearances which met his eye the moment he looked down the lane along which he was walking. He remembered this place as having struck him by its silence and its loneliness on the occasion of his first visit to Dibbledy. He now observed with some surprise that it was astir with human beings, and noisy with the clamour of gossiping tongues. All the inhabitants of the cottages on either side of the road were out in their front gardens. All the townspeople who ought to have been walking about the principal streets seemed to be incomprehensibly congregated in this one narrow little lane. What were they assembled here to do? What subject was it that men and women, and even children as well, were all eagerly talking about? Without waiting to hear, without questioning anybody, without appearing to notice that he was stared at, as indeed all strangers are in rural England, as if he were walking about among a breeched and petticoated people in the character of a savage, with nothing but war paint on him, Matt steadily and rapidly pursued his way down the lane to Joanna Gryce's cottage. "Time enough," thought he, "to find out what all this means when I've got quietly into the house I'm bound for." As he approached the cottage he saw, standing at the gate, what looked to his eyes like two coaches. One very strange in form, both very remarkable in colour. All about the coaches stood solemn-looking gentlemen, and all about the solemn-looking gentlemen circled inquisitively and excitably the whole vagabond boy and girl population of Dibbledy. Amazed and even bewildered, though he hardly knew why, by what he saw, Matt hastened on to the cottage. Just as he arrived at the garden paling, the door opened, and from the inside of the dwelling there protruded slowly into the open air a coffin, carried on 4 men's shoulders, and covered with a magnificent black velvet pall. Matt stopped the moment he saw the coffin, and struck his hand violently on the paling by his side. "Dead!" he exclaimed under his breath. "A friend of the late Miss Gryce's?" asked a gently inquisitive voice near him. He did not hear. All his attention was fixed on the coffin as it was borne slowly over the garden path. Behind it walked 2 gentlemen, mournfully arrayed in black cloaks and hatbands. They carried white handkerchiefs in their hands, and used them to wipe, not their eyes, but their lips, on which the balmy dews of recent wine-drinking glistened gently. "Dix and Norby, the medical attendant of the deceased, and the solicitor who is her sole executor," said the voice near Matt, in tones which had ceased to be gently inquisitive and had become complacently explanatory instead. "That's Milbury, the undertaker, and the other is Guttridge, of the White Hart Inn, his brother-in-law, who supplies the refreshments, which in my opinion makes a regular job of it," continued the voice, as 2 red-faced gentlemen followed the doctor and the lawyer. "Something like a funeral this. Not a halfpenny less than £40, I should say, when it's all paid for. Beautiful, ain't it?" concluded the voice, becoming gently inquisitive again. Still Matt kept his eyes fixed on the funeral proceedings in front, and took not the smallest notice of the pertinacious speaker behind him. The coffin was placed in the hearse. Dr. Dix and Mr. Norby entered the mourning coach provided for them. The smug human vultures who prey commercially on the civilized dead arranged themselves with black wands in solemn undertaker's order of procession on either side of the funeral vehicles. those clumsy pomps of feathers and velvet, of strutting horses and marching mutes, which are still permitted among us to desecrate with grotesquely shocking fiction the solemn fact of death, fluttered out in their blackest state grandeur, and showed their most woeful state paces, as the procession started magnificently with its meagre offering of one dead body more to the bride, a fugitive and an outcast. The clown's wife and the Irish girl who rode in the circus wept for her, stranger though she was, as they followed her coffin to the poor corner of the churchyard. When Joanna Gryce died in the place of her birth, among the townspeople with whom her whole existence had been passed, every eye was tearless that looked on her funeral procession. The two strangers who made part of it gossiped pleasantly as they rode after the hearse about the news of the morning, and the sole surviving member of her family, whom chance had brought to her door on her burial day, stood aloof from the hired mourners and moved not a step to follow her to the grave. No, not a step. The hearse rolled on slowly towards the churchyard, and the sightseers in the lane followed it, but Matthew Gryce stood by the garden paling, at the place where he had halted from the first. What was her death to him? Nothing but the loss of his first chance of tracing Arthur Carr. Tearlessly and pitilessly she had left it to strangers to bury her brother's daughter, and now, tearlessly and pitilessly, there stood her brother's son, leaving it to strangers to bury her. "Don't you mean to follow to the churchyard and see the last of it?" inquired the same inquisitive voice which had twice already endeavoured to attract Matt's attention. He turned round this time to look at the speaker, and confronted a wizen, flaxen-haired, sharp-faced man, dressed in a jaunty shooting-jacket, carrying a riding-cane in his hand, and having a thoroughbred black-and-tan terrier in attendance at his heels. "Excuse me asking the question," said the wizen man, "but I noticed how dumbfoundered you were when you saw the coffin come out. A friend of the deceased, I thought to myself directly." "Well," interrupted Matt gruffly, "suppose I am. What then?" "Will you oblige me by putting this in your pocket?" asked the wizen man, giving Matt a card. "My name's Tat, and I've recently started in practice here as a solicitor. I don't want to ask any improper questions, but, being a friend of the deceased, you may perhaps have some claim on the estate, in which case I should feel proud to take care of your interests. It isn't strictly professional, I know, to be touting for the chance of a client in this way, but I'm obliged to do it in self-defence. Dix, Norby, Milbury, and Guttridge all play into one another's hands, and want to monopolise among 'em the whole doctoring, lawyering, undertaking, and licensed victualling business of Dibbledy. I've made up my mind to break down Norby's monopoly, and keep as much business out of his office as I can. That's why I take time by the forelock and give you my card." Here Mr. Tat left off explaining and began to play with his terrier. Matt looked up thoughtfully at Joanna Gryce's cottage. Might she not, in all probability, have left some important letters behind her? And if he mentioned who he was, could not the wizen man by his side help him to get at them? "A good deal of mystery about the late Miss Gryce," resumed Mr. Tat, still playing with the terrier. "Nobody but Dix and Norby can tell exactly when she died or how she's left her money. Queer family altogether. Rats, Pincher? Where are the rats? There's a son of old Gryce's who has never, they say, been properly accounted for. Hi, boy, there's a cat. Hie after her, Pincher. If it was only to turn up now, I believe, between ourselves, it would put such a spoke in Norby's wheel." "I may have a question or two to ask you one of these days," interposed Matt, turning away from the garden paling at last. While his new acquaintance had been speaking, he had been making up his mind that he should best serve his purpose of tracing Arthur Carr by endeavouring forthwith to get all the information that Mrs. Peckover might be able to afford him. In the event of this resource proving useless, there would be plenty of time to return to Dibbledy, discover himself to Mr. Tat, and ascertain whether the law would not give to Joshua Gryce's son the right of examining Joanna Gryce's papers. "Come to my office," cried Mr. Tat enthusiastically. "I can give you a prime bit of Stilton and as good a glass of bitter beer as ever you drank in your life." Matt declined this hospitable invitation peremptorily, and set forth at once on his return to the station. All Mr. Tat's efforts to engage him for an early day and appointed hour failed. He would only repeat doggedly that at some future time he might have a question or two to ask about a matter of law, and that his new acquaintance should then be the man to whom he would apply for information. They wished each other good morning at the entrance of the lane, Mr. Ted lounging slowly up the High Street, with his terrier at his heels, and Matt walking rapidly in the contrary direction on his way back to the railway station. As he passed the churchyard, the funeral procession had just arrived at its destination, and the bearers were carrying the coffin from the hearse to the church door. He stopped a little by the roadside to see it go in. She was no good to anybody about her all her lifetime, he thought bitterly, as the last heavy fold of the velvet pall was lost to view in the darkness of the church entrance. But if she'd only lived a day or two longer, she might have been of some good to me. There's more of what I wanted to know nailed down along with her in that coffin than ever I'm likely to find out anywhere else. It's a long hunt of mine, this is, a long hunt on a dull scent, and her death has made it duller. With this farewell thought, he turned from the church. As he pursued his way back to the railroad, he took Jane Holdsworth's letter out of his pocket and looked at the hair enclosed in it. It was the 4th or 5th time he had done this during the few hours that had passed since he had possessed himself of Mary's bracelet. From that period there had grown within him a vague conviction that the possession of Carr's hair might in some way lead to the discovery of Carr himself. He knew perfectly well that there was not the slightest present or practical use in examining this hair, and yet there was something that seemed to strengthen him afresh in his purpose, to encourage him anew after his unexpected check at Dibbleden, merely in the act of looking at it. "If I can't track him no other way," he muttered, replacing the hair in his pocket, "I've got the notion into my head, somehow, that I shall track him by this." Matt found it no very easy business to reach Rubbleford. He had to go back a little way on the Dibbleden line, then to diverge by a branch line, and then to get upon another main line, and travel along it some distance before he reached his destination. It was dark by the time he reached Rubbleford. However, by inquiring of one or two people, he easily found the dairy and muffin shop when he was once in the town, and saw to his great delight that it was not shut up for the night. He looked in at the window under a plaster cast of a cow, and observed by the light of one tallow candle burning inside a chubby buxom girl sitting at the counter and either drawing or writing something on a slate. Entering the shop, after a moment or two of hesitation, he asked if he could see Mrs. Peckover. "Mother went away, sir, 3 days ago, to nurse Uncle Bob at Banbury," answered the girl. Here was a second check, a second obstacle to defer the tracing of Arthur Carr. It seemed like a fatality. "When do you expect her back?" asked Matt. "Not for a week or 10 days, sir," answered the girl. "Mother said she wouldn't have gone but for Uncle Bob being her only brother and not having wife or child to look after him at Banbury." Banbury! Where had he heard that name before? "Father's up at the rectory, sir," continued the girl, observing that the stranger looked both disappointed and puzzled. "If it's dairy business you come upon, I can attend to it. But if it's anything about accounts to settle, mother said they were to be sent on to her." "Maybe I shall have a letter to send to your mother," said Matt, after a moment's consideration. "Can you write me down on a bit of paper where she is?" "Oh yes, sir." And the girl very civilly and readily wrote in her best round hand on a slip of bill paper this address: Martha Peckover, at Rob Randall, 2 Dawson's Buildings, Banbury. Matt absently took the slip of paper from her and put it into his pocket, then thanked the girl and went out. While he was inside the shop, he had been trying in vain to call to mind where he had heard the name of Banbury before. The moment he was in the street, the lost remembrance came back to him. Surely Banbury was the place where Joanna Gryce had told him that Mary was buried. After walking a few paces, he came to a large linen-draper's shop, with plenty of light in the window. Stopping here, he hastily drew from his pocket the manuscript containing the old woman's justification of her conduct, for he wished to be certain about the accuracy of his recollection, and he had an idea that the part of the narrative which mentioned Mary's death would help to decide him in his present doubt. Yes, on turning to the last page, there it was written in so many words: "I sent, by a person I could depend on, money enough to bury her decently in Banbury churchyard." "I'll go there to-night," said Matt to himself, thrusting the letter into his pocket and taking the way back to the railway station immediately. End of chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Mary's Grave. Matthew Gryce was a resolute traveller, but no resolution is powerful enough to alter the laws of inexorable timetables to suit the convenience of individual passengers. Although Matt left Rubbleford in less than an hour after he had arrived there, he only succeeded in getting half-way to Banbury before he had to stop for the night and wait at an intermediate station for the first morning train on what was termed the trunk line. By this main railroad he reached his destination early in the forenoon and went at once to Dawson's Buildings. "Mrs. Peckover has just stepped out, sir, Mr. Randall being a little better this morning, for a mouthful of fresh air. She'll be in again in half an hour," said the maid-of-all-work who opened Mr. Randall's door. Matt began to suspect that something more than mere accident was concerned in keeping Mrs. Peckover and himself asunder. "I'll come again in half an hour," he said, then added, just as the servant was about to shut the door, "Which is my way to the church?" Banbury Church was close at hand, and the directions he received for finding it were easy to follow. But when he entered the churchyard and looked about him anxiously to see where he should begin searching for his sister's grave, his head grew confused and his heart began to fail him. Banbury was a large town, and rows of tombstones seemed to fill the churchyard bewilderingly in every visible direction. At a little distance a man was at work opening a grave, and to him Matt applied for help, describing his sister as a stranger who had been buried somewhere in the churchyard better than 20 years ago. The man was both stupid and surly, and would give no advice, except that it was useless to look near where he was digging, for they were all respectable townspeople buried about there. Matt walked round to the other side of the church. Here the graves were thicker than ever, for here the poor were buried. He went on slowly through them, with his eyes fixed on the ground, towards some trees which marked the limits of the churchyard, looking out for a place to begin his search in, where the graves might be comparatively few, and where his head might not get confused at the outset. Such a place he found at last in a damp corner under the trees. About this spot the thin grass languished, the mud distilled into tiny water-pools, and the brambles, briars, and dead leaves lay thickly and foully between a few ragged turf mounds. Could they have laid her here? Could this be the last refuge to which Mary ran after she fled from home? A few of the mounds had stained, mouldering tombstones at their heads. He looked at these first, and finding only strange names on them, turned next to the mounds marked out by crossboards of wood. At one of the graves the crossboard had been torn or had rotted away from its upright supports, and lay on the ground weather-stained and split, but still faintly showing that it had once had a few letters cut in it. He examined this board to begin with, and was trying to make out what the letters were, when the sound of some one approaching disturbed him. He looked up and saw a woman walking slowly towards the place where he was standing. It was Mrs. Peckover herself. She had taken a prescription for her sick brother to the chemist's, had bought him 1 or 2 little things he wanted in the High Street, and had now, before resuming her place at his bedside, stolen a few minutes to go and look at the grave of Madonna's mother. It was many, many years since Mrs. Peckover had last paid a visit to Banbury churchyard. She stopped and hesitated when she first caught sight of Matt, but after a moment or two, not being a woman easily balked in anything when she had once undertaken to do it, continued to advance, and never paused for the second time until she had come close to the grave by which Matt stood, and was looking him steadily in the face, exactly across it. He was the first to speak. "Do you know whose grave this is?" he asked. "Yes, sir," answered Mrs. Peckover, glancing indignantly at the broken board and the mud and brambles all about it. "Yes, sir, I do know, and what's more, I know that it's a disgrace to the parish. Money has been paid twice over to keep it decent, and look what a state it's left in." "I asked you whose grave it was," repeated Mat impatiently. "A poor unfortunate forsaken creatures who's gone to heaven if ever an afflicted repenting woman went there yet," answered Mrs. Peckover warmly. Forsaken? Afflicted? A woman, too? Mat repeated to himself thoughtfully. "Yes, forsaken and afflicted," cried Mrs. Peckover, overhearing him. "Don't you say no ill of her, whoever you are. She shan't be spoken unkindly of in my hearing, poor soul." Mat looked up suddenly and eagerly. "What's your name?" he inquired. "My name's Peckover, and I'm not ashamed of it," was the prompt reply. "And now, if I may make so bold, what's yours?" Mat took from his pocket the hair bracelet, and, fixing his eyes intently on her face, held it up, across the grave, for her to look at. "Do you know this?" he said. Mrs. Peckover stooped forward and closely inspected the bracelet for a minute or two. "Lord save us!" she exclaimed, recognizing it, and confronting him with cheeks that had suddenly become colourless, and eyes that had stared in terror and astonishment. "Lord save us! How did you come by that? And who, for mercy's sake, are you?" "My name's Matthew Gryce," he answered quickly and sternly. "This bracelet belonged to my sister, Mary Gryce. She run away from home, and died, and was buried in Banbury churchyard. If you know her grave, tell me in plain words, is it here?" Breathless as she was with astonishment, Mrs. Peckover managed to stammer a faint answer in the affirmative, and to add that the initials M.G. would be found somewhere on the broken board lying at their feet. She then tried to ask a question or two in her turn, but the words died away in faint exclamations of surprise. "To think of me and you meeting together!" was all she could say. "Her own brother, too! Oh, to think of that! Only to think of that!" Mat looked down at the mud, the brambles, and the rotting grass that lay over what had once been a living and loving human creature. The dangerous brightness glittered in his eyes, the cold change spread fast over his cheeks, and the scars of the arrow wounds began to burn redly and more redly as he whispered to himself, "I'll be even yet, Mary, with the man who laid you here." "Does Mr. Blythe know who you are, sir?" asked Mrs. Peckover, hesitating and trembling as she put this question. "Did he give you the bracelet?" She stopped. Mat was not listening to her. His eyes were fastened on the grave. He was still talking to himself in quick, whispering tones. "Her bracelet was hid from me in another man's chest," he said. "I found her bracelet. Her child was hid from me in another man's house. I found her child. Her grave was hid from me in a strange churchyard. I found her grave. The man who laid her in it is hid from me still. I shall find him." "Please do listen to me, sir, for one moment," pleaded Mrs. Peckover, more nervously than before. "Does Mr. Blythe know about you? And little Mary? Oh, sir, whatever you do, pray, pray don't take her away from where she is now. You can't mean to do that, sir, though you are her own mother's brother. You can't, surely." He looked up at her so quickly, with such a fierce, steady, serpent glitter in his light grey eyes, that she recoiled a step or two, still pleading, however, with desperate perseverance for an answer to her last question. "Only tell me, sir, that you don't mean to take little Mary away, and I won't ask you to say so much as another word. You'll leave her with Mr. and Mrs. Blythe, won't you, sir? For your sister's sake, you'll leave her with the poor bedridden lady that's been like a mother to her for so many years past. For your dear lost sister's sake that I was with when she died." "Tell me about her." He said those few words with surprising gentleness, as Mrs. Peckover thought, for such a rough-looking man. "Yes, yes, all you want to know," she answered. "But I can't stop here. There's my brother. I've got such a turn with seeing you, it's almost put him out of my head. There's my brother that I must go back to and see if he's asleep still. You just please to come along with me and wait in the parlour. It's close by, while I step upstairs." Here she stopped in great confusion. It seemed like running some desperate risk to ask this strange, stern-featured relation of Mary Gryce's into her brother's house. And yet, thought Mrs. Peckover, if I can only soften his heart by telling him about his poor unfortunate sister, it may make him all the readier to leave little Mary. At this point her perplexities were cut short by Matthew himself, who said, shortly, that he had been to Dawson's Buildings already to look after her. On hearing this she hesitated no longer. It was too late to question the propriety or impropriety of admitting him now. "Come away, then," she said. "Don't let's wait no longer. And don't fret about the infamous state they've left things in here," she added, thinking to propitiate him, as she saw his eyes turn once more at parting on the broken board and the brambles around the grave. "I know where to go, and who to speak to." "Go nowhere and speak to nobody," he broke in sternly, to her great astonishment. "All what's got to be done to it, I mean to do myself." "You?" "Yes, me. It was little enough I ever did for her while she was alive, and it's little enough now, only to make things look decent about the place where she's buried, but I mean to do that much for her, and no other man shall stir a finger to help me." Roughly as it was spoken, this speech made Mrs. Peckover feel easier about Madonna's prospects. The hard-featured man was, after all, not so hard-hearted as she had thought him at first. She even ventured to begin questioning him again, as they walked together towards Dawson's Buildings. He varied very much in his manner of receiving her inquiries, replying to some promptly enough, and gruffly refusing, in the plainest terms, to give a word of answer to others. He was quite willing, for example, to admit that he had procured her temporary address at Banbury from her daughter at Rebbleford, but he flatly declined to inform her how he had first found out that she lived at Rebbleford at all. Again, he readily admitted that neither Madonna nor Mr. Blythe knew who he really was, but he refused to say why he had not disclosed himself to them, or when he intended, if he ever intended at all, to inform them that he was the brother of Mary Gryce. As to getting him to confess in what manner he had become possessed of the hair bracelet, Mrs. Peckover's first question about it, although only answered by a look, was received in such a manner as to show her that any further efforts on her part in that direction would be perfectly fruitless. On one side of the door at Dawson's Buildings was Mr. Randall's shop, and on the other was Mr. Randall's little dining parlour. In this room Mrs. Peckover left Matt, while she went upstairs to see if her sick brother wanted anything. Finding that he was still quietly sleeping, she only waited to arrange the bedclothes comfortably about him, and to put a handbell easily within his reach in case he should awake, and then went downstairs again immediately. She found Matt sitting with his elbows on the one little table in the dining parlour, his head resting on his hands. Upon the table, lying by the side of the bracelet, was the lock of hair out of Jane Holdsworth's letter, which he had yet once more taken from his pocket to look at. "Why, mercy on me!" cried Mrs. Peckover, glancing at it. "Surely it's the same hair that's worked into the bracelet. Wherever, for goodness' sake, did you get that?" "Never mind where I got it. Do you know whose hair it is? Look a little closer. The man this hair belonged to was the man she trusted in, and he laid her in the churchyard for her pains." "Oh, who was he? Who was he?" asked Mrs. Peckover eagerly. "Who was he?" repeated Matthew sternly. "What do you mean by asking me that?" "I only mean that I never heard a word about the villain. I don't so much as know his name." "You don't?" He fastened his eyes suspiciously on her as he said those two words. "No, as true as I stand here I don't. Why, I didn't even know that your poor dear sister's name was Gryce till you told me." His look of suspicion began to change to a look of amazement as he heard this. He hurriedly gathered up the bracelet and the lock of hair and put them into his pocket again. "Let's hear first how you met with her," he said. "I'll have a word or two about the other matter afterwards." Mrs. Peckover sat down near him and began to relate the mournful story which she had told to Valentine and Dr. and Mrs. Joyce, now many years ago, in the rectory dining-room. But on this occasion she was not allowed to go through her narrative uninterruptedly. While she was speaking the few simple words which told how she had sat down by the roadside and suckled the half-starved infant of the forsaken and dying Mary Gryce, Matt suddenly reached out his heavy, trembling hand and took fast hold of hers. He gripped it with such force that, stout-hearted and hardy as she was, she cried out in alarm and pain, "Oh, don't! You hurt me! You hurt me!" He dropped her hand directly and turned his face away from her, his breath quickening painfully, his fingers fastening on the side of his chair, as if some great pang of oppression were trying him to the quick. She rose and asked anxiously what ailed him, but, even as the words passed her lips, he mastered himself with that iron resolution of his which few trials could bend, and none break, and motioned to her to sit down again. "Don't mind me," he said. "I'm old and tough-hearted with being battered about in the world, and I can't give myself vent nohow with talking or crying like the rest of you. Never mind, it's all over now. Go on." She complied, a little nervously at first, but he did not interrupt her again. He listened while she proceeded, looking straight at her, not speaking or moving, except when he winced once or twice, as a man winces under unexpected pain, while Mary's deathbed words were repeated to him. Having reached this stage of her narrative, Mrs. Peckover added little more, only saying, in conclusion, "I took care of the poor soul's child, as I said I would, and did my best to behave like a mother to her, till she got to be 10-year-old. Then I give her up, because it was for her own good, to Mr. Blythe." He did not seem to notice the close of the narrative. The image of the forsaken girl, sitting alone by the roadside, with her child's natural sustenance dried up within her, travel-worn, friendless, and desperate, was still uppermost in his mind, and when he next spoke, gratitude for the help that had been given to Mary in her last sore distress was the one predominant emotion which strove roughly to express itself to Mrs. Peckover in these words. "Is there any living soul you care about that a trifle of money would do a little good to?" he asked, with such abrupt eagerness that she was quite startled by it. "Lord bless me!" she exclaimed. "What do you mean? What has that got to do with your poor sister or Mr. Blythe?" "It's got this to do," burst out Matthew, starting to his feet, as the struggling gratitude within him stirred body and soul both together. "You turned to and helped Mary when she hadn't nobody else in the world to stand by her. She was always father's darling, but father couldn't help her then, and I was away on the wrong side of the sea and couldn't be no good to her neither. But I'm on the right side now, and if there's any friends of yours, north, south, east or west, as would be happier for a trifle of money, here's all mine. Catch it, and give it 'em." He tossed his beaver skin roll, with the bank notes in it, into Mrs. Peckover's lap. "Here's my 2 hands, that I dursn't take a hold of yours with, for fear of hurting you again. Here's my 2 hands that can work along with any man's. Only give 'em something to do for you, that's all. Give 'em something to make or mend, I don't care what." "Hush, hush!" interposed Mrs. Peckover. "Don't be so dreadful noisy, there's a good man, or you'll wake my brother upstairs. And besides, where's the use to make such a stir about what I done for your sister? Anybody else would have took as kindly to her as I did, seeing what distress she was in, poor soul. Here," she continued, handing him back the beaver skin roll, "here's your money, and thank you for the offer of it. Put it up safe in your pocket again. We manage to keep our heads above water, thank God, and don't want to do no better than that. Put it up in your pocket again, and then I'll make bold to ask you for something else." "For what?" inquired Matt, looking her eagerly in the face. "Just for this, that you'll promise not to take little Mary from Mr. Blythe. Do, pray do promise me you won't." "I never thought to take her away," he answered. "Where should I take her to? What can a lonesome old vagabond like me do for her? If she's happy where she is, let her stop where she is." "Lord bless you for saying that!" fervently exclaimed Mrs. Peckover, smiling for the first time, and smoothing out her gown over her knees with an air of inexpressible relief. "I'm rid of my grand fright now, and getting to breathe again freely, which I haven't once yet been able to do since I first set eyes on you. Ah, you're rough to look at, but you've got your feelings like the rest of us. Talk away now as much as you like. Ask me about anything you please." "What's the good?" he broke in, gloomily. "You don't know what I wanted you to know. I come down here for to find out the man as once owned this." He pulled the lock of hair out of his pocket again. "And you can't help me. I didn't believe it when you first said so, but I do now." "Well, thank you for saying that much, though you might have put it civiller." "His name was Arthur Carr. Did you never hear tell of anybody with the name of Arthur Carr?" "No, never. Never till this very moment." "The painter man will know," continued Matt, talking more to himself than to Mrs. Peckover. "I must go back and chance it with the painter man after all." "Painter man?" repeated Mrs. Peckover. "Painter? Surely you don't mean Mr. Blythe?"
"Yes, I do."
"Why, what in the name of fortune can you be thinking of? How should Mr. Blythe know more than me? He never set eyes on little Mary till she was 10 year old, and he knows nothing about her poor unfortunate mother except what I told him." These words seemed at first to stupefy Matt. They burst upon him in the shape of a revelation for which he was totally unprepared. It had never once occurred to him to doubt that Valentine was secretly informed of all that he most wished to know. He had looked forward to what the painter might be persuaded, or, in the last resort, forced, to tell him, as the one certainty on which he might finally depend, and here was this fancied security exposed, in a moment, as the wildest delusion that ever man trusted in. What resource was left? To return to Dibbledene, and, by the legal help of Mr. Tatt, to possess himself of any fragments of evidence which Joanna Gryce might have left behind her in writing. This seemed but a broken reed to depend on, and yet nothing else now remained.
"I shall find him. I don't care where he's hid away from me, I shall find him yet," thought Matt, still holding with dogged and desperate obstinacy to his first superstition, in spite of every fresh sign that appeared to confute it. "Why worry yourself about finding Arthur Carr at all?" pursued Mrs. Peckover, noticing his perplexed and mortified expression. "The wretch is dead, most likely, by this time." "I'm not dead," retorted Matt fiercely, "and you're not dead, and you and me are as old as him. Don't tell me he's dead again. I say he's alive, and by God I'll be even with him."
"Oh, don't talk so, don't! It's shocking to hear you and see you," said Mrs. Peckover, recoiling from the expression of his eye at that moment, just as she had recoiled from it already over Mary's grave. "Suppose he's alive, why should you go taking vengeance into your own hands after all these years? Your poor sister's happy in heaven, and her child's took care of by the kindest people, I do believe, that ever drew breath in this world. Why should you want to be even with him now? If he hasn't been punished already, I'll answer for it he will be, in the next world, if not in this. Don't talk about it, or think about it, any more, that's a good man. Let's be friendly and pleasant together again, like we were just now, for Mary's sake. Tell me where you've been to all these years. How is it you've never turned up before? Come, tell me, do." She ended by speaking to him in much the same tone which she would have made use of to soothe a fractious child, but her instinct as a woman guided her truly. In venturing on that little reference to Mary, she had not ventured in vain. It quieted him, and turned aside the current of his thoughts into the better and smoother direction.
"Didn't she never talk to you about having a brother as was away aboard ship?" he asked anxiously.
"No, she wouldn't say a word about any of her friends, and she didn't say a word about you. But how did you come to be so long away? That's what I want to know," said Mrs. Peckover, pertinaciously repeating her question, partly out of curiosity, partly out of the desire to keep him from returning to the dangerous subject of Arthur Carr.
"I was always a bitter bad 'un, I was," said Matthew meditatively. "There was no keeping of me straight, try it anyhow you like. I bolted from home, I bolted from school, I bolted from aboard ship."
"Why? What for?"
"Partly because I was a bitter bad 'un, and partly because of a letter I picked up in port, at the Brazils, at the end of a long cruise. Here's the letter, but it's no good showing it to you. The paper's so grimed and tore about, you can't read it."
"Who wrote it? Mary?"
"No, father, saying what had happened to Mary, and telling me not to come back home till things was pulled straight again. Here's what he said, under the big grease spot. If you can get a continued employment anywhere abroad, accept it instead of coming back. Better for you at your age to be spared the sight of such sorrow as we are now suffering. Do you see that?"
Yes, yes, I see. Ah, poor man, he couldn't give no kinder, better advice, and you—"
"Deserted from my ship. The devil was in me to be off on the tramp, and father's letter did the rest. I got wild and desperate with the thought of what had happened to Mary, and with knowing they were ashamed to see me back again at home. So the night afore the ship sailed for England, I slipped into a shore boat and turned my back on salt junk and the boatswain's mate for the rest of my life."
You don't mean to say you've done nothing but wander about in foreign parts from that time to this?"
"I do, though. I'd a notion I should be shot for a deserter if I turned up too soon in my own country. That kept me away for ever so long to begin with. Then tramp's fever got into my head, and there was an end of it."
"Tramp's fever? Mercy on me, what do you mean?"
"I mean this. When a man turns gypsy on his own account, as I did, and tramps about through cold and hot, and winter and summer, not caring where he goes or what becomes of him, that sort of life ends by getting into his head, just like liquor does, except that it don't get out again. It got into my head. It's in it now. Tramp's fever kept me away in the wild country. Tramp's fever will take me back there afore long. Tramp's fever will lay me down some day in the lonesome places with my hand on my rifle and my face to the sky, and I shan't get up again till the crows and vultures come and carry me off piecemeal."
"Lord bless us, how can you talk about yourself in that way?" cried Mrs. Peckover, shuddering at the grim image which Matt's last words suggested. "You're trying to make yourself out worse than you are. Surely you must have thought of your father and sister sometimes, didn't you?"
"Think of them? Of course I did. But, mind you, there come a time when I as good as forgot them altogether. They seemed to get smeared out of my head, like we used to smear old sums off our slates at school."
"More shame for you. Whatever else you forgot, you oughtn't to have forgotten—"
"Wait a bit. Father's letter told me, I'd show you the place, only I know you couldn't read it, that he was a-going to look after Mary and bring her back home and forgive her. He done that twice for me when I run away, so I didn't doubt but what he'd do it just the same for her. She'll pull through her scrape with father just as I used to pull through mine, was what I thought. And so she would, if her own kin hadn't turned against her, if father's own sister hadn't—" He stopped. The frown gathered on his brow, and the oath burst from his lips as he thought of Joanna Gryce's share in preventing Mary's restoration to her home.
There, interposed Mrs. Peckover soothingly. "Talk about something pleasanter. Let's hear how you came back to England."
"I can't rightly fix it when Mary first began to drop out of my head like," Matt continued, abstractedly pursuing his previous train of recollections. "I used to think of her often enough when I started for my run in the wild country. That was the time, mind you, when I had clear notions about coming back home. I got her a scarlet pouch and another feather plaything then, knowing she was fond of knick-knacks, and making it out in my own mind that we two was sure to meet together again. It must have been a longish while after that afore I got ashamed to go home. But I did get ashamed. Thinks I haven't a rap in my pocket to show father after being away all this time. I'm getting somewhat of a savage to look at already, and Mary would be more frightened than pleased to see me as I am now. I'll wait a bit, says I, and see if I can't keep from tramping about, and try and get a little money by doing some decent sort of work afore I go home. I was nigh about a good 10 days' march then from any seaport where honest work could be got for such as me. But I'd fixed to try, and I did try, and got work in a shipbuilder's yard. It wasn't no good. Tramp's fever was in my head, and in 2 days more I was off again to the wild country with my gun over my shoulder, just as damned a vagabond as ever."
Mrs. Peckover held up her hands in mute amazement. Matthew, without taking notice of the action, went on, speaking partly to her and partly to himself.
"It must have been about that time when Mary and father, and all what had to do with them, begun to drop out of my head. But I kep 'em 2 knick-knacks, which was once meant for presents for her. Long after I'd lost all clear notion of ever going back home again, I kep 'em. From first to last I kep 'em. I can't hardly say why, unless it was that I got so used to keeping of them that I hadn't the heart to let 'em go. Not, mind you, but what they might now and then have set me thinking of father and Mary at home. At times, you know, when I changed 'em from one bag to another, or took and blew the dust off of 'em, for to keep 'em as nice as I could. But the older I got, the worse I got at calling anything to mind in a clear way about Mary in the old country. There seemed to be a sort of fog rolling up betwixt us now. I couldn't see her face clear in my own mind no longer. It come upon me once or twice in dreams when I nodded alone over my fire after a tough day's march. It come upon me at such times so clear that it startled me up, all in a cold sweat, wild and puzzled with not knowing at first whether the stars was shimmering down at me in father's paddock at Dibbleden, or in the lonesome places over the sea, hundreds of miles away from any living soul. But that was only dreams, you know. Waking, I was all astray now, whenever I fell a-thinking about father or her. The longer I tramped it over the lonesome places, the thicker that fog got which seemed to have rose up in my mind between me and them I'd left at home. At last it come to darken in altogether, and never lifted no more that I can remember, till I crossed the seas again and got back to my own country."
"But how did you ever think of coming back after all those years?" asked Mrs. Peckover.
"Well, I got a good heap of money, for once in a way, with digging for gold in California," he answered. "And my mate that I worked with, he says to me one day, 'I don't see my way to how we are to spend our money, now we've got it, if we stop here. What can we treat ourselves to in this place, excepting bad brandy and cards? Let's go over to the old country, where there ain't nothing we want that we can't get for our money, and, when it's all gone, let's turn tail again and work for more.' He wrought upon me like that till I went back with him. We quarrelled aboard ship, and when we got into port, he went his way and I went mine. Not, mind ye, that I started off at once for the old place as soon as I was ashore. That fog in my mind I told you of seemed to lift a little when I heard my own language and saw my own country people's faces about me again. And then there come a sort of fear over me, a fear of going back home at all after the time I'd been away. I got over it, though, and went in a day or two. When I first laid my hand on the churchyard gate that Mary and me used to swing on, and when I looked up at the old house, with the gable ends just what they used to be, though the front was new painted and strange names was over the shop door, then all my time in the wild country seemed to shrivel up somehow, and better than 20 years ago began to be almost like yesterday. I'd seen father's name in the churchyard, which was no more than I looked for, but when they told me Mary had never been brought back, when they said she died many a year ago among strange people, they cut me to the quick."
"Ah, no wonder, no wonder."
"It was a wonder to me, though. I should have laughed at any man if he told me I should be took so at hearing what I heard about her after all the time I'd been away. I couldn't make it out then, and I can't now. I didn't feel like my own man when I first set eyes on the old place, and then to hear she was dead, it cut me, as I told you. It cut me deeper still when I come to tumble over the things she'd left behind her in her box. 20 years ago got nigher and nigher to yesterday, with every fresh thing belonging to her that I laid a hand on. There was a arbour in father's garden she used to be fond of working in of evenings. I'd lost all thought of that place for more years than I can reckon up. I called it to mind again, and called her to mind again too, sitting and working and singing in the arbour, only with laying hold of a bit of patchwork stuff in the bottom of her box, with her needle and thread left sticking in it."
"Ah, dear, dear," sighed Mrs. Peckover. "I wish I'd seen her then. She was as happy, I dare say, as the bird on the tree. But there's one thing I can't exactly make out yet," she added. "How did you first come to know all about Mary's child?"
"All? There wasn't no all in it till I see the child herself. Except knowing that the poor creature's baby had been born alive, I knowed nothing when I first come away from the old place in the country. Child? I hadn't nothing of the sort in my mind when I got back to London. It was how to track the man as was Mary's death that I puzzled and worried about in my head at that time."
"Yes, yes," said Mrs. Peckover, interposing to keep him away from the dangerous subject as she heard his voice change and saw his eyes begin to brighten again. "Yes, yes, but how did you come to see the child? Tell me that."
"Zack took me into the painter man's big room."
"Zack? Why, good gracious heavens, do you mean Master Zachary Thorpe?"
"I see a young woman standing among a lot of people as was all staring at her," continued Matt, without noticing the interruption. "I see her just as close to and as plain as I see you. I see her look up all of a sudden, front face to front face with me. A creeping and a crawling went through me, and I says to myself, Mary's child has lived to grow up, and that's her."
"But do pray tell me, however you come to know Master Zack?"
"I says to myself, that's her," repeated Matt, his rough voice sinking lower and lower, his attention wandering farther and farther away from Mrs. Peckover's interruptions. 20 year ago had got to be like yesterday, when I was down at the old place, and things I hadn't called to mind for long times past, I called to mind when I come to the churchyard gate and see father's house. But there was looks Mary had with her eyes, turns Mary had with her head, bits of twitches Mary had with her eyebrows when she looked up at you, that I'd clean forgot. They all came back to me together as soon as ever I see that young woman's face."
"And do you really never mean to let your sister's child know who you are? You may tell me that surely, though you won't speak a word about Master Zack."
"Let her know who I am? Mayhap I'll let her know that much before long. When I'm going back to the wild country I may say to her, rough as I am to look at, I'm your mother's brother, and you're the only bit of my own flesh and blood I've got left to cotton to in all the world. Give us a shake of your hand and a kiss for mother's sake, and I won't trouble you no more. I may say that afore I go back and lose sight of her for good and all."
"Oh, but you won't go back. Only you tell Mr. Blythe you don't want to take her away, and then say to him, 'I'm Mr. Gryce, and—'"
"Stop. Don't you get a talking about Mr. Gryce."
"Why not? It's your lawful name, isn't it?"
"Lawful enough, I dare say, but I don't like the sound of it, though it's mine. Father as good as said he was ashamed to own it when he wrote me that letter, and I was afraid to own it when I deserted for my ship. Bad luck has followed the name from first to last. I ended with it years ago, and I won't take up with it again now. Call me Matt. Take it as easy with me as if I was kin to you."
"Well then, Matt," said Mrs. Peckover with a smile, "I've got such a many things to ask you still."
"I wish you could make it out to ask them tomorrow," rejoined Matthew. "I've overdone myself already with more talking than I'm used to. I want to be quiet with my tongue and get to work with my hands for the rest of the day. You don't happen to have a foot rule in the house, do you?" On being asked to explain what motive could induce him to make this extraordinary demand for a foot rule, Matt answered that he was anxious to proceed at once to the renewal of the crossboard at the head of his sister's grave. He wanted the rule to measure the dimensions of the old board. He desired to be directed to a timber merchant's, where he could buy a new piece of wood, and after that he would worry Mrs. Peckover about nothing more. Extraordinary as his present caprice appeared to her, the good woman saw that it had taken complete possession of him, and wisely and willingly set herself to humour it. She procured for him the rule and the address of a timber merchant, and then they parted, Matt promising to call again in the evening at Dawson's Buildings. When he presented himself at the timber merchant's, after having carefully measured the old board in the churchyard, he came in no humour to be easily satisfied. Never was any fine lady more difficult to decide about the texture, pattern, and colour to be chosen for a new dress than Matt was when he arrived at the timber merchant's about the grain, thickness, and kind of wood to be chosen for the crossboard at the head of Mary's grave. At last he selected a piece of walnut wood, and having paid the price demanded for it without any haggling, inquired next for a carpenter of whom he might hire a set of tools. A man who has money to spare has all things at his command. Before evening Matt had a complete set of tools, a dry shed to use them in, and a comfortable living room at a public house near, all at his own sole disposal. Being skilful enough at all carpenter's work of an ordinary kind, he would, under most circumstances, have completed in a day or two such an employment as he had now undertaken. But a strange fastidiousness, a most uncharacteristic anxiety about the smallest matters, delayed him through every stage of his present undertaking. Mrs. Peckover, who came every morning to see how he was getting on, was amazed at the slowness of his progress. He was, from the first, morbidly scrupulous in keeping the board smooth and clean. After he had shaped it and fitted it to its upright supports, after he had cut in it, by Mrs. Peckover's advice, the same inscription which had been placed on the old board, the simple initials M.G.,
with the year of Mary's death, 1828. After he had done these things, he was seized with an unreasonable, obstinate fancy for decorating the board at the sides. In spite of all that Mrs. Peckover could say to prevent him, he carved an anchor at one side and a tomahawk at the other, these being the objects with which he was most familiar, and therefore the objects which he chose to represent. But even when the carving of his extraordinary ornaments had been completed, he could not be prevailed on to set the new cross-board up in its proper place. Fondly as artists or authors linger over their last loving touches to the picture or the book, did Mat now linger day after day over the poor monument to his sister's memory which his own rough hands had made. He smoothed it carefully with bits of sandpaper, he rubbed it industriously with leather, he polished it anxiously with oil, until at last Mrs. Peckover lost all patience, and, trusting in the influence she had already gained over him, fairly insisted on his bringing his work to a close. Even while obeying her, he was still true to his first resolution. He had said that no man's hand should help in the labour he had now undertaken, and he was as good as his word, for he carried the cross-board himself to the churchyard. All this time he never once looked at that lock of hair which he had been accustomed to take so frequently from his pocket but a few days back. Perhaps there was nothing in common between the thought of tracing Arthur Carr and the thoughts of Mary that came to him while he was at work on the walnut wood plank. But when the cross-board had been set up, when he had cleared away the mud and brambles about the mound and had made a smooth little path round it, when he had looked at his work from all points of view and had satisfied himself that he could do nothing more to perfect it, the active, restless, and violent elements in his nature seemed to awake, as it were, on a sudden. His fingers began to search again in his pocket for the fatal lock of hair, and when he and Mrs. Peckover next met, the first words he addressed to her announced his immediate departure for Dibbleden. She had strengthened her hold on his gratitude by getting him permission through the rector of Banbury to occupy himself without molestation in the work of repairing his sister's grave. She had persuaded him to confide to her many of the particulars concerning himself which he had refused to communicate at their first interview. But when she tried, at parting, to fathom what his ultimate intentions really were, now that he was leaving Banbury with the avowed purpose of discovering Arthur Carr, she failed to extract from him a single sentence of explanation, or even so much as a word of reply. When he took his farewell, he charged her not to communicate their meeting to Mr. Blythe till she heard from him or saw him again, and he tried once more to thank her in as fit words as he could command for the pity and kindness she had shown towards Mary Grice. But, to the very last, he closed his lips resolutely on the ominous subject of Arthur Carr. He had been a fortnight absent from London when he set forth once more for Dibbleden to try that last chance of tracing out the hidden man which might be afforded him by a search among the papers of Joanna Grice. The astonishment and delight of Mr. Tatt when Matthew, appearing in the character of a client at the desolate office door, actually announced himself as the sole surviving son of old Joshua Grice, flowed out in such a torrent of congratulatory words that Mat was at first literally overwhelmed by them. He soon recovered himself, however, and while Mr. Tatt was still haranguing fluently about proving his client's identity and securing his client's right of inheritance, silenced the solicitor by declaring as bluntly as usual that he had not come to Dibbleden to be helped to get hold of money, but to be helped to get hold of Joanna Grice's papers. This extraordinary announcement produced a long explanation and a still longer discussion, in the middle of which Mat lost his patience and declared that he would set aside all legal obstacles and delays forthwith by going to Mr. Norby's office and demanding of that gentleman, as the official guardian of the late Miss Grice's papers, permission to look over the different documents which the old woman might have left behind her. It was to no earthly purpose that Mr. Tatt represented this course of proceeding as unprofessional, injudicious, against etiquette, and utterly ruinous, looked at from any point of view. While he was thus expostulating, Matthew was stepping out at the door, and Mr. Tatt, who could not afford to lose even this most outrageous and unmanageable of clients, had no other alternative but to make the best of it, and run after him. Mr. Norby was a remarkably lofty, solemn, and ceremonious gentleman, feeling as bitter a hatred and scorn for Mr. Tatt as it is well possible for one legal human being to entertain toward another. There is no doubt that he would have received the irregular visit of which he was now the object with the most chilling contempt if he had only been allowed time to assert his own dignity. But before he could utter a single word, Matthew, in defiance of all that Mr. Tat could say to silence him, first announced himself in his proper character, and then, after premising that he came to worry nobody about money matters, coolly added that he wanted to look over the late Joanna Gryce's letters and papers directly, for a purpose which was not of the smallest consequence to anyone but himself. Under ordinary circumstances, Mr. Norby would have simply declined to hold any communication with Mat until his identity had been legally proved. But the prosperous solicitor of Dibbledy had a grudge against the audacious adventurer who had set up in practice against him, and he therefore resolved to depart a little on this occasion from the strictly professional course for the express purpose of depriving Mr. Tat of as many prospective 6 and 8pences as possible. Waving his hand solemnly, when Mat had done speaking, he said, "Wait a moment, sir," then rang a bell and ordered in his head clerk. "Now, Mr. Scott," said Mr. Norby, loftily addressing the clerk, "have the goodness to be a witness in the first place that I protest against this visit on Mr. Tat's part as being indecorous, unprofessional, and unbusinesslike. In the second place, be a witness also that I do not admit the identity of this party," pointing to Mat, "and that what I am now about to say to him, I say under protest, and denying pro forma that he is the party he represents himself to be. You thoroughly understand, Mr. Scott?" Mr. Scott bowed reverently. Mr. Norby went on. "If your business connection, sir, with that party," he said, addressing Matthew and indicating Mr. Tat, "was only entered into to forward the purpose you have just mentioned to me, I beg to inform you, denying, you will understand, at the same time, your right to ask for such information, that you may wind up matters with your solicitor whenever you please. The late Miss Gryce has left neither letters nor papers. I destroyed them all by her own wish, in her own presence, and under her own written authority, during her last illness. My head clerk here, who was present to assist me, will corroborate the statement, if you wish it." Mat listened attentively to these words, but listened to nothing more. A sturdy legal altercation immediately ensued between the 2 solicitors, but it hardly reached his ears. Mr. Tat took his arm and led him out, talking more fluently than ever, but he had not the poorest trifle of attention to bestow on Mr. Tat. All his faculties together seemed to be absorbed by this one momentous consideration. Had he really and truly lost the last chance of tracing Arthur Carr? When they got into the High Street, his mind somewhat recovered its freedom of action, and he began to feel the necessity of deciding at once on his future movements. Now that his final resource had failed him, what should he do next? It was useless to go back to Banbury, useless to remain at Dibbledy, yet the fit was on him to be moving again somewhere. Better even to return to Kirk Street than to remain irresolute and inactive on the scene of his defeat. He stopped suddenly, and saying, "It's no good waiting here now. I shall go back to London," impatiently shook himself free of Mr. Tat's arm in a moment. He found it by no means so easy, however, to shake himself free of Mr. Tat's legal services. "Depend on my zeal," cried this energetic solicitor, following Matthew pertinaciously on his way to the station. "If there's law in England, your identity shall be proved, and your rights respected. I intend to throw myself into this case heart and soul. Money, justice, law, morality, are all concerned. One moment, my dear sir, if you must really go back to London, oblige me at any rate with your address, and just state in a cursory way whether you were christened or not at Dibbledy Church. I want nothing more to begin with, absolutely nothing more, on my word of honour as a professional man." Willing in his present mood to say or do anything to get rid of his volunteer solicitor, Mat mentioned his address in Kirk Street, and the name by which he was known there, impatiently said "yes" to the inquiry as to whether he had been christened at Dibbledy Church, and then abruptly turning away, left Mr. Tat standing in the middle of the high road, excitably making a note of the evidence just collected in a new legal memorandum book. As soon as Matt was alone, the ominous question suggested itself to him again. Had he lost the last chance of tracing Arthur Carr? Although inexorable facts seemed now to prove past contradiction that he had, even yet he held to his old superstition more doggedly and desperately than ever. Once more, on his way to the station, he pulled out the lock of hair and obstinately pondered over it. Once more, while he journeyed to London, that strange conviction upheld him which had already supported him under previous checks. "I shall find him," thought Matt, whirling along in the train. "I don't care where he's hid away from me. I shall find him yet." End of chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The discovery of Arthur Carr. While Matthew Gryce was travelling backwards and forwards between town and town in the Midland counties, the life led by his young friend and comrade in the metropolis was by no means devoid of incident and change. Zack had met with his adventures as well as Matt, one of them in particular being of such a nature, or rather leading to such results, as materially altered the domestic aspect of the lodgings in Kirk Street. True to his promise to Valentine, Zack, on the morning of his friend's departure for the country, presented himself at Mr. Strather's house with his letter of introduction punctually at 11 o'clock, and was fairly started in life by that gentleman before noon on the same day, as a student of the classic beau ideal in the statue halls of the British Museum. He worked away resolutely enough till the rooms were closed, and then returned to Kirk Street, not by any means enthusiastically devoted to his new occupation, but determined to persevere in it because he was determined to keep to his word. His new profession wore, however, a much more encouraging aspect when Mr. Strather introduced him in the evening to the private academy. Here live people were the models to study from. Here he was free to use the palette and to mix up the pinkest possible flesh tints with brand-new brushes. Here were high-spirited students of the fine arts, easy in manners and picturesque in personal appearance, with whom he contrived to become intimate directly. And here, to crown all, was a model, sitting for the Chest and Arms, who had been a great prize-fighter, and with whom Zack joyfully cemented the bonds of an eternal pugilistic friendship on the first night of his admission to Mr. Strather's academy. All through the second day of his probation as a student, he laboured at his drawing with immense resolution and infinitesimal progress. All through the evening he daubed away industriously under Mr. Strather's supervision, until the academy sitting was suspended. It would have been well for him if he had gone home as soon as he laid down his brushes, but in an evil hour he lingered after the studies of the evening were over, to have a gossip with the prize-fighting model, and in an indiscreet moment he consented to officiate as one of the patrons at an exhibition of sparring to be held that night in a neighbouring tavern for the ex-pugilist's benefit. After being conducted in an orderly manner enough for some little time, the pugilistic proceedings of the evening were suddenly interrupted by one of the patrons present, who was also a student at the drawing academy, declaring that his pocket had been picked, and insisting that the room door should be closed and the police summoned immediately. Great confusion and disturbance ensued, amid which Zack supported the demand of his fellow student, perhaps a little too warmly. At any rate, a gentleman sitting opposite to him, with a patch over one eye and a nose broken in 3 places, swore that young Thorpe had personally insulted him by implying that he was the thief, and vindicated his moral character by throwing a cheese-plate at Zack's head. The missile struck the mark, at the side, however, instead of in front, and breaking when it struck, inflicted what appeared to every unprofessional eye that looked at the injury, like a very extensive and dangerous wound. The chemist, to whom Zack was taken in the first instance to be bandaged, thought little of the hurt, but the local doctor who was called in, after the lad's removal to Kirk Street, did not take so reassuring a view of the patient's case. The wound was certainly not situated in a very dangerous part of the head, but it had been inflicted at a time when Zack's naturally full-blooded constitution was in a very unhealthy condition, from the effects of much more ardent spirit-drinking than was at all good for him. Bad fever symptoms set in immediately, and appearances became visible in the neighbourhood of the wound at which the medical head shook ominously. In short, Zack was now confined to his bed, with the worst illness he had ever had in his life, and with no friend to look after him except the landlady of the house. Fortunately for him, his doctor was a man of skill and energy, who knew how to make the most of all the advantages which the patient's youth and strength could offer to assist the medical treatment. In 10 days' time young Thorpe was out of danger of any of the serious inflammatory results which had been apprehended from the injury to his head. Wretchedly weak and reduced, unwilling to alarm his mother by informing her of his illness, without Valentine to console him or Matt to amuse him, Zack's spirits now sank to a far lower ebb than they had ever fallen to before. In his present state of depression, feebleness, and solitude, there were moments when he doubted of his own recovery, in spite of all that the doctor could tell him. While in this frame of mind, the remembrance of the last sad report he had heard of his father's health affected him very painfully, and he bitterly condemned himself for never having written so much as a line to ask Mr. Thorpe's pardon since he had left home. He was too weak to use the pen himself, but the tobacconist's wife, a slovenly, showy, kind-hearted woman, was always ready to do anything to serve him, and he determined to make his mind a little easier by asking her to write a few penitent lines for him, and by having the letter dispatched immediately to his father's address in Bear Grove Square. His landlady had long since been made the confidant of all his domestic tribulations, for he freely communicated them to everybody with whom he was brought much in contact, and she showed therefore no surprise, but on the contrary expressed great satisfaction when his request was preferred to her. This was the letter which Zack, with tearful eyes and faltering voice, dictated to the tobacconist's wife. My dear father, I am truly sorry for never having written to ask you to forgive me before. I write now and beg your pardon with all my heart, for I am indeed very penitent and ashamed of myself. If you will only let me have another trial, and will not be too hard upon me at first, I will do my best never to give you any more trouble. Therefore, pray write to me at 14 Kirk Street, Wendover Market, where I am now living with a friend who has been very kind to me. Please give my dear love to mother, and believe me your truly penitent son, Z. Thorpe, June. Having got through this letter pretty easily, and finding that the tobacconist's wife was quite ready to write another for him if he pleased, Zack resolved to send a line to Mr. Blythe, who, as well as he could calculate, might now be expected to return from the country every day. On the evening when he had been brought home with the wound in his head, he had entreated that his accident might be kept a secret from Mrs. Blythe, who knew his address, in case she should send after him. This preliminary word of caution was not uselessly spoken. Only 3 days later a note was brought from Mrs. Blythe, upbraiding him for never having been near the house during Valentine's absence, and asking him to come and drink tea that evening. The messenger, who waited for an answer, was sent back with the most artful verbal excuse which the landlady could provide for the emergency, and no more notes have been delivered since. Mrs. Blythe was doubtless not over well satisfied with the cool manner in which her invitation had been received. In his present condition of spirits, Zack's conscience upbraided him soundly for having thought of deceiving Valentine by keeping him in ignorance of what had happened. Now that Matt seemed, by his long absence, to have deserted Kirk Street for ever, there was a double attraction and hope for the weary and heart-sick Zack in the prospect of seeing the painter's genial face by his bedside. To his oldest, kindest, and most merciful of friends, therefore, he determined to confess what he dare not so much as hint to his own father. The note which, by the assistance of the tobacconist's wife, he now addressed to Valentine was as characteristically boyish, and even childish in tone, as the note which he had sent to his father. It ran thus: My dear Blythe, I begin to wish I had never been born, for I have got into another scrape, having been knocked on the head by a prize-fighter with a cheese-plate. It was wrong in me to go where I did, I know, but I went to Mr. Strather, just as you told me, and stuck to my drawing. I did indeed. Pray do come, as soon as ever you get back. I sent this letter to make sure of getting you at once. I am so miserable and lonely, and too weak still to get out of bed. My landlady is very good and kind to me, but, as for that old vagabond Matt, he has been away in the country I don't know how long, and has never written to me. Please, please do come, and don't blow me up much if you can help it, for I am so weak I can hardly keep from crying when I think what has happened. Ever yours, Z. Thorpe, June. P.S. If you've got any of my money left by you, I should be very glad if you'd bring it. I haven't a farthing, and there are several little things I ought to pay for. This letter, and the letter to Mr. Thorpe, after being duly sealed and directed, were confided for delivery to a private messenger. They were written on the same day which had been occupied by Matthew Grice in visiting Mr. Tatt and Mr. Norby at Dibbledene, and the coincidences of time so ordered it that while Zack's letters were proceeding to their destinations in the hand of the messenger, Zack's fellow lodger was also proceeding to his destination in Kirk Street by the fast London train. Beargrove Square was nearer to the messenger than Valentine's house, so the first letter that he delivered was that all-important petition for the paternal pardon, on the favourable reception of which depended Zack's last chance of reconciliation with home. Mr. Thorpe sat alone in his dining-parlour, the same dining-parlour in which, so many weary years ago, he had argued with old Mr. Goodworth about his son's education. Mrs. Thorpe, being confined to her room by a severe cold, was unable to keep him company. The doctor had just taken leave of him. Friends in general were forbidden, on medical authority, to excite him by visits. He was left lonely, and he had the prospect of remaining lonely for the rest of the day. That total prostration of the nervous system from which the doctor had declared him to be now suffering showed itself painfully, from time to time, in his actions as well as his looks, in his sudden startings when an unexpected noise occurred in the house, in the trembling of his wan, yellowish-white hand whenever he lifted it from the table, in the transparent paleness of his cheeks, in the anxious uncertainty of his ever-wandering eyes. His attention was just now directed on an open letter lying near him, a letter fitted to encourage and console him if any earthly hopes could still speak of happiness to his heart, or, but a few days back, his wife's entreaties and the doctor's advice had at length prevailed on him to increase his chances of recovery by resigning the post of secretary to one of the religious societies to which he belonged. The letter he was now looking at had been written officially to inform him that the members of the society accepted his resignation with the deepest regret, and to prepare him for a visit on the morrow from a deputation charged to present him with an address and testimonial, both of which had been unanimously voted by the society in grateful and affectionate recognition of his high character and eminent services while acting as their secretary. He had not been able to resist the temptation of showing this letter to the doctor, and he could not refrain from reading it once again now, before he put it back in his desk. It was, in his eyes, the great reward and the great distinction of his life. He was still lingering thoughtfully over the last sentence when Zack's letter was brought in to him. It was only for a moment that he had dared to taste again the sweetness of a well-won triumph, but even in that moment there mingled with it the poisoning bitter of every past association that could pain him most. With a heavy sigh he put away the letter from the friends who honoured him, and prepared to answer the letter from the son who had deserted him. There was grief, but no anger in his face as he read it over for the second time. He sat thinking for a little while, then drew towards him his inkstand and paper, hesitated, wrote a few lines, and paused again, putting down the pen this time and covering his eyes with his thin trembling hand. After sitting thus for some minutes, he seemed to despair of being able to collect his thoughts immediately, and to resolve on giving his mind full time to compose itself. He shut up his son's letter and his own unfinished reply together in the paper-case. But there was some reassuring promise for Zack's future prospects contained even in the little that he had already written, and the letter suggested forgiveness at the very outset, for it began with, "My dear Zachary." On delivering Zack's second note at Valentine's house, the messenger was informed that Mr. Blythe was expected back on the next day, or on the day after that at the latest. Having a discretionary power to deal as she pleased with her husband's correspondence when he was away from home, Mrs. Blythe opened the letter as soon as it was taken up to her. Madonna was in the room at the time, with her bonnet and shawl on, just ready to go out for her usual daily walk, with Patty the housemaid for a companion, in Valentine's absence. "Oh, that wretched, wretched Zack!" exclaimed Mrs. Blythe, looking seriously distressed and alarmed the moment her eyes fell on the first lines of the letter. "He must be ill indeed," she added, looking closely at the handwriting, "for he has evidently not written this himself." Madonna could not hear these words, but she could see the expression which accompanied their utterance, and could indicate by a sign her anxiety to know what had happened. Mrs. Blythe ran her eye quickly over the letter, and ascertaining that there was nothing in it which Madonna might not be allowed to read, beckoned to the girl to look over her shoulder as the easiest and shortest way of explaining what was the matter. "How distressed Valentine will be to hear of this," thought Mrs. Blythe, summoning Patty upstairs by a pull at her bell-rope, while Madonna was eagerly reading the letter. The housemaid appeared immediately, and was charged by her mistress to go to Kirk Street at once, and after inquiring of the landlady about Zack's health, to get a written list of any comforts he might want, and bring it back as soon as possible. "And mind you leave a message," pursued Mrs. Blythe in conclusion, "to say that he need not trouble himself about money matters, for your master will come back from the country either to-morrow or next day." Here her attention was suddenly arrested by Madonna, who was eagerly and even impatiently signing on her fingers. "What are you saying to Patty? Oh, do let me know what you are saying to Patty." Mrs. Blythe repeated, by means of the deaf and dumb alphabet, the instructions which she had just given to the servant, and added, observing the paleness and agitation of Madonna's face, "Let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily, my dear, about Zack. He may turn out to be much better than we think him from reading his letter." "May I go with Patty?" rejoined Madonna, her eyes sparkling with anxiety, her fingers trembling as they rapidly formed these words. "Let me take my walk with Patty, just as if nothing had happened. Let me go. Pray let me go." "She can't be of any use, poor child," thought Mrs. Blythe, "but if I keep her here she will only be fretting herself into one of her violent headaches. Besides, she may as well have her walk now, for I shan't be able to spare Patty later in the day." Influenced by these considerations, Mrs. Blythe, by a nod, intimated to her adopted child that she might accompany the housemaid to Kirk Street. Madonna, the moment this permission was granted, led the way out of the room, but stopped as soon as she and Patty were alone on the staircase, and, making a sign that she would be back directly, ran up to her own bedchamber. When she entered the room, she unlocked a little dressing-case that Valentine had given to her, and, emptying out of one of the trays 4 sovereigns and some silver, all her savings from her own pocket-money, wrapped them up hastily in a piece of paper, and ran downstairs again to Patty. Zack was ill and lonely and miserable, longing for a friend to sit by his bedside and comfort him, and she could not be that friend. But Zack was also poor. She had read it in his letter. There were many little things he wanted to pay for. He needed money, and in that need she might secretly be a friend to him, for she had money of her own to give away. "My 4 golden sovereigns shall be the first he has," thought Madonna, nervously taking the housemaid's offered arm at the house door. "I will put them in some place where he is sure to find them, and never to know who they come from. And Zack shall be rich again, rich with all the money I have got to give him." 4 sovereigns represented quite a little fortune in Madonna's eyes. It had taken her a long, long time to save them out of her small allowance of pocket-money. When they knocked at the private door of the tobacco shop, it was opened by the landlady, who, after hearing what their errand was from Patty, and answering some preliminary inquiries after Zack, politely invited them to walk into her back parlour. But Madonna seemed, quite incomprehensibly to the servant, to be bent on remaining in the passage till she had finished writing some lines which she had just then begun to trace on her slate. When they were completed, she showed them to Patty, who read with considerable astonishment these words: "Ask where his sitting-room is, and if I can go into it. I want to leave something for him there with my own hands if the room is empty." After looking at her young mistress's eager face in great amazement for a moment or two, Patty asked the required questions, prefacing them with some words of explanation which drew from the tobacconist's wife many voluble expressions of sympathy and admiration for Madonna. At last there came to an end, and the desired answers to the questions on the slate were readily given enough, and duly, though rather slowly, written down by Patty for her young lady's benefit. The sitting-room belonging to Mr. Thorpe and the other gentlemen was the front room on the first floor. Nobody was in it now. Would the lady like to be shown? Here Madonna arrested the servant's further progress with the slate pencil, nodded to indicate that she understood what had been written, and then, with her little packet of money ready in her hand, lightly ran up the first flight of stairs, ascending them so quickly that she was on the landing before Patty and the landlady had settled which of the two ought to have officially preceded her. The front room was indeed empty when she entered it, but one of the folding doors leading into the back room had been left ajar, and when she looked towards the opening thus made, she also looked, from the particular point of view she then occupied, towards the head of the bed on which Zack lay, and saw his face turned towards her, hushed in deep, still, breathless sleep. She started violently, trembled a little, then stood motionless, looking towards him through the door, the tears standing thick in her eyes, the colour gone from her cheeks, the yearning pulses of grief and pity beating faster and faster in her heart. Ah, how pale and wan and piteously still he lay there, with the ghastly white bandages round his head, and one helpless, languid hand hanging over the bedside. How changed from that glorious creature, all youth, health, strength, and exulting activity, whom it had so long been her innocent idolatry to worship in secret. How fearfully like what might be the image of him in death was the present image of him as he lay in his hushed and awful sleep. She shuddered as the thought crossed her mind, and drying the tears that obscured her sight, turned a little away from him and looked round the room. Her quick feminine eyes detected at a glance all its squalid disorder, all its deplorable defects of comfort, all its repulsive unfitness as a habitation for the suffering and the sick. Surely a little money might help Zack to a better place to recover in. Surely her money might be made to minister in this way to his comfort, his happiness, and even his restoration to health. Full of this idea, she advanced a step or two, and sought for a proper place on the one table in the room in which she might put her packet of money. While she was thus engaged, an old newspaper, with some hair lying in it, caught her eye. The hair was Zack's, and was left to be thrown away, having been cut off that very morning by the doctor, who thought that enough had not been removed from the neighbourhood of the wound by the barber originally employed to clear the hair from the injured side of the patient's head. Madonna had hardly looked at the newspaper before she recognized the hair in it as Zack's by its light brown colour and by the faint golden tinge running through it. One little curly lock, lying rather apart from the rest, especially allured her eyes. She longed to take it as a keepsake which Zack would never know that she possessed. For a moment she hesitated, and in that moment the longing became an irresistible temptation. After glancing over her shoulder to assure herself that no one had followed her upstairs, she took the lock of hair and quickly hid it away in her bosom. Her eyes had assured her that there was no one in the room, but if she had not been deprived of the sense of hearing, she would have known that persons were approaching it, by the sound of voices on the stairs, a man's voice being among them. Necessarily ignorant, however, of this, she advanced unconcernedly, after taking the lock of hair, from the table to the chimney-piece, which it struck her might be the safest place to leave the money on. She had just put it down there, and when she felt the slight concussion caused by the opening and closing of the door behind her, and turning round instantly, confronted Patty, the landlady, and the strange, swarthy-faced friend of Zack's who had made her a present of the scarlet tobacco pouch. Terror and confusion almost overpowered her as she saw him advance to the chimney-piece and take up the packet she had just placed there. He had evidently opened the room door in time to see her put it down, and he was now deliberately unfolding the paper and examining the money inside. While he was thus occupied, Patty came close up to her, and, with rather a confused and agitated face, began writing on her slate, much faster and much less correctly than usual. She gathered, however, from the few crooked lines scrawled by the servant, that Patty had been very much startled by the sudden entrance of the landlady's rough lodger, who had let himself in from the street just as she was about to follow her young mistress up to the sitting-room, and had uncivilly stood in her way on the stairs while he listened to what the good woman of the house had to tell him about young Mr. Thorpe's illness. Confused as the writing was on the slate, Madonna contrived to interpret it thus far, and would have gone on interpreting more if she had not felt a heavy hand laid on her arm, and had not, on looking round, seen Zack's friend making signs to her, with her money loose in his hand. She felt confused, but not frightened now, for his eyes, as she looked into them, expressed neither suspicion nor anger. They rested on her face kindly and sadly, while he first pointed to the money in his hand and then to her. She felt that her colour was rising, and that it was a hard matter to acknowledge the gold and silver as being her own property. But she did so acknowledge it. He then pointed to himself, and when she shook her head, pointed through the folding doors into Zack's room. Her cheeks began to burn, and she grew suddenly afraid to look at him. But it was no harder trial to confess the truth than shamelessly to deny it by making a false sign. So she looked up at him again and bravely nodded her head. His eyes seemed to grow clearer and softer as they still rested kindly on her, but he made her take back the money immediately, and, holding her hand as he did so, detained it for a moment with a curious, awkward gentleness. Then, after first pointing again to Zack's room, he began to search in the breast-pocket of his coat, took from it at one rough grasp some letters tied together loosely, and a clumsy-looking rolled-up strip of fur, put the letters aside on the table behind him, and, unrolling the fur, showed her that there were bank-notes in it. She understood him directly. He had money of his own for Zack's service, and wanted none from her. After he had replaced the strip of fur in his pocket, he took up the letters from the table to be put back also. As he reached them towards him, a lock of hair, which seemed to have accidentally got between them, fell out on the floor just at her feet. She stooped to pick it up for him, and was surprised as she did so to see that it exactly resembled in colour the lock of Zack's hair which she had taken from the old newspaper and had hidden in her bosom. She was surprised at this, and she was more than surprised when he angrily and abruptly snatched up the lock of hair just as she touched it. Did he think that she wanted to take it away from him? If he did, it was easy to show him that a lock of Zack's hair was just now no such rarity that people need quarrel about the possession of it. She reached her hand to the table behind, and, taking some of the hair from the old newspaper, held it up to him with a smile, just as he was on the point of putting his own lock of hair back in his pocket. For a moment he did not seem to comprehend what her action meant. Then the resemblance between the hair in her hand and the hair in his own struck him suddenly. The whole expression of his face changed in an instant, changed so darkly that she recoiled from him in terror, and put back the hair into the newspaper. He pounced on it directly, and, crunching it up in his hand, turned his grim, threatening face and fiercely questioning eyes on the landlady. While she was answering his inquiry, Madonna saw him look towards Zack's bed, and, as he looked, another change passed over his face. The darkness faded from it, and the red scars on his cheek deepened in colour. He moved back slowly to the further corner of the room from the folding doors, his restless eyes fixed in a vacant stare, one of his hands clutched round the old newspaper, the other motioning clumsily and impatiently to the astonished and alarmed women to leave him. Madonna had felt Patty's hand pulling at her arm more than once during the last minute or two. She was now quite as anxious as her companion to quit the house. They went out quickly, not venturing to look at Matt again, and the landlady followed them. She and Patty had a long talk together at the street door, evidently, judging by the expression of their faces, about the conduct of the rough lodger upstairs. But Madonna felt no desire to be informed particularly of what they were saying to each other. Much as Matthew's strange behaviour had surprised and startled her, he was not the uppermost subject in her mind just then. It was the discovery of her secret, the failure of her little plan for helping Zack with her own money, that she was now thinking of with equal confusion and dismay. She had not been in the front room at Kirk Street much more than 5 minutes altogether, yet what a succession of untoward events had passed in that short space of time. For a long while after the women had left him, Mat stood motionless in the furthest corner of the room from the folding doors, looking vacantly towards Zack's bedchamber. His first surprise on finding a stranger talking in the passage when he let himself in from the street. His first vexation on hearing of Zack's accident from the landlady. His momentary impulse to discover himself to Mary's child when he saw Madonna standing in his room, and again when he knew that she had come there with her little offering for the one kind purpose of helping the sick lad in his distress. All these sensations were now gone from his memory as well as from his heart, absorbed in the one predominant emotion with which the discovery of the resemblance between Zack's hair and the hair from Jane Holdmith's letter now filled him. No ordinary shocks could strike Mat's mind hard enough to make it lose its balance. This shock prostrated it in an instant. In proportion as he gradually recovered his self-possession, so did the desire strengthen in him to ascertain the resemblance between the two kinds of hair once more, but in such a manner as it had not been ascertained yet. He stole gently to the folding doors and looked into young Thorpe's room. Zack was still asleep. After pausing for a moment and shaking his head sorrowfully, as he noticed how pale and wasted the lad's face looked, he approached the pillow and laid the lock of Arthur Carr's hair upon it, close to the uninjured side of Zack's head. It was then late in the afternoon, but not dusk yet. No blind hung over the bedroom window, and all the light in the sky streamed full on to the pillow as Mat's eyes fastened on it. The similarity between the sleeper's hair and the hair of Arthur Carr was perfect. Both were of the same light brown colour, and both had running through that colour the same delicate golden tinge, brightly visible in the light, hardly to be detected at all in the shade. Why had this extraordinary resemblance never struck him before? Perhaps because he had never examined Arthur Carr's hair with attention until he had possessed himself of Mary's bracelet and had gone away to the country. Perhaps also because he had never yet taken notice enough of Zack's hair to care to look close at it. And now the resemblance was traced, to what conclusion did it point? Plainly from Zack's youth to none in connection with him. But what elder relatives had he, and which of them was he most like? Did he take after his father? Mat was looking down at the sleeper just then. Something in the lad's face troubled him, and kept his mind from pursuing that last thought. He took the lock of hair from the pillow and went into the front room. There was anxiety and almost dread in his face as he thought of the fatally decisive question in relation to the momentous discovery he had just made, which must be addressed to Zack when he awoke. He had never really known how fond he was of his fellow lodger until now, when he was conscious of a dull, numbing sensation of dismay at the prospect of addressing that question to the friend who had lived as a brother with him since the day when they first met. As the evening closed in, Zack woke. It was a relief to Mat, as he went to the bedside, to know that his face could not now be clearly seen. The burden of that terrible question pressed heavily on his heart, while he held his comrade's feeble hand, while he answered as considerately, yet as briefly as he could, the many inquiries addressed to him, and while he listened patiently and silently to the sufferer's long, wandering, faintly uttered narrative of the accident that had befallen him. Towards the close of that narrative, Zack himself unconsciously led the way to the fatal question which Mat longed yet dreaded to ask him. "Well, old fellow," he said, turning feebly on his pillow so as to face Matthew, "something like what you call the horrors has been taking hold of me, and this morning in particular I was so wretched and lonely that I asked the landlady to write for me to my father, begging his pardon and all that. I haven't behaved as well as I ought, and, somehow, when a fellow's ill and lonely he gets homesick." His voice began to grow faint, and he left the sentence unfinished. "Zack," said Mat, turning his face away from the bed while he spoke, though it was now quite dark. "Zack, what sort of a man is your father?" "What sort of a man? How do you mean?" "To look at. Are you like him in the face?" "Lord help you, Mat, as little like as possible. My father's face is all wrinkled and marked." Ay, like other old men's faces. His hair's grey, I suppose?" "Quite white. By the by, talking of that, there is one point I'm like him in, at least, like what he was when he was a young man." "What's that?" "What we've been speaking of, his hair. I've heard my mother say, when she first married him— Just shake up my pillow a bit, will you, Matt?" Yes. And what did you hear your mother say?" "Oh, nothing particular. Only that when he was a young man his hair was exactly like what mine is now." As those momentous words were spoken, the landlady knocked at the door and announced that she was waiting outside with candles and a nice cup of tea for the invalid. Matt led her into the bedchamber, then immediately walked out of it into the front room and closed the folding doors behind him. Brave as he was afraid at that moment to let Zack see his face. He walked to the fireplace and rested his head and arm on the chimney-piece, reflected for a little while, then stood upright again, and searching in his pocket, drew from it once more that fatal lock of hair which he had examined so anxiously and so often during his past fortnight in the country. "Your work is done," he said, looking at it for a moment as it lay in his hand, then throwing it into the dull red fire which was now burning low in the grate. "Your work's done, and mine won't be long a-doing." He rested his head and arm again wearily on the chimney-piece, and added, "I'm brothers with Zack. There's the hard part of it. I'm brothers with Zack." End of chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Day of Reckoning. On the forenoon of the day that followed Matt's return to Kirk Street, the ordinarily dull aspect of Beargrove Square was enlivened by a procession of 3 handsome private carriages which stopped at Mr. Thorpe's door. From each carriage there descended gentlemen of highly respectable appearance, clothed in shining black garments, and wearing, for the most part, white cravats. One of these gentlemen carried in his hands a handsome silver inkstand, and another gentleman, who followed him, bore a roll of glossy paper, tied round with a broad ribbon of sober purple hue. The roll contained an address to Mr. Thorpe, eulogizing his character in very affectionate terms. The inkstand was a testimonial to be presented after the address, and the gentlemen who occupied the 3 private carriages were all eminent members of the religious society which Mr. Thorpe had served in the capacity of secretary, and from which he now was obliged to secede in consequence of the precarious state of his health. A small and orderly assembly of idle people had collected on the pavement to see the gentlemen alight, to watch them go into the house, to stare at the inkstand, to wonder at the address, to observe that Mr. Thorpe's page wore his best livery, and that Mr. Thorpe's housemaid had on new cap ribbons and her Sunday gown. After the street door had been closed, and these various objects for popular admiration had disappeared, there still remained an attraction outside in the square, which addressed itself to the general ear. One of the footmen in attendance on the carriages had collected many interesting particulars about the deputation and the testimonial, and while he related them in regular order to another footman anxious for information, the small and orderly public of idlers stood round about, and eagerly caught up any stray words explanatory of the ceremonies then in progress inside the house, which fell in their way. One of the most attentive of these listeners was a swarthy complexioned man with bristling whiskers and a scarred face, who had made one of the assembly on the pavement from the moment of its first congregating. He had been almost as much stared at by the people about him as the deputation itself, and had been set down among them generally as a foreigner of the most outlandish kind. But, in plain truth, he was English to the backbone, being no other than Matthew Gryce. Matt's look, as he stood listening among his neighbours, was now just as quietly vigilant, his manner just as gruffly self-possessed as usual, but it had cost him a hard struggle that morning, in the solitude of one of his longest and loneliest walks, to compose himself, or, in his favourite phrase, to "get to be his own man again." From the moment when he had thrown the lock of hair into the fire, to the moment when he was now loitering at Mr. Thorp's door, he had never doubted, whatever others might have done, that the man who had been the ruin of his sister, and the man who was the nearest blood relation of the comrade who shared his roof and lay sick at that moment in his bed, were one and the same. Though he stood now amid the casual street spectators, apparently as indolently curious as the most careless among them, looking at what they looked at, listening to what they listened to, and leaving the square when they left it, he was resolved all the time to watch his first opportunity of entering Mr. Thorp's house that very day, resolved to investigate through all its ramifications the secret which he had first discovered when the fragments of Zack's hair were playfully held up for him to look at in the deaf and dumb girl's hand. The dispersion of the idlers on the pavement was accelerated, and the footman's imaginary description of the proceedings then in progress at Mr. Thorp's was cut short by the falling of a heavy shower. The frost, after breaking up, had been succeeded that year by prematurely mild spring weather. April seemed to have come a month before its time. Regardless of the rain, Matt walked slowly up and down the streets round Beargrove Square, peering every now and then from afar off through the misty shower to see if the carriages were still drawn up at Mr. Thorp's door. The ceremony of presenting the testimonial was evidently a protracted one, for the vehicles were long kept waiting for their owners. The rain had passed away, the sun had reappeared, fresh clouds had gathered, and it was threatening a second shower before the deputation from the great religious society re-entered their vehicles and drove out of the square. When they had quitted it, Matt advanced and knocked at Mr. Thorp's door. The clouds rolled up darkly over the sun, and the first warning drops of the new shower began to fall as the door opened. The servant hesitated about admitting him. He had anticipated that this sort of obstacle would be thrown in his way at the outset, and had provided against it in his own mind beforehand. "Tell your master," he said, "that his son is ill, and I have come to speak to him about it." This message was delivered and had the desired effect. Matt was admitted into the drawing-room immediately. The chairs occupied by the members of the deputation had not been moved away. The handsome silver inkstand was on the table. The address, beautifully written on the fairest white paper, lay by it. Mr. Thorp stood before the fireplace, and bending over towards the table, mechanically examined for the second time the signatures attached to the address, while his strange visitor was being ushered upstairs. Matt's arrival had interrupted him just at the moment when he was going to Mrs. Thorp's room to describe to her the presentation ceremony which she had not been well enough to attend. He had stopped immediately, and the faint smile that was on his face had vanished from it when the news of his son's illness reached him through the servant. But the hectic flush of triumph and pleasure which his interview with the deputation had called into his cheeks still coloured them as brightly as ever when Matthew Gryce entered the room. "You have come, sir," Mr. Thorp began, "to tell me—" He hesitated, stammered out another word or two, then stopped. Something in the expression of the dark and strange face that he saw lowering at him under the black velvet skull-cap suspended the words on his lips. In his present nervous, enfeebled state, any sudden emotions of doubt or surprise, no matter how slight and temporary in their nature, always proved too powerful for his self-control, and betrayed themselves in his speech and manner painfully. Matt said not a word to break the ominous silence. Was he at that moment in very truth standing face to face with Arthur Carr? Could this man, so frail and meagre, with the narrow chest, the drooping figure, the effeminate pink tinge on his wan, wrinkled cheeks, be indeed the man who had driven Mary to that last refuge where the brambles and weeds grew thick, and the foul mud-pools stagnated in the forgotten corner of the churchyard? "You have come, sir," resumed Mr. Thorp, controlling himself by an effort which deepened the flush on his face, "to tell me news of my son which I am not entirely unprepared for. I heard from him yesterday, and, though it did not strike me at first, I noticed on referring to his letter afterwards that it was not in his own handwriting. My nerves are not very strong, and they have been tried, pleasurably, most pleasurably tried, already this morning by such testimonies of kindness and sympathy as it does not fall to the lot of many men to earn. May I beg you, if your news should be of an alarming nature, which God forbid, to communicate it as gently—" "My news is this," Matt broke in. "Your son's been hurt in the head, but he's got over the worst of it now. He lives with me, I like him, and I mean to take care of him till he gets on his legs again. That's my news about your son. But that's not all I've got to say. I bring you news of somebody else." "Will you take a seat and be good enough to explain yourself?" They sat down at opposite sides of the table, with the testimonial and the address lying between them. The shower outside was beginning to fall at its heaviest. The splashing noise of the rain and the sound of running footsteps, as the few foot passengers in the square made for shelter at the top of their speed, penetrated into the room during the pause of silence which ensued after they had taken their seats. Mr. Thorpe spoke first. "May I inquire your name?" he said, in his lowest and calmest tones. Matt did not seem to hear the question. He took up the address from the table, looked at the list of signatures, and turned to Mr. Thorpe. "I've been hearing about this," he said. "Are all them names there the names of friends of yours?" Mr. Thorpe looked a little astonished, but he answered, after a moment's hesitation, "Certainly, the most valued friends I have in the world." "Friends," pursued Matt, reading to himself the introductory sentence in the address, "who have put the most affectionate trust in you." Mr. Thorpe began to look rather offended as well as rather astonished. "Will you excuse me," he said coldly, "if I beg you to proceed to the business that has brought you here?" Matt placed the address on the table again, immediately in front of him, and took a pencil from a tray with writing materials in it, which stood near at hand. "Friends who have put the most affectionate trust in you," he repeated. "The name of one of them friends isn't here. It ought to be, and I mean to put it down." As the point of his pencil touched the paper of the address, Mr. Thorpe started from his chair. "What am I to understand, sir, by this conduct?" he began haughtily, stretching out his hand to possess himself of the address. Matt looked up with a serpent glitter in his eyes and the angry red tinge glowing in the scars on his cheek. "Sit down," he said. "I'm not quick at writing. Sit down and wait till I'm done." Mr. Thorpe's face began to look a little agitated. He took a step towards the fireplace, intending to ring the bell. "Sit down and wait," Matt reiterated, in quick, fierce, quietly uttered tones of command, rising from his own chair, and pointing peremptorily to the seat just vacated by the master of the house. A sudden doubt crossed Mr. Thorpe's mind and made him pause before he touched the bell. Could this man be in his right senses? His actions were entirely unaccountable. His words and his way of uttering them were alike strange. His scarred, scowling face looked hardly human at that moment. Would it be well to summon help? No, worse than useless. Except the page, who was a mere boy, there were none but women servants in the house. When he remembered this, he sat down again, and at the same moment Matt began, clumsily and slowly, to write on the blank space beneath the last signature attached to the address. The sky was still darkening apace. The rain was falling heavily and more heavily as he traced the final letter, and then handed the paper to Mr. Thorpe, bearing inscribed on it the name of Mary Gryce. "Read that name," said Matt. Mr. Thorpe looked at the characters traced by the pencil. His face changed instantly. He sank down into the chair. One faint cry burst from his lips. Then he was silent. Low, stifled, momentary as it was, that cry proclaimed him to be the man. He was self-denounced by it even before he cowered down, shuddering in the chair, with both his hands pressed convulsively over his face. Matt rose to his feet and spoke, eyeing him piteously from head to foot. "Not a friend of all of them," he said, pointing down at the address, "put such affectionate trust in you
as she did. When first I see her grave in the strange churchyard, I said I'd be even with the man who laid her in it. I'm here today to be even with you. Carr or Thorpe, whichever you call yourself, I know how you used her from first to last. Her father was my father. Her name is my name. You were her worst enemy 23 years ago. You are my worst enemy now. I am her brother, Matthew Gryce." The hands of the shuddering figure beneath him suddenly dropped. The ghastly uncovered face looked up at him, with such a panic stare in the eyes, such a fearful quivering and distortion of all the features, that it tried even his firmness of nerve to look at it steadily. In spite of himself, he went back to his chair and sat down doggedly by the table, and was silent. A low murmuring and moaning, amid which a few disconnected words made themselves faintly distinguishable, caused him to look round again. He saw that the ghastly face was once more hidden. He heard the disconnected words reiterated, always in the same stifled, wailing tones. Now and then a half-finished phrase was audible from behind the withered hands still clasped over the face. He heard such fragments of sentences as these: "Have pity on my wife. Accept the remorse of many years. Spare me the disgrace." After those 4 last words he listened for no more. The merciless spirit was roused in him again the moment he heard them. "Spare you the disgrace?" he repeated, starting to his feet. "Did you spare her? Not you." Once more the hands dropped. Once more the ghastly face slowly and horribly confronted him. But this time he never recoiled from it. There was no mercy in him, none in his looks, none in his tones, as he went on. "What? It would disgrace you, would it? Then disgraced you shall be. You've kept it secret, have you? You shall tell that secret to every soul that comes about the house. You shall own Mary's disgrace, Mary's death, and Mary's child, before every man who's put his name down on that bit of paper. You shall, as soon as tomorrow, if I like. You shall, if I have to bring your child with me to make you. If I have to stand up, hand in hand along with her, here on your own hearthstone." He stopped. The cowering figure was struggling upward from the chair. One of the withered hands, slowly raised, was stretching itself out towards him. The panic-stricken eyes were growing less vacant, and were staring straight into his with a fearful meaning in their look. The pale lips were muttering rapidly. At first he could not tell what. Then he succeeded in catching the 2 words. "Mary's child," quickly, faintly, incessantly reiterated, until he spoke again. "Yes," he said, pitiless as ever. "Yes, Mary's child. Your child. Haven't you seen her? Is it that you're staring and trembling about? Go and look at her. She lives within gunshot of you. Ask Zack's friend, the painter man, to show you the deaf and dumb girl he picked up among the horse riders. Look here. Look at this bracelet. Do you remember your own hair in it? The hands that brought up Mary's child took that bracelet from Mary's pocket. Look at it again. Look at it as close as you like." Once more he stopped. The frail figure which had been feebly rising out of the chair while he held up the hair bracelet suddenly and heavily sank back in it. He saw the eyelids half close, and a great stillness pass over the face. He heard one deep-drawn breath, but no cry now, no moaning, no murmuring, no sound whatever except the steady splash of the fast-falling rain on the pavement outside. Dead? A thought of Zack welled up into his heart and troubled it. He hesitated for a moment, then bent over the chair and put his hand on the bosom of the deathly figure reclining in it. A faint fluttering was still to be felt, and the pulse, when he tried that next, was beating feebly. It was not death he looked on now, but the swoon that is near neighbour to it. For a minute or two
He stood with his eyes fixed on the white, calm face beneath him, thinking. "If me and Zack," he whispered to himself, "hadn't been brothers together." He left the sentence unfinished, took his hat quickly and quitted the room. In the passage downstairs he met one of the female servants, who opened the street door for him. "Your master wants you," he said with an effort. He spoke those words, passed by her, and left the house. End of chapter 16. Book 2, Chapter 17 of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Matthew Grice's Revenge. Neither looking to the right nor the left, neither knowing nor caring whither he went, Matthew Grice took the first turning he came to, which led him out of Beargrove Square. It happened to be the street communicating with a long suburban road, at the remote extremity of which Mr. Blythe lived. Matt followed this road mechanically, not casting a glance at the painter's abode when he passed it, and taking no notice of a cab with luggage on the roof, which drew up as he walked by at the garden gate. If he had only looked round at the vehicle for a moment, he must have seen Valentine sitting inside it and counting out the money for his fare. But he still went on, straight on, looking aside at nothing. He fronted the wind and the clearing quarter of the sky as he walked. The shower was now fast subsiding, and the first rays of returning sunlight as they streamed through mist and cloud fell tenderly and warmly on his face. Though he did not show it outwardly, there was strife and trouble within him. The name of Zack was often on his lips, and he varied constantly in his rate of walking, now quickening, now slackening his pace at irregular intervals. It was evening before he turned back towards home, night before he sat down again in the chair by young Thorpe's bedside. "I'm a deal better to-night, Matt," said Zack, answering his first inquiries. "That good fellow Blythe has come back. He's been sitting here with me a couple of hours or more. Where have you been to all day, you restless old rough and tough?" he continued, with something of his natural light-hearted manner returning already. "There's a letter come for you, by-the-by. The landlady said she would put it on the table in the front room." Matthew found and opened the letter, which proved to contain 2 enclosures. One was addressed to Mr. Blythe, the other had no direction. The handwriting in the letter being strange to him, Matt looked first for the name at the end, and found that it was Thorpe. "Wait a bit," he said, as Zack spoke again just then. "I want to read my letter. We'll talk after." This is what he read. "Some hours have passed since you left my house. I have had time to collect a little strength and composure, and have received such assistance and advice as have enabled me to profit by that time. Now I know that I can write calmly, I send you this letter. My object is not to ask how you became possessed of the guilty secret which I had kept from everyone, even from my wife, but to offer you such explanation and confession as you have a right to demand from me. I do not cavil about that right. I admit that you possess it, without desiring further proof than your actions, your merciless words, and the bracelet in your possession have afforded me. It is fit you should first be told that the assumed name by which I was known at Dibbleden merely originated in a foolish jest, in a wager that certain companions of my own age, who were accustomed to ridicule my fondness for botanical pursuits, and often to follow and disturb me when I went in search of botanical specimens, would not be able to trace and discover me in my country retreat. I went to Dibbleden because the neighbourhood was famous for specimens of rare ferns which I desired to possess, and I took my assumed name before I went to help in keeping me from being traced and disturbed by my companions. My father alone was in the secret, and came to see me once or twice in my retirement. I have no excuse to offer for continuing to preserve my false name at a time when I was bound to be candid about myself and my station in life. My conduct was as unpardonably criminal in this as it was in greater things. My stay at the cottage I had taken lasted much longer than my father would have remitted, if I had not deceived him, and if he had not been much harassed at that time by unforeseen difficulties in his business as a foreign merchant. These difficulties arrived at last at a climax, and his health broke down under them. His presence, or the presence of a properly qualified person to represent him, was absolutely required in Germany, where one of his business houses, conducted by an agent, was established. I was his only son. He had taken me as a partner into his London house, and had allowed me, on the plea of delicate health, to absent myself from my duties for months and months together, and to follow my favourite botanical pursuits just as I pleased. When, therefore, he wrote me word that great part of his property, and great part, consequently, of my sister's fortunes, depended on my going to Germany, his own health not permitting him to take the journey, I had no choice but to place myself at his disposal immediately. I went away, being assured beforehand that my absence would not last more than 3 or 4 months at the most. While I was abroad I wrote to your sister constantly. I had treated her dishonourably and wickedly, but no thought of abandoning her had ever entered my heart. My dearest hope at that time was the hope of seeing her again. Not one of my letters was answered. I was detained in Germany beyond the time during which I had consented to remain there, and in the excess of my anxiety I even ventured to write twice to your father. Those letters also remained unanswered. When I at last got back to England, I immediately sent a person on whom I could rely to Dibbledene to make the inquiries which I dreaded to make myself. My messenger was turned from your doors with the fearful news of your sister's flight from home and of her death. It was then I first suspected that my letters had been tampered with. It was then, too, when the violence of my grief and despair had a little abated, that the news of your sister's flight inspired me for the first time with a suspicion of the consequence which had followed the commission of my sin. You may think it strange that this suspicion should not have occurred to me before. It would seem so no longer, perhaps, if I detailed to you the peculiar system of home education by which my father, strictly and conscientiously, endeavoured to preserve me, as other young men are not usually preserved, from the moral contaminations of the world. But it would be useless to dwell on this now. No explanations can alter the events of the guilty and miserable past. Anxiously, though privately and in fear and trembling, I caused such enquiries to be made as I hoped might decide the question whether the child existed or not. They were long persevered in, but they were useless. Useless, perhaps, as I now think with bitter sorrow, because I trusted them to others and had not the courage to make them openly myself. 2 years after that time I married, under circumstances not of an ordinary kind. What circumstances you have no claim to know. That part of my life is my secret and my wife's, and belongs to us alone. I have now dwelt long enough for your information on my own guilty share in the events of the past. As to the present and the future, I have still a word or two left to say. You have declared that I shall expiate, by the exposure of my shameful secret before all my friends, the wrong your sister suffered at my hands. My life has been one long expiation for that wrong. My broken health, my altered character, my weary secret sorrows, unpartaken and unconsoled, have punished me for many years past more heavily than you think. Do you desire to see me visited by more poignant sufferings than these? If it be so, you may enjoy the vindictive triumph of having already inflicted them. Your threats will force me, in a few hours, from the friends I have lived with, at the very time when the affection shown to me, and the honour conferred on me by those friends, have made their society most precious to my heart. You force me from this, and from more, for you force me from my home at the moment when my son has affectionately entreated me to take him back to my fireside. These trials, heavy as they are, I am ready to endure, if, by accepting them humbly, I may be deemed to have made some atonement for my sin. But more I have not the fortitude to meet. I cannot face the exposure with which you are resolved to overwhelm me. The anxiety, perhaps I ought to say the weakness, of my life has been to win and keep the respect of others. You are about, by disclosing the crime which dishonoured my youth, to deprive me of my good fame. I can let it go without a struggle, as part of the punishment that I have deserved, but I have not the courage to wait and see you take it from me. My own sensations tell me that I have not long to live. My own convictions assure me that I cannot fitly prepare myself for death until I am far removed from worldly interests and worldly terrors, in a word, from the horror of an exposure which I have deserved, but which, at the end of my weary life, is more than I can endure. We have seen the last of each other in this world. To-night I shall be beyond the reach of your retaliation, for to-night I shall be journeying to the retreat in which the short remainder of my life will be hidden from you and from all men. It now only remains for me to advert to the 2 enclosures contained in this letter. The first is addressed to Mr. Blythe. I leave it to reach his hands through you, because I am ashamed to communicate with him directly as from myself. If what you said about my child be the truth, and I cannot dispute it, then, in my ignorance of her identity, in my estrangement from the house of her protector since she first entered it, I have unconsciously committed such an offence against Mr. Blythe as no contrition can ever adequately atone for. Now indeed I feel how presumptuously merciless my bitter conviction of the turpitude of my own sin has made me towards what I deemed like sins in others. Now also I know that, unless you have spoken falsely, I have been guilty of casting the shame of my own deserted child in the teeth of the very man who had nobly and tenderly given her an asylum in his own home. The unutterable anguish which only the bare suspicion of this has inflicted on me might well have been my death. I marvel even now at my own recovery from it. You are free to look at the letter to Mr. Blythe which I now entrust to you. Besides the expression of my shame, my sorrow, and my sincere repentance, it contains some questions, to which Mr. Blythe, in his Christian kindness, will, I doubt not, readily write answers. The questions only refer to the matter of the child's identity, and the address I have written down at the end is that of the house of business of my lawyer and agent in London. He will forward the document to me, and will then arrange with Mr. Blythe the manner in which a fit provision for my property may be best secured to his adopted child. He has deserved her love, and to him I gratefully and humbly leave her. For myself, I am not worthy even to look upon her face. The second enclosure is meant for my son, and is to be delivered in the event of your having already disclosed to him the secret of his father's guilt. But if you have not done this, if any mercy towards me has entered into your heart, and pleads with it for pardon and for silence, then destroy the letter, and tell him that he will find a communication waiting for him at the house of my agent. He wrote to ask my pardon. He has it freely. Freely in my turn I hope to have his forgiveness for severities exercised towards him, which were honestly meant to preserve him betimes from ever falling as his father fell, but which I now fear were persevered in too hardly and too long. I have suffered for this error, as for others, heavily, more heavily when he abandoned his home than I should ever wish him to know. You said he lived with you and that you were fond of him. Be gentle with him, now that he is ill, for his mother's sake. My hand grows weaker and weaker. I can write no more. Let me close this letter by entreating your pardon. If you ever grant it me, then I also ask your prayers. With this the letter ended. Matthew sat holding it open in his hand for a little while. He looked round once or twice at the enclosed letter from Mr. Thorpe to his son, which lay close by on the table, but did not destroy it, did not so much as touch it even. Zack spoke to him before long from the inner room. "I'm sure you must have done reading your letter by this time, Matt. I've been thinking, old fellow, of the talk we used to have, about going back to America together, and trying a little buffalo hunting, and roaming about in the wilds. If my father takes me into favour again, and can be got to say yes, I should so like to go with you, Matt. Not for too long, you know, because of my mother and my friends over here, but a sea voyage and a little scouring about in what you call the lonesome places would do me such good. I don't feel as if I should ever settle properly to anything till I've had my fling. I wonder whether my father would let me go."
"I know he would, Zack."
"You? How?"
"I'll tell you how another time. You shall have your run, Zack. You shall have your heart's content along with me."
As he said this, he looked again at Mr. Thorpe's letter to his son, and took it up in his hand this time. "Oh, how I wish I was strong enough to start. Come in here, Matt, and let's talk about it."
"Wait a bit, and I will."
Pronouncing those words, he rose from his chair.
"For your sake, Zack," he said, and dropped the letter into the fire.
"What can you be about all this time?" asked young Thorpe.
"Do you call to mind," said Matt, going into the bedroom and sitting down by the lad's pillow, "do you call to mind me saying that I'd be brothers with you when first us two come together? Well, Zack, I've only been trying to be as good as my word."
"Trying? What do you mean? I don't understand, old fellow."
"Never mind. You'll make it out better some day. Let's talk about getting aboard ship and going a buffalo hunting now."
They discussed the projected expedition until Zack grew sleepy. As he fell off into a pleasant doze, Matt went back into the front room, and, taking from the table Mr. Thorpe's letter to Mr. Blythe, left Kirk Street immediately for the painter's house. It had occurred to Valentine to unlock his bureau twice since his return from the country, but on neither occasion had he found it necessary to open that long, narrow drawer at the back, in which he had secreted the hair bracelet years ago. He was consequently still totally ignorant that it had been taken away from him, when Matthew Gryce entered the painting room and quietly put it into his hand. Consternation and amazement so thoroughly overpowered him that he suffered his visitor to lock the door against all intruders, and then to lead him peremptorily to a chair without uttering a single word of inquiry or expostulation. All through the narrative on which Matt now entered, he sat totally speechless, until Mr. Thorpe's letter was placed in his hands, and he was informed that Madonna was still to be left entirely under his own care. Then, for the first time, his cheeks showed symptoms of returning to their natural colour, and he exclaimed fervently, "Thank God! I shan't lose her after all. I only wish you had begun by telling me of that the moment you came into the room." Saying this, he began to read Mr. Thorpe's letter. When he had finished it, and looked up at Matt, the tears were in his eyes. "I can't help it," said the simple-hearted painter. "It would even affect you, Mr. Gryce, to be addressed in such terms of humiliation as these. How can he doubt my forgiving him, when he has a right to my everlasting gratitude for not asking me to part with our darling child? They never met. He has never, never seen her face," continued Valentine, in lower and fainter tones. "She always wore her veil down by my wish when we went out, and our walks were generally into the country instead of town way. I only once remember seeing him coming towards us, and then I crossed the road with her, knowing we were not on terms. There's something shocking in father and daughter living so near each other, yet being, if one may say so far, so very far apart. It is dreadful to think of that. It is far more dreadful to think of its having been her hand which held up the hair for you to look at, and her little innocent action which led to the discovery of who her father really was."
"Do you ever mean to let her know as much about it as we do?"
asked Matthew. The look of dismay began to appear again in Valentine's face.
"Have you told Zack yet?" he inquired, nervously and eagerly. "No," said Matt. "And don't you. When Zack's on his legs again, he's going to take a voyage and get a season's hunting along with me in the wild country over the water. I'm as fond of the lad as if he was a bit of my own flesh and blood. I cottoned to him when he hit out so hearty for me at the singing shop, and we've been brothers together ever since. You mightn't think it, to look at me, but I've spared Zack's father for Zack's sake, and I don't ask no more reward for it than to take the lad a-hunting for a season or two along with me. When he comes back home again and we say good-bye, I'll tell him all what's happened, but I won't risk bringing so much as a cross look into his eyes now by dropping a word to him of what's passed betwixt his father and me." Although this speech excited no little surprise and interest in Valentine's mind, it did not succeed in suspending the anxieties which had been awakened in him by Matthew's preceding question, and which he now began to feel the necessity of confiding to Mrs. Blythe, his grand counsellor in all difficulties, and unfailing comforter in all troubles. "Do you mind waiting here," he said, "while I go upstairs and break the news to my wife? Without her advice I don't know what to do about communicating our discovery to the poor dear child. Do you mind waiting?" No, Matthew would willingly wait. Hearing this, Mr. Blythe left the room directly. He remained away a long time. When he came back, his face did not seem to have gained in composure during his absence. "My wife has told me of another discovery," he said, "which her motherly love for our adopted daughter enabled her to make some time since. I have been sadly surprised and distressed at hearing of it, but I need say no more on the subject to you than that Mrs. Blythe has at once decided me to confide nothing to Madonna, to Mary I ought to say, until Zack has got well again and has left England. When I heard just now from you of his projected voyage, I must confess I saw many objections to it. They have all been removed by what my wife has told me. I heartily agree with her that the best thing Zack can do is to make the trip he proposes. You are willing to take care of him, and I honestly believe that we may safely trust him with you." A serious difficulty being thus disposed of, Valentine found leisure to pay some attention to minor things. Among other questions which he now asked was one relating to the hair bracelet and to the manner in which Matthew had become possessed of it. He was answered by the frankest confession, a confession which tried even his kindly and forbearing disposition to the utmost as he listened to it, and which drew from him, when it was ended, some of the strongest terms of reproach that had ever passed his lips. Matt listened till he had done, then, taking his hat to go, muttered a few words of rough apology, which Valentine's good nature induced him to accept, almost as soon as they were spoken. "We must let bygones be bygones," said the painter. "You have been candid with me at last, at any rate, and in recognition of that candour I say, good night, Mr. Gryce, as a friend of yours still." When Matt returned to Kirk Street, the landlady came out of her little parlour to tell him of a visitor who had been to the lodgings in his absence. An elderly lady, looking very pale and ill, had asked to see young Mr. Thorpe, and had prefaced the request by saying that she was his mother. Zack was then asleep, but the lady had been taken upstairs to see him in bed, had stooped over him and kissed him, and had then gone away again, hastily and in tears. Matthew's face grew grave as he listened, but he said nothing when the little lady had done, except a word or two charging her not to mention to Zack what had happened when he woke. It was plain that Mrs. Thorpe had been told her husband's secret, and that she had lovingly devoted herself to him as comforter and companion to the last. When the doctor paid his regular visit to the invalid the next morning, he was called on immediately for an answer to the important question of when Zack would be fit to travel. After due consideration and careful inspection of the injured side of the patient's head, he replied that in a month's time the lad might safely go on board ship, and that the sea voyage proposed would do more towards restoring him to perfect health and strength than all the tonic medicines that all the doctors in England could prescribe. Matthew might have found the month's inaction to which he was now obliged to submit for Zack's sake rather tedious, but for the opportune arrival in Kirk Street of a professional visitor from Dibbleden. Though his client had ungratefully and entirely forgotten him, Mr. Ted had not by any means forgotten his client, but had, on the contrary, attended to his interests with unremitting resolution and assiduity. He had discovered that Matt was entitled, under his father's will, to no less a sum than £2,000,
if his identity could be properly established. To effect this result was now, therefore, the grand object of Mr. Tatt's ambition. He had the prospect not only of making a little money, but of establishing a reputation in Doubledene if he succeeded, and, by dint of perseverance, he ultimately did succeed. He carried Mat about to all sorts of places, insisted on his signing all sorts of papers and making all sorts of declarations, and ended by accumulating such a mass of evidence before the month was out, that Mr. Norby, as executor to the late Joshua Grice, declared himself convinced of the claimant's identity. On being informed of this result, Mat ordered the lawyer, after first deducting the amount of his bill from the forthcoming legacy, to draw him out such a legal form as might enable him to settle his property forthwith on another person. When Mr. Tatt asked to be furnished with the name of this person, he was told to write Martha Peckover. "Mary's child has got you to look after her, and money enough from her father to keep her," said Mat, as he put the signed instrument into Valentine's hands. "When Martha Peckover's old and past her work, she may want a banknote or two to fall back on. Give her this when I'm gone, and say she earned it from Mary's brother the day she stopped and suckled Mary's child by the roadside." The day of departure drew near. Zack rallied so rapidly that he was able, a week before it arrived, to go himself and fetch the letter from his father which was waiting for him at the agent's office. It assured him, briefly but very kindly, of the forgiveness which he had written to ask, referred him to the man of business for particulars of the allowance granted to him, while he pursued his studies in the art or otherwise occupied himself, urged him always to look on Mr. Blythe as the best friend and counsellor that he could ever have, and ended by engaging him to write often about himself and his employments to his mother, sending his letters to be forwarded through the agent. When Zack, hearing from this gentleman that his father had left the house in Beargrove Square, desired to know what had occasioned the change of residence, he was only informed that the state of Mr. Thorpe's health had obliged him to seek perfect retirement and repose, and that there were reasons at present for not mentioning the place of his retreat to any one, which it was not deemed expedient for his son to become acquainted with. The day of departure arrived. In the morning, by Valentine's advice, Zack wrote to his mother, only telling her in reference to his proposed trip that he was about to travel to improve and amuse himself in the company of a friend of whom Mr. Blythe approved. While he was thus engaged, the painter had a private interview with Matthew Gryce, and very earnestly charged him to remember his responsibilities towards his young companion. Mat answered briefly and characteristically. "I told you I was as fond of him as if he was a bit of my own flesh and blood. If you don't believe I shall take care of him after that, I can't say nothing to make you." Both the travellers were taken up into Mrs. Blythe's room to say farewell. It was a sad parting. Zack's spirits had not been so good as usual since the day of his visit to the agent's, and the other persons assembled were all more or less affected in an unusual degree by the approaching separation. Madonna had looked ill and anxious, though she would not own to having anything the matter with her, for some days past. But now, when she saw the parting looks exchanged around her, the poor girl's agitation got beyond her control, and became so painfully evident that Zack wisely and considerately hurried over the farewell scene. He went out first. Matthew followed him to the landing, then stopped, and suddenly retraced his steps. He entered the room again, and took his sister's child by the hand once more, bent over her as she stood pale and in tears before him, and kissed her on the cheek. "Tell her some day that me and her mother was playmates together," he said to Mrs. Blythe, as he turned away to join Zack on the stairs. Valentine accompanied them to the ship. When they shook hands together, he said to Matthew, "Zack has engaged to come back in a year's time. Shall we see you again with him?" Mat took the painter aside without directly answering him. "If ever you go to Bangbury," he whispered, "look into the churchyard, in the dark corner amongst the trees. There's a bit of walnut wood planking put up now at the place where she is buried, and it would be a comfort to me to know that it was kept clean and neat.
I should take it kind of you if you'd give it a brush or two with your hand when you're near it, for I never hope to see the place myself no more." Sadly and thoughtfully Valentine returned alone to his own house. He went up at once to his wife's room. As he opened the door he started and stopped on the threshold. Madonna was sitting on the couch by her adopted mother, with her face hidden on Mrs. Blythe's bosom, and her arms clasped tight round Mrs. Blythe's neck. "Have you ventured to tell her all, Levy?" he asked. Mrs. Blythe was not able to speak in answer. She looked at him with tearful eyes, and bowed her head. Valentine lingered at the door for a moment, then softly closed it, and left them together. End of chapter 17. End of book 2. Closing chapter of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. A year and a half afterwards. It is sunset after a fine day in August, and Mr. Blythe is enjoying the evening breeze in the invalid room. Besides the painter and his wife, and Madonna, 2 visitors are present, who occupy both the spare beds in the house. One is Mrs. Thorpe, the other Mrs. Peckover, and they have been asked to become Valentine's guests, to assist at the joyful ceremony of welcoming Zack to England on his return from the wilds of America. He has outstayed his year's leave of absence by nearly 6 months, and his appearance at Mr. Blythe's has become an event of daily, or more properly, of hourly expectation. There is a sad and significant change in Mrs. Thorpe's dress. She wears the widow's cap and weeds. It is nearly 7 months since her husband died in the remote Welsh village to which he retired on leaving London. With him, as with many other confirmed invalids, nature drooped to her final decay gradually and warily, but his death was painless, and his mental powers remained unimpaired to the end. One of the last names that lingered lovingly on his lips, after he had bade his wife farewell, was the name of his absent son. Mrs. Thorpe sits close to Mrs. Blythe, and talks to her in low, gentle tones. The kind black eyes of the painter's wife are brighter than they have been for many a long year past, and the clear tones of her voice, cheerful always, have a joyous sound in them now. Ever since the first days of the spring season she has been gaining so greatly in health and strength that the favourable turn has taken place in her malady which was spoken of as possible by the doctors long ago as the time of first sufferings. She has several times for the last fortnight been moved from her couch for a few hours to a comfortable seat near the window, and if the fine weather still continues she is to be taken out in a day or 2 for an airing in an invalid chair. The prospect of this happy event and the pleasant expectation of Zack's return have made Valentine more gaily talkative and more nimbly restless than ever. As he skips discursively about the room at this moment, talking of all sorts of subjects and managing to mix art up with every one of them, dressed in the old jaunty frock-coat with the short tails, he looks, if possible, younger, plumper, rosier and brisker than when he was first introduced to the reader. It is wonderful, when people are really youthful at heart, to see how easily the girdle of Venus fits them, and how long they contrive to keep it on without ever wearing it out. Mrs. Peckover, arrived in festively flaring cap ribbons, sits close to the window to get all the air she can, and tries to make more of it by fanning herself with the invariable red cotton pocket-handkerchief to which she has been all her life attached. In bodily circumference she has not lost an inch of rotundity, suffers in consequence considerably from the heat, and talks to Mr. Blythe with parenthetical pantings which reflect little credit on the cooling influence of the breeze, or the ventilating properties of the pocket-handkerchief fan. Madonna sits opposite to her at the window, as cool and pretty a contrast as can be imagined, in her white muslin dress and light rose-coloured ribbons. She is looking at Mrs. Peckover, and smiling every now and then at the comically languishing faces made by that excellent woman to express to little Mary
the extremity of her sufferings from the heat. The whole length of the window-sill is occupied by an Aeolian harp, one of the many presents which Valentine's portrait-painting expeditions have enabled him to offer to his wife. Madonna's hand is resting lightly on the box of the harp, for by touching it in this way she becomes sensible to the influence of its louder and higher notes when the rising breeze draws them out. This is the only pleasure she can derive from music, and it is always, during the summer and autumn evenings, one of the amusements that she enjoys in Mrs. Blythe's room. Mrs. Thorpe, in the course of her conversation with Mrs. Blythe, has been reminded of a letter to one of her sisters, which she has not yet completed, and goes to her own room to finish it. Valentine running to open the door for her, with the nimblest juvenile gallantry, then returning to the window and addressing Mrs. Peckover. "Hot as ever, eh? Shall I get you one of Levy's fans?" says Mr. Blythe. "No, thank you, sir. I ain't quite melted yet," answers Mrs. Peckover. "But I'll tell you what I wish you would do for me. I wish you would read me Master Zack's last letter. You promised, you know, sir." "And I would have performed my promise before, Mrs. Peckover, if Mrs. Thorpe had not been in the room. There are passages in the letter which it might revive very painful remembrances in her to hear. Now she has left us, I have not the least objection to read, if you are ready to listen." Saying this, Valentine takes the letter from his pocket. Madonna, recognizing it, asks by a sign if she may look over his shoulder and read it for the second time. The request is granted immediately. Mr. Blythe makes her sit on his knee, puts his arm round her waist, and begins to read aloud as follows. "My dear Valentine, although I am writing to you to announce my return, I cannot say that I take up my pen in good spirits. It is not so long since I picked up my last letters from England that told me of my father's death. But besides that, I have had a heavy trial to bear in hearing the dreadful secret which you all kept from me when it was discovered, and afterwards in parting from Matthew Grice. What I felt when I knew the secret, and heard why Matt and all of you had kept it from me, I may be able to tell you, but I cannot and dare not write about it. You may be interested to hear how my parting with Matthew happened, and I will relate it to you as well as I can. You know, from my other letters, all the glorious hunting and riding we have had, and the thousands of miles of country we've been over, and the wonderful places we've seen. Well, Beja, the place I now write from, has been the end of our travels. It was here I told Matt of my father's death, and he directly agreed with me that it was my duty to go home and comfort my poor dear mother by the first ship that sailed for England. After we'd settled that, he said he had something serious to tell me, and asked me to go with him northward, half a day's march along the sea-coast, saying we could talk together quietly as we went along. I saw that he had got his rifle over his shoulder and his baggage at his back, and thought it odd, but he stopped me from asking any questions by telling me from beginning to end all that you and he knew about my father before we left England. I was at first so shocked and amazed by what I heard, and then had so much to say to him about it, that our half-day's march, by the time we'd got to the end of it, seemed to me to have hardly lasted as long as an hour. He stopped, though, at the place he had fixed on, and held out his hand to me, and said these words: "I've done my duty by you, Zack, as brother should by brother. The time's come at last for us two to say good-bye. You're going back over the sea to your friends, and I'm going inland by myself on the tramp." I had heard him talk of our parting in this way before, but had never thought it would really take place, and I tried hard, as you may imagine, to make him change his mind and sail for England with me. But it was useless. "No, Zack," he said, "I doubt if I'm fit for the life you're going back to lead. I've given it a trial, and a hard and bitter one it's been to me. I began life on the tramp, and on the tramp I shall end it. Good-bye, Zack. I shall think of you when I light my fire and cook my bit of victuals without you in the lonesome places tonight." I tried to control myself, Valentine, but my eyes got dim, and I caught fast hold of him by the arm. "Matt," I said, "I can't part with you in this dreary, hopeless way. Don't shut the future up from both of us for ever. We've been 18 months together. Let another year and a half pass, if you like, and then give yourself, and give me, another chance. Say you'll meet me, when that time is past, in New York. Or say at least you'll let me hear where you are." His face worked and quivered, and he only shook his head. "Come, Matt," I said, as cheerfully as I could. "If I am ready to cross the sea again for your sake, you can't refuse to do what I ask you for mine." "Will it make the parting easier to you, my lad?" he asked kindly. "Yes, indeed it will," I answered. "Well then, Zack," he said, "you shall have your way. Don't let's say no more now. Come, let's cut it as short as we can, or we shan't part as men should. God bless you, lad, and all of them you're going back to see." Those were his last words. After he had walked a few yards inland, he turned round and waved his hand, then went on, and never turned again. I sat down on the sand hillock where we had said good-bye, and burst out crying. What with the dreadful secret he'd been telling me as we came along, and then the parting when I didn't expect it, all I had of the man about me gave way somehow in a moment. And I sat alone, crying and sobbing on the sand hillock, with the surf roaring miles out at sea behind me, and the great plain before, with Matthew walking over it alone on his way to the mountains beyond. When I had had time to get ashamed of myself for crying, and had got my eyesight clear again, he was already far away from me. I ran to the top of the highest hillock, and watched him over the plain. A desert without a shrub to break the miles and miles of flat ground spreading away to the mountains. I watched him as he got smaller and smaller. I watched till he got a mere black speck, till I was doubtful whether I still saw him or not, till I was certain at last that the great vacancy of the plain had swallowed him up from sight. My heart was very heavy, Valentine, as I went back to the town by myself. It is sometimes heavy still, for though I think much of my mother and of my sister, whom you've been so kind a father to, and whose affection it is such a new happiness to me to have the prospect of soon returning, I think occasionally of dear old Matt too, and have my melancholy moments when I remember that he and I are not going back together. I hope you will think me improved by my long trip. I mean in behaviour as well as health. I have seen much and learned much and thought much, and I hope I have really profited and altered for the better during my absence. It is such a pleasure to think I am really going home. Here Mr. Blythe stops abruptly and closes the letter, for Mrs. Thorpe re-enters the room. "The rest is only about when he expects to be back," whispers Valentine to Mrs. Peckover. "By my calculations," he continues, raising his voice and turning towards Mrs. Thorpe, "by my calculations, which, not having a mathematical head, I don't boast of, mind, as being infallibly correct, Zack is likely, I should say, to be here in about—" "Hush! Hush! Hush!" cries Mrs. Peckover, jumping up with incredible agility at the window and clapping her hands in a violent state of excitement. "Don't talk about when he will be here. Here he is. He's come in a cab. He's got out into the garden. He sees me. Welcome back, Master Zack. Welcome back. Hooray! Hooray!" Here Mrs. Peckover forgets her company manners and waves the red cotton handkerchief out of the window in an irrepressible burst of triumph. Zack's hearty laugh is heard outside, then his quick step on the stairs, then the door opens and he comes in with his beaming sunburnt face healthier and heartier than ever. His first embrace is for his mother, his second for Madonna, and, after he has greeted everyone else cordially, he goes back to those two, and Mr. Blythe is glad to see that he sits down between them and takes their hands gently and affectionately in his. Matthew Gryce is in all their memories when the first greetings are over. Valentine and Madonna look at each other, and the girl's fingers sign hesitatingly the letters of Matthew's name. "She is thinking of the comrade you have lost," says the painter, addressing himself a little sadly to Zack. "The only living soul that's kin to her now by her mother's side," adds Mrs. Peckover. "It's like her pretty ways to be thinking of him kindly for her mother's sake." "Are you really determined, Zack, to take that second voyage?" asks Valentine. "Are you determined to go back to America on the one faint chance of seeing Matt once more?" "If I am a living man 18 months hence," Zack answers resolutely, Nothing shall prevent my taking the voyage. Matthew Gryce loved me like a brother, and, like a brother, I will yet bring him back, if he lives to keep his promise and meet me when the time comes." The time came, and on either side the two comrades of former days, in years so far apart, in sympathies so close together, lived to look each other in the face again. The solitude which had once hardened Matthew Gryce had wrought on him in his riper age to better and higher ends. In all his later roamings the tie which had bound him to those sacred human interests in which we live and move and have our being, the tie which he himself believed that he had broken, held fast to him still. His grim, scarred face softened, his heavy hand trembled in the friendly grasp that held it, as Zack pleaded with him once more, and this time pleaded not in vain. "I've never been my own man again," said Matt, "since you and me wished each other good-bye on the sand-hills. The lonesome places have got strange to me, and my rifle's heavier in hand than ever I knew it before. There's some part of myself that seems left behind like, between Mary's grave and Mary's child. Must I cross the seas again to find it? Give us hold of your hand, Zack, and take the leavings of me back along with you." So the noble nature of the man unconsciously asserted itself in his simple words. So the two returned to the old land together. The first kiss with which his dead sister's child welcomed him back cooled the tramp's fever for ever, and the man of many wanderings rested at last among the friends who loved him, to wander no more. End of Hide and Seek by Wilkie Collins. Recording by Anna Simon.